beautiful day awaits this match between the hosts, the Warriors, and World Sports Betting Western Province. Very important game this for the Warriors, who won the toss, decided to bat, and up first, Jordan Herman it will be, and he'll be facing the seasoned veteran Dane Patterson from the Park Drive end. Onno Jacobs, the umpire, signals play, and Patterson to Herman. It's well placed. Herman, just such as his style, just waits for the ball to get to him and then picks his gap. Good manoeuvring of that first delivery, and also the dreaded naught on the scoreboard becomes 1.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter what number you bat, whether it's 1 or 11, you want to just get off the mark. Looks quite a placid pitch, looking at just obviously the first ball being bowled. It's such a beautiful day. Don't expect too much pace in this wicket, and obviously the Warriors want to make first use of it.
Yeah, well, Patterson, let's see, back of the length, that would be the answer. And there's just a gentle away movement, and Onno Jacobs into his exercises early on. Yeah, there's a little bit of grass on this pitch, and it's rolled grass. So I think if anything, it's going to make the bounce more consistent. And remembering the 50 over format, you've got 2 white balls, one from either end. So with that pronounced seam, you can expect a little bit of early movement, as we saw there, and possibly gets flatter and easier for batting. Oh, lack of bounce there completely. And du Plessis just stuck on the crease.
Yeah, Eddie Carter has left a little bit more grass on these surfaces in the last few years to ideally get a little bit more pace in them. If you think back to the 80s, 90s, St. George's was really flat, low and slow.
That's when Gqeberha used to take a rake to the ends, and it was just a dust ball.
It was, certainly. So the square's definitely improved. This side still has more of the usual clay content.
Nicely defended by du Plessis, and the offside field swoop in to avoid any form of Warriors single.
Now obviously you talk about the experienced bowler in Patterson. He's just signed to go to Middlesex. You know, not that he needs experience at Lords, but looking forward to the Test Championship final at Lords. This won't do any harm having a bit of experience of the conditions, the surface. Obviously, if he plays, it'll be an advantage for South Africa.
Ideal signing. I think those conditions over there, the softer wickets, more pronounced seam. It's just within bounds. Oh no, Jacobs feeling a bit generous. Yeah, Patterson in English conditions, where it swings and seams.
Yeah.
With his sort of pace, he's just slightly above medium. You wouldn't call him express, but ideally suited for those conditions.
Obviously the length he bowls as well, is that slightly fuller length, gives the ball a better chance to swing. Now they have changed in England. They do play some of the rounds with a Gqeberha ball now to give guys a bit of exposure and see who can actually bowl with a Gqeberha ball.
Nicely squeezed off the hip by du Plessis, and he gets his innings underway with a couple.
Very much a leg side player, du Plessis. That's his bread and butter. As soon as you come into that arc or that area just off the thigh pad, he's not going to miss out.
Yeah, you seem to think the evolution of a batsman in modern day cricket has become predominantly leg side rather than the expansive offside shots, where it's easier getting into line and just working it away on the leg side. Confidently forward du Plessis, and that ends the first over. The Warriors, having won the toss and deciding to bat on what looks like a very good pitch, friendly pitch, are 4 without loss.
Now they might still have a little bit of boomskok after Sunday's match against the Titans, where they went all around the park. So this time around, batting first, hopefully they can put up a good score. It's an important match for both teams. Obviously, Western Province need to win to stay in touch and possibly qualify for the playoffs. The Warriors need to win. They're in third place at the moment. They want to cement their opportunity to challenge for this title.
Yeah, they've got the Titans and Dolphins breathing down their neck. Warriors at the moment third have got 12 points on the log. Titans and Dolphins have got 11 points apiece. And remember, the playoffs, it's not similar to the SA20 or RPL or anything like that. One hosts a final, two plays three for the opportunity to play against one. So all important, that second and third berth in this log. And at the moment, it's wide open. And it's going to be interesting to see just how the Warriors face Western Province, because they got annihilated on Sunday. Very defensive. Lawrence, it is, that's bowling from the Duck Pond Pavilion end.
Feel good story. Lawrence, who's played a bit of club cricket, well, not a bit, he's played a lot of club cricket in Western Province, in Cape Town, has got an opportunity this year. Obviously, a few guys being called up and some injuries around. So, a well deserved opportunity for him, too, to see how he stacks up at this level.
Nice, easy run up. And once again, Herman just defends. Yeah. You know, speaking to the Warriors camp before this match today, the bowlers they had on show on Sunday against the Titans, it was without their main kingpin, their foundation, Bowler Swanepoel. And the rest of the bowlers that were available for Robin Peterson had a total of 30 caps in all. So it just shows you how inexperienced that bowling attack was. And unfortunately, they came across two batsmen at the height of their form on an absolute national highway of a pitch. And they just smashed it to all corners. How many records they break, I don't know. But to give you an idea, 35 sixes were hit in that innings. Wow.
Glad we retired.
Yeah. Oh, swinging down the leg side. There's typical response from bowler and wicketkeeper to appeal for the court behind. Umpire Sibongile Sodumo's having enough of it. That'll be a wide.
Yeah, talking about that game at Supersport Park, the lack of experience. I don't know whether that one match has given them a lot of experience or a lot of grey hairs or no hair. Time will tell.
Well, it's part of the learning curve, which unfortunately every young player's got to go through. Oh, that's been pushed round the post by the men in the circle, and it would allow Herman to trot back for a comfortable second. That was unfortunate. The diving effort just deflecting the ball away from the fielder backing up. 7 without loss, the Warriors.
It's just been a steady start, as what you expect in 50 over cricket. The bowlers have been reasonably disciplined.
You know, we're so used to the biff bang crash of 20 overs. 50 overs is a lot of cricket. Hammered, but not timed well enough by Herman.
Just looking at that shot, initially it tells me the wicket's a little bit slower than the batter is anticipating. Because normally, a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, a man in form like Herman, you expect that to go for 4, and the timing wasn't quite there.
It's all a case of just, 1 or 2 overs to play yourself in, get accustomed to the pace of the pitch. Lawrence again way down the leg side, and that's not going to help Lawrence's confidence. Second wide of the over.
You speak about experience, but also part of that experience is you've gone on Sunday, you've played at Supersport Park, as you said, such a great surface to bat on, and a surface where you can hit lots of boundaries. 3 days later, you play on a surface like this at the coast. I know there's no wind today, so it isn't really something that you should worry about. But coastal wickets are slower, so you will have to be able to adjust.
Adapt, yeah.
Yeah.
So the end of the second over, Warriors, 8 without loss. Yeah, and the other beauty, and where St. George's Park, I found very similar to Supersport Park, because A.D. Carter, the groundsman, has done such a superb job here at Dafabet St. George's that if you can get that ball through the ring, it's going to run away for 4. And that's why St. George's Park, especially what we saw during the 20 over various competitions, was exciting because it's a difficult ground to run 2 on. It's either 4 or the single. Patterson again. Du Plessis gets a brilliant delivery. Du Plessis immediately turns around and umpire Arno Jacobs, he's not interested. That was a very confident appeal.
He normally shapes it away this time, as the Du Plessis indicates there, just nips back. Don't know whether that was on purpose or whether it was just a natural variation off the surface and off the seam.
Well, possibly a wobble ball delivery. You're going to have the odd ball that will track back at a right-handed batsman. But what a confident appeal. There must have been some sort of noise, whether it was clothing, but Arno Jacobs said it wasn't anywhere near the bat.
Well, he used to be a batter, so obviously it's going to go in the favour of the batter. He's become a really good umpire over the years. He was such an elegant player to watch, Arno Jacobs.
He was.
Lots
He
of
could play.
time.
Very good left-hander. I think that's a tactic that the World Sports Betting Western Province bowling attack are going to do, is bowl hard into the pitch, back of a length, and try and keep it tight to that off stump and fourth stump line. Good confident drive that from Du Plessis.
Now the key still for me in modern day cricket, in all cricket, but especially so in white ball cricket, is taking wickets. If you do take wickets, the opposition cannot accelerate. You can control the scoring rate. But if you don't get wickets,
It's all about momentum, isn't it?
the ability of batters to hit towards the end now, especially with this surface where we have, if you look at the screen out to the left, there's a short boundary, to the right there's a longer boundary.
Oh, the edge found of the stumps, and that's Du Plessis having to make the long trek back to the change room. And what a brilliant delivery by Patterson as Warriors' first wicket falls with a total on 8.
Just talking about taking wickets, and here it is. Top of off in any format is so important. If you can do that, it doesn't have to do that much. It just seemed like that one held its line, maybe nipped back in slightly. And the little bit of a gap that was left by Du Plessis was found by the experienced Patterson.
Once again, that, as we were saying, off stump and fourth stump line. And if your disciplines as a bowler can stick to that, well, you're going to be an awfully difficult bowler to get away as Du Plessis disappears into the tunnel. And now, the man who batted absolutely beautifully on Sunday was the only rock that the Warriors had in their innings. Matthew Brzezinski strides to the crease. I think rather unlucky not to be in Pakistan or maybe Dubai. Big game on at the moment. But Matthew Brzezinski has had international white ball experience and a very, very good stroke player. Always exciting to watch. He's got an array.
Yeah. Obviously coming back from Pakistan, where he created history by scoring 150 not out on debut, ODI debut, followed up by an 84. Yeah, it's tough to break into the top 6-7 of South Africa. They're going to have to fire today. New Zealand have started well, and what South Africa won't give for anyone to get 150 in the semi-final, so they can travel to Dubai. But for now, Gqeberha at St. George's Park.
Facing Patterson, first delivery. Confidently off the back foot, Brzezinski.
It was quite a surprise also that he missed out on 100 on Sunday. 94, you expect him to maybe have thought about, I only need 6, I can sort of take my time a little bit. We're basically out of the game. 430 is probably just a mountain or two too high.
Yeah, but, you know, Brzezinski's always been an impulsive batsman, and he believes if the ball's there to hit and he's playing the appropriate shot, he'll play that shot with with confidence.
Yeah.
Well defended. So the end of Patterson's successful over with the wicket of Duplessis. 8 for 1, the Warriors.
Yeah, nothing flash about Patterson. He's just a good old pro. He just knows knows what he's doing, hitting those good lengths. He also understands it's not probably the surface that you just run in and get 4 or 5 quickly. If you stay patient, you'll get rewarded.
Yeah, Pakistan was an experience for him as well. Herman about to face Jody Lawrence's second over. Nice easy run up, tall, lanky as Lawrence. And once again not timed. That is Herman's strength. But as you can see, once again, the line of that delivery is not allowing Herman to actually free those arms.
But once again, if you go back to Sunday's match on that sort of surface, that probably would have gone for 4, maybe even 6 the way they were playing. This time it's just that fraction slower.
And there's no rush. It's a 50 over game.
Yeah, 240 here's a winning score, where 440 was a winning score at Centurion.
Yeah. Good discipline from Lawrence.
You know, even at schoolboy level, this is the argument we have where up north the surfaces are so different, the ball travels further, batters are perceived to be better because they're getting higher scores. Well, here at the coastal venues, the scores are definitely lower.
Yeah, well, I think you've got to work harder because of the variance in terms of pace and bounce of coastal pitches. Lawrence again to Herman. Oh, the width was there. And good discipline from Herman. It was risky. There is a slip in position as it was slanted across him.
That's good bowling. He's also just quick enough to keep you honest. He's mostly been trying to bring the ball back into the left-hander. This time it's just gone across. Good variation just to let the batter know, I've got both in the locker.
Bit of extra bounce that from Lawrence. Stifled appeal. Obviously way too high.
It's nice when you see someone like him who's sort of earned his right over the years now to have an opportunity when there have been some injuries, etc. And he comes in and he does well. So it also shows the strength and the depth of club cricket still in Western Province.
And it also shows how players are being monitored. You know, playing club cricket, you think, oh, do I have a chance? There'll be runs there. Some good fielding, just a single. Now, your feeder system, for somebody like Lawrence that's played a lot of club cricket, to be given the opportunity, just shows that there is cognizance of that feeder system and club cricket. Whereas, you know, in some other provinces, club cricket is just a sideline. Because if you haven't made the provincial squad from an early age group, to break into that senior group is difficult.
Definitely.
Duplessis now, rather Matthew Brzezinski. Oh, gets an edge, flies past that solitary slip. Coming back for the second with a fumble, and Brzezinski gets off the mark with the double, but rather a streaky shot, width offered by Lawrence, and Brzezinski got away with it.
It was a bit of the old adage from Ian Botham, if you're going to go, you better go hard.
Now that certainly flew off the edge of the bat. 4 overs gone, 9 for 1, the toss in favour of Warriors, who decided to bat first, and they'll be happy that they've got the likes of Bayers Swanepoel back in their walk-on 11. He certainly was missed on Sunday when that Warriors side was put to the sword in every single facet of the game.
Yeah, there's been a stomach bug going around, and it's worked its way through the camp, and unfortunately Bayers found that on Sunday. But great to have him back.
Patterson again. He's typical of the Patterson discipline. Back of a length, fourth stump line.
Also the ability to adapt to the left and right hand batter. I know it's the start of a new over, so it's maybe a bit easier than necessarily changing within an over. But straight away he's found that area again, that length.
That's been the hallmark of Dane Patterson throughout his whole career. Has been his discipline. Again to Herman. Down the wicket and creamed into the covers. Yo, that stunk. A shot like that, and unfortunately, no reward for Herman.
Well, that also shows the control the bowlers have had. The fact that Herman has to take this chance and try and put him off his length, because he knows if you allow Patterson, like a good spinner also, if you allow them to settle into a groove, they will keep hitting that area ball after ball.
Also now, Patterson, he walks back to his mark. He's thinking now, okay, my normal stock ball, I better not bowl that now. So now he's got to do some thinking. And gets right inside it, does Herman, and just flicks it away.
I think he might stick to that length for as long as possible. No boundaries or no runs have really been scored off that length. So until you maybe go once or twice, I often feel in the modern game, bowlers and captains are too quick to change.
Yeah, in Patterson's case, you've got to really wait for him to bleed before you change a situation. But Warriors have got two batsmen at the crease that can do it. Both of them. Brilliant exponents. It's defensively played by Gretzky, but ever looking for the single just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. That's clever batting. So even though he's respecting the good ball from Patterson, he's still looking to work it away for the single.
And that's also the hallmark of a player that's just at a little bit of a different level, but has that ability to still rotate the strike even though the bowling is good.
Good cricket all round. Now, what does Herman do? Patterson, 2 balls left in this over. Width offered, and once again, superb ground fielding in that circle on the offside. Denies Herman a run.
Yeah, nice to see the youngster doing the fielding there. Benny Hansen, captain of Wynberg Boys High, getting an opportunity here for almost said Dafabet, Western Province, for the World Sports Betting Western Province. We just say betting, betting, whichever. It's betting either way.
It's amazing the proliferation of these betting groups that are getting involved in sport, and yet there is, from the ICC down, there's such a drive to root out corruption within the game, and yet all these betting companies are throwing money at the game.
This is an interesting change. An extra field on the leg side means he has to bowl a straighter line.
That's fumbled by Varane. That'll be a leg bye for the Warriors, signalled by Arno Jacobs, and that's the end of the 5th over. 14 for 1, the Warriors.
Yeah, obviously Hansen getting an opportunity with Linda being called up to Pakistan as cover. He's not playing.
They'll miss him.
They'll miss him. That's the point I was going to make. He's been a crucial player for them, bat and ball. Carl Simmons is the leading wicket taker. He's done exceptionally well, but when you have pressure from both ends, always there's one bowler that might pick up the wickets. But it's an opportunity for a youngster.
No, sure. And it's amazing how George Linda's batting has improved over the last couple of seasons. He's always been a good bowler. Herman forces that down to third man. And once again, you see how quickly that ball gets to third man. No thought of a second. It'll just be the single.
You speak about the outfield. That's actually, if I'm not mistaken, cut shorter, or at least the same length as the pitch. from Eddie Carter, and that has made a massive difference. Even at school, we've had it cut shorter, and it does help for batters not to have to overhit the ball.
No, good tactic. Lawrence again. And Bretsky pushes at that delivery. Nice soft hands, keeps it on the ground. There'll be the single to third man. I was going to say, Adrian Carter is a very avid and keen lawn bowler. In other words, the game of bowls. And he's helped a lot of bowling clubs with their facilities. And he's done the same with the outfield here. Down the pitch and hammered away for 4. That's Herman showing just what he can do.
It's a great shot, but also the bowler can't be too discouraged. The batter has hit him off his length. It wasn't a bad ball. The batter has been forced to do something different here because of the slowish start. But all credit, Herman is in good form. He's one of the leading run scorers. He's got 148 not out this season, so we know he's capable of scoring those big runs.
Yeah, trying to dance down the pitch. It's the batsman that's taking most of the risk. Lawrence again. Exactly the same sort of line and length. This time Herman remains rooted in the crease.
Now, talking about runs and wickets, and obviously the semi-final, New Zealand 202 for 1 with 18 overs to go.
Oh, that's pain.
That's South Africa are going to be chasing 350 plus there, it seems. So,
But those pitches, you could almost compare those Pakistani pitches to what we saw at Supersport Park on Sunday.
Yeah.
Absolute batting paradise. That's where batsmen want to roll up the pitch and just keep it in their kit bag and use it whenever they can, because, what a pleasure.
I'm glad you said the batters, because definitely not the bowlers.
No,
It doesn't matter whether you're slow or fast, it's irrelevant there.
yeah, but white ball cricket, we must admit it's become a batsman's game.
Look, we have such a wonderful top 7, 8 batters at the moment, so much experience. But just the occasion, semi-final, Champions Trophy,
Scoreboard pressure.
we're going to have to bat well.
20 for 1, the last delivery of Lawrence's third over. So 6 overs gone, 20 for 1, and it's time for a change in the commentary box, and it'll be Kelly that's joining you, Dion.
Thank you very much. It's been a steady first 6 overs. Kelly, who's spent many years here at St. George's Park. Different role for you, moving in behind the microphone?
Very much so. I'm far more accustomed to being a little further down with a better view of the pitch. Not that this one isn't beautiful, but yeah, it feels very much at home for me.
Good. Well,
Watched
welcome.
a lot of these players grow up.
Can give us some insights into them as well, which we look forward to hearing.
I could do that. I could definitely do that.
Just the youngster showing his agility at mid-wicket. So the start, you quite happy with it? It has been a little bit on the slower side.
It has, but I don't blame the Warriors for being slightly tentative. I've always viewed Gqeberha as somewhat of a makeshift opener. They've struggled to find someone to really cement that position. He's really best suited for 4. And so Bretsky's also much better down the order. So, seniority, he also has more of a leadership role.
Well, I think with the situation they find themselves in, and it has become a bit of a must-win situation, he has to bat at 3. He is your best player. He's got to, together now with Herman, try and get as big a partnership as quickly as possible, and obviously put the Western Province team under pressure.
And I wouldn't undervalue Jordan Herman's importance to the team either, because he's not only putting up big runs in the short formats, he's putting unbelievable runs up in the longer formats.
Oh, a little bit of an inside edge.
You might notice that about his trigger movements actually as well. He always looks like he looks to attack before he defends. Defense will always be an adjustment to him, which is why I sometimes say Ruben is almost like Jordan, but just not quite complete. Doesn't make the adjustment as quickly. Matthew has had a tough introduction to cricket, but he's probably one of the more tactically astute young players around. Very underrated captain.
That's a shot, but it's found the fielder once again.
Benny again.
Yeah,
Benny Hansen with the magnets.
Yeah.
He was fabulous to watch at Carmage all week in 2023.
Yeah, he's been a really good player for Weinberg and thoroughly deserves an opportunity here. He's someone that they'll surely look at for the future and try and take care of and make sure he stays involved in the squad.
I certainly hope they do. I mean, he really did more than just play. That squad went through a tough time that tournaments, and he really kept them together. Some very good players in it.
That was the one in Makanda?
Yes, it was. Bit too full there.
Yeah, it's the old trying to pull the wool over the umpire's eyes there, but it hasn't worked.
Look, bowling slightly fuller than your normal good length delivery is outside of off isn't a bad idea. St. George's the day was nowhere near outside of off, and it was far too full.
I think he's gone for the LBW. You've just moved square leg out to the boundary, so he's given himself the opportunity to try and get Herman LBW, but it was just a bit too straight.
Yeah. He's in line with that.
There's a chance. Oh, direct hit would have been interesting.
Is that Eddie Moore with experience ducking there, making sure he isn't hit or ricochet?
Yes, it was
Yeah,
Eddie
that's
here at the stumps.
Yeah. No, I just noticed him ducking almost instinctively. You can't buy experience there.
Apparently not. Still got a slip in for Breetske here. They know the value of wickets.
That reminds me of a few slips he put in when he was captain, but that's a story for when Gqeberha's over.
Well bowled.
He picked up a weakness in Devil Brevis in a 4-day game and decided to make him nervous. And decided first three slips? Yes, 3 slips? 4 slips. He took 4 slips, looking like this behind him. Kept looking. Took it away, put it back there again, and eventually ends up nicking off to the keeper. He just, it was just disarming. He was too scared to just play into the offside at all. Dean Ogre walks in, and I asked him why he did this. He went and called for the helmet, and he goes and stands at short leg for 1 ball. And I said, Matt, what did you do that for? He's like, no, just hang on.
At least he was wearing the helmet.
Yeah, but it's just thinking about how you can get in a batsman's head. Not something I often see from younger captains in their first season, so that impressed me.
No, definitely. If you talk about that, one of the legends of the game, his passing was mourned yesterday. It was 3 years. Shane Warne. He was also that type of captain that would do different things and unsettle batters and get wickets in that way. Oh, it's come off the pad. He's also obviously changed his line to around the wicket. Verena stayed down for a while, but he seems to be okay. Obviously, Hansen is also, a youngster that can keep if needed.
Yeah, no, and Bedingham can don a pair of gloves in an emergency as well, so there's no problem there. The Warriors are usually chock full of wicket keepers when they're fielding their full strength team, not even now.
That's been slashed outside the off stump. He's been waiting for that one, and eventually he's found the gap.
at is picking pace. I don't think there are many young batsmen who are so good against pace, especially on hard, flat pitches. I watched a battle between him and Quinn Parker at the Wanderers in the 4-day game, new ball. It was probably more riveting than any international I've seen in a while. They were just, it was just quality from one to the other, and the others knew what else to do with it.
This time, even better.
Yep.
Straight bat, same result.
So unless he makes a mistake, no short balls to draw.
Now, Quinn is obviously another exciting youngster who can bowl very quickly, we know. So South African cricket, I think, is in a good space at the moment.
There's no shortage of talent, so judging by those hundreds by Bolden and Sammy and Leandro Pretorius has come a long way.
Yeah.
Somewhat unexpected because sometimes he has a tendency to shuffle across space, but he's playing beautifully at the moment.
Third one of the over. What a shot. A little bit fuller. But Herman in full flow.
You'll know he's feeling it when he goes down on one knee and finishes the pose.
That's strange how this game changes so quickly. It takes a little bit longer than a T20 match, but you can just feel the momentum here starting to change in the way of the Warriors. But this I am. This partnership is now 29 runs. It needs to carry on. You need 100, 150 run partnerships. They are the ones that normally win matches. Giving himself room again, but the bowler following him.
You've probably got two of the oldest young heads in the country there as well. I mean, Jordan Hammond has won several trophies with Sunrisers. He's been a mainstay with the Warriors since he moved down to Gqeberha. And I don't even think Matthew Britsky sniffed semi-pro cricket. He's been around so long for the Warriors. He's been captain. He's made his international debut. He's been on test team. He's been a standout in T20 cricket in the SA20 as well. And he even scored 200 in the club, 280 or something in the club game, So, let's see.
I think it's important for them to get through this spell of Patterson. Patterson is the one that's been the most economical. You know he's probably going to have one over, maybe two now. And then you can go on to some of the other bowlers, maybe not as experienced.
It's also not terribly easy to score at the death here. You know, as you'd expect, it might be at other grounds. A lot of it will depend upon the conditions. There's no wind coming over what they would call the swinging wind. It's none whatsoever. It's not a change. If you go too hard, one of the balls might become soft very, very quickly.
He's hit it.
And Patterson's a very good proponent of bowling deliveries, of bowling with balls like that.
I was making the remark to Craig before we started that we should be playing golf at Humewood today with this very, very, very gentle breeze.
You show up there with a set of golf clubs, the wind will start.
Well,
that's how it works.
I suppose. But today is such a gorgeous day here in the bay.
Beautiful.
A little bit fuller this time. Challenging the stumps, and that's what you got to do here. It's not necessarily the kind of surface where you bowl for caught behinds.
Ideally, he would probably want to be a little closer to your off stump with that, instead of more on leg, like he gave the batsman a bit too much room to play. He's not beating people for pace.
Yeah. I think Brzezinski realizes that he is the threat. Normally, you might see him throw his hands at that, but he's just let it go. He knows 2 balls, get through the over, see off the threat.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they continue him seeing who they've got.
Well, it depends how you want to use him. Do you want to go 6, 2 and 2, or do you want to go 5, 3 and 2? Because at some stage you might need him later on in the innings to potentially try and get a breakthrough, and then 2 at the death. There's the shot.
That was lovely. That was from. That was a bit of a pose from Brzezinski instead of Herman, but 2 lovely shots.
So you're calling them posers?
Don't give them any ammunition.
No, it was such a lovely shot.
That
Didn't
was a lovely shot.
didn't try and overhit it.
Not at all, no. And there's no need because there's the shorter boundaries on the inside now. You should just, ironically, whenever they play with one of the inside, not the practice pitches, but the ones immediately inside, it's never really a high scoring game. It's actually quite hard to score from. This is a nice surface to bat on. Touch wood.
Good over. Despite the boundary, I think he's said to his captain, give me one more. And I think that would probably be the correct call, to give him one more over. Couple of new faces in the Western Province team today. Brett also, someone that
Josh Brett, yeah.
I haven't seen. I don't know if you know anything about him.
I've seen him. He's not too much of him, but I know that he did play some of his club cricket for Claremont. What are they called? Setup?
Okay. We were remarking about how strong the club cricket still is in Western Province.
Exceptionally strong. I mean, even the first Division A league is very strong.
Yeah.
I mean, John Gqeberha plays for Poundlands in First Division A. His dad is chairman there. I was actually surprised to see he's not playing in this side. I don't know if he's out of form or if his paper groin is on a game. Shame, he's had a very, very unlucky run with injuries.
I just get the feeling Herman is definitely targeting Lawrence here. He showed him his stumps first ball. Lawrence has followed him. This time he's just worked it on the leg side.
I mean, of the 2, he would be the one to test.
Definitely. It's
And he hasn't bowled badly, but he hasn't necessarily responded so well to the change in rotation and strike, because that's generally led to an extra. Either immediately thereafter or 1 or 2 balls later. So he's got that one right.
Yeah, he has found the edge of Brzezinski a couple of times, which has flown to third man. The previous over, the 3 boundaries from Herman was exceptional. So all in all, like you say, he hasn't bowled that badly, yet he's going at over 5 runs and over.
For me, I think it's the difference between club cricket and playing for the professional teams is the rotational strike and the effect that it has on your rhythm as a bowler. If you're bowling with the same rhythm in club cricket, they're going to block you out. They're going to wait for the next guy they know can hit for 4-4s and over. They don't necessarily have you don't have a Dane Patterson bowling in tandem with you who is hitting his line each and every ball on the money. So it's always it's a curve, learning curve.
Of course it is. Just overcompensated this time round. See, he's a little bit unhappy with himself. And the margins are so small, and as you move up levels, your area in which you can make a mistake becomes smaller and smaller.
Possibly the best thing. Some best bowlers obviously thrive on confidence, but it is getting late into a spell for him, and he's overcompensating to the point where it goes too wide. You know, left he'll go far too wide, right. It might be time for a break, essentially.
Yeah, and sometimes that 1 over is just 1 over too many. If I'm looking at the South Africa score again, we have got another wicket, 235 for 2 with 13 overs to go. So it's still a big mountain for South Africa to climb. We need to keep taking wickets now towards the end, as will be the plan here for Western Province. Can he find his line now? He's just got it slightly wrong now to Breedske.
He's compensating. It's going like a yo-yo, one end to the other. I think he just needs to, for the last 3 balls of his over, just stick to the basics.
It's easy to say. It's such a mental game. Like, you can run in when there's no pressure and hit that area with your eyes closed. As soon as you feel a little bit under pressure, something just goes awry in your mind.
Yeah, well, I've seen somebody bowl 13 no balls in one day, so could be anything, but that's better.
It's also a bit unsettling for the batter because you don't know where it's going to be.
Is the next one going to be a beamer? Do I need to protect my face? You don't know either, so.
You just got to try and watch the ball and react to it. And once again, it's so easy batting sitting up here. It's a totally different game when you're in front of those 3 stumps. Two balls to go. Almost got to 50 in the power play, the Warriors, for only the 1 wicket down. Could have been 2. Inside edge just saved them.
That was a bit lucky. You make your own luck in this game. Suppose not making that 100 against the Titans.
Yeah. And just to top things.
Earn a few of those. Earn a few of those runs.
Exactly. And just to top things off there, Mr. Saduma, the umpire, has just been looking at his front foot as well, which is not what you want to be worried about. What's Herman going to do? Herman, should I rather say? Is he going to try and hit a boundary here?
It's usually his first movement is. Sorry, I got stuck on my thought there. Spoke through the action. Usually his trigger movement is going to make this ball for 4. And if he sees a good length ball, he's going to go back foot and adjust. So I wouldn't say he hit it for 4. Okay. So I wouldn't say he'd hit it for 4, but first instinct would definitely be to play straight down the ground.
Yeah. Patterson is going to bowl a 6th over, and I think it's the right thing to do. It's been so good. 5 overs for 13.
If they are going to pick up a wicket, he has really looked the only option.
Well, there's a bit of batting in the Warriors lineup, but these 2 are the key players, as we've been saying all along. Herman has been in great form, so is Breedske.
Mr. Consistency. The Mrs. Consistency.
Good run. Eddie Moore a little bit on the slow side, but no hesitation once they set off for that run.
Wouldn't have expected that from him. Maybe he's overwhelmed by all the memories.
Definitely. Nice to be back in Port Elizabeth, or Gqeberha.
I saw tickets there with about 15 of his family members. The crowd is probably all related to him.
I wouldn't be surprised.
No, neither would I.
So apparently his parents never missed a match when he played?
Never. No, it didn't matter where they were playing, even if his dad had to watch from his bucky.
It's great to have that sort of support.
Sorry, I said bucky, I meant combi's white combi. But it is great to have that support. And his parents are happy. They also weren't shy about phoning the scorer's box and asking.
Did you get the score correct?
Is it right? Back when that was allowed. think those days are long gone now.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sweeper's gone out on the offside now that the first power play is done and dusted. Another inside edge. That should have been a run. It's always going to Eddie Moore's left-hand side.
And he's a lefty.
He throws right-handed though, I think.
He can, yeah, he does. But I'm not sure how much of it played into John Hammond's mind,
Mm.
being left himself. That could have left him in 2 minds.
He wants his fine leg a little bit finer. He says, I'm going to have a little look upstairs. I would be very surprised if he does. I think it's just a bit of gamesmanship. Got a pitch outside leg, unfortunately. That's what the old pro does. He tries to play on the mind of the batter, changes his field, makes him think one thing is going to happen and something else does.
And you can see by the little walk that Jordan's just gone on that he's trying to see himself through this over.
Mm.
Matthew doesn't move around as much, but more experience there. One more ball.
One more to go, yeah.
Goes for it. Is he going to? Yes, he is. Going to go first. Bit of a shadow bat.
Mm.
This is nothing on the thing that Steve Smith always did between every ball. The score was drove us crazy.
Another change in the field. Leg slip, Eddie Moore coming in.
Ooh.
Can't see him going away from his bread and butter delivery here.
Unless they bowl short. Then that wasn't left field, surely. The only way that was going to work was if there was a short ball and you miscued it.
Mm. Anyway, it brings up the end of the 11th over, 49 for 1. The Dafabet Warriors. Also, Patterson, 6 overs, 1 for 15. It's been an exceptional spell of control on a wicket that probably suits him quite well.
He would certainly know how to bowl on it.
Mm.
Better than most in the country, I'd say.
No, but also, as I said, I think he's suited to it. It's the kind of surface where you want to attack the stumps. It probably doesn't bounce as much, so he can just stick to his normal lengths and have more balls hit the stumps than most of the other guys. As
Some spin.
yeah, the man of the moment for Western Province, Carl Simmons, comes into the attack, leading wicket taker. Left arm spinners are gold. We have another change of field here. Got a cow corner going out, a man going out on the sweep. I was just thinking that this is probably the kind of field where you need a guy out on the cow corner boundary. It is a massive boundary to the leg side for the left-handed batter, Herman.
And Jordan's not, he's slightly more orthodox than his brother or several of his teammates. So it's not the easiest ground to play straight. You don't get just rewards like you would somewhere else.
Tries driving that one. It was slightly aerial. This is always the challenge: is how do you play spin in the middle overs of a 50-over match?
Ordinarily here in the Eastern Cape, if you intend on sweeping or generally playing at spin or attacking spin, most of the batsmen, local batsmen, will play with the front foot. Allowing for a lot of movement between
It's also
Between
brought
the
up,
lines.
yeah, brought up the 50 for the Dafabet Warriors. That's single.
It's 8 away from a 50 partnership as well.
Here's a bit of turn, slightly short and easier enough for Breetzke to adjust.
So they've got two options. They can either try and pepper the longer boundary for an easy single, or they can go for the big hits. So I suppose it's not the worst field in the world to keep them in 2 minds.
Yeah. Definitely just a little bit of turn. The bowler will be encouraged. It's a fairly traditional field for the left arm spinner. You've got your slip in, which I think is a good option. That man, little young Benny Hansen, he's about 20 meters off the boundary. That's the size of the boundary on the offside for the right hander and the leg side for the left hander.
At the moment, they just seem content to see what Carl's got for them today. Happy to play him through. As well, Bill.
A little bit of turn, 4 singles off the over.
Didn't take Carl Simmons very long at all to find his rhythm and his line and length.
Oh, okay.
End of the next.
We'll have a... Oh, are we having another over for Patterson here? This is interesting.
It's a bit of a gamble.
It's probably one that the Western Province team need to take in a way. While Patterson is in such a good rhythm and looking threatening.
Yeah, he's on the money, as usual, straight away.
He is, but now this is where the cat and mouse game comes in. The Warriors know, get through this over, don't lose a wicket, as I alluded to earlier. If you keep wickets in hand, you can make up at the end.
The last thing you want to do is then survive it and become overexcited with the next ball that you see, which is something I've seen all too often. Because there's still some quality operators to come, including 1 or 2 that know this ground very well.
Seems to be just standing slightly outside his crease, just to negate that length, make sure he gets forward. Shouldn't really be bothered with a shorter ball here from Patterson, so he can afford to come slightly down the surface or down the pitch.
Usually it's not a good idea to roll a short ball here. They don't go well.
But you have got a massive leg side boundary again here to work with.
Yeah, it's just going to have to be bowled very well.
And he does try it, and it's so slow that Breetzke has been through the shot way too early.
Maybe that is the way to do it.
Well, he did him for pace.
Yeah,
Lack of.
Lack thereof. If that had pace on it, it wasn't. It was in there somewhere. They'll go brick signs, the chalets.
We saw a few balls fly over there in the SA20. But if they keep wickets in hand, you've got enough hitters down the order that can still do that. Oh, that's well bowled. Taking his feet away by bowling that one shorter delivery. Little bit of uncertainty.
Very casual. Could have applied himself better. There was no need for that shot. 6 years through the it's over.
See, this is for me where the short ball has to be used. It might go for runs. It doesn't necessarily get the wicket with the short ball, but it creates that little bit of uncertainty from the batter that he can't just step forward and block or play or drive the ball. Another great over so far. You can see the experience.
I'd love to see his pitch map. I'd love to see his pitch map. If you put a handkerchief down there, it's probably there'd probably be a hole in it. That's probably how many times it's hit.
No, the thing is, do you give him another? If he bowls a maiden here, you really gamble. It's not going to be a maiden, but as good as can be. Just the single.
I might have considered it if there were 2 down.
Well, we shall find out. 54 for 1. Time for me to make room for Craig.
To the side.
Thanks very much, Dion. Good afternoon, Kelly.
Afternoon, Craig.
Been a solid start by the Warriors after they lost their wicket of Du Plessis, but Patterson has been almost metronomic in his run-up, his back over length, and you can understand why he's been given the extra couple of overs, especially if it was Brzezinski that was facing, because having got to know how Matthew Brzezinski plays, and you'd consider this as possibly a different sort of innings. He's almost gives you an idea that he's scratching to try and get some momentum. Sure, the odd short ball he's put away easily for a single, but the rest has all been defence and inside edges. And Simmons again.
From time to time, you can find Matthew plays this way when he has that added bit of responsibility on his shoulders. I mean, he does have a very, very young batting lineup, and he's the leader of it.
There once again, all the time in the world just to put it away for that single. And I'm sure Brzezinski, within his own mind, and he's showing a lot of discipline, he must be itching to have a go and play those expansive shots, which we've come to know of his batting ability.
Part of his aim is also to show that he has more to his game, and we know he has more to his game. Anybody who has been watching him since he was started out in EP camps knew he always had more to his game.
I think the big change came with Matthew Brzezinski's game when he got given the added responsibility of captaining.
Absolutely.
That he realised he now had to become more responsible in terms of his own game plan. Whereas, when he first burst onto the scene, he was frustrating to watch because he would make a magnificent 20 and then get out.
That's lovely.
Well, bread and butter for Matthew Brzezinski.
Beautiful shots.
Half volley on the leg stump, and I've always maintained here at Dafabet St George's Park, minimum risk. If you're going to go aerial, go straight.
Yep.
And because the boundaries are so short, and
unless you're excellent exponents of the reverse or the cross hip.
but even that's risky because of the inconsistent bounce.
Unless you do it perfectly.
Oh.
Stick to straight. Stick to straight.
And that's clever cricket. One for maximum, next one for single.
He's become such a mature, such a versatile player since he's had that responsibility of captaincy, and I do rate his captaincy quite highly for such a young player.
He's
tactically excellent. He's got a great feel for the game.
Just like his batting, he's prepared to take risks with captaincy as well. And very few people can display that decision making on a gut feel.
Yeah, and it was noticeable from his first season. And kudos to Ron Peterson and then Gqeberha to give him that sort of freedom. they didn't constrain the younger players
Oh,
making those decisions.
They've just made a very good player even better.
Yes,
That maximum that we saw during this over brought up the 50 partnership between Herman and Brzezinski. Herman, the more dominant, 29 not out. Brzezinski, he's played conservatively, knowing his game plan. He's got 22.
Well, they did play the shot of the innings so far, I think.
That was a gimme ball. It's just interesting. Patterson, another over.
They have gone-
He has in the past bowled his quota in one spell. He has in the past. Maybe, at his age he finds it more difficult to come back at the end, but he is such a good disciplined bowler.
I've seen Vernon Philander do this, but that was but Patterson's a bit better death bowler in general. And that brings up Matthew Brzezinski's 2000th List A run.
That's a lot of runs
At
for
10
somebody
over
so young.
25.
So young. That defensive shot, you can see Brzezinski is just becoming more and more confident now. Now, he played that forward defensive with authority,
Yes.
and he still managed to find the gap and get the single.
I think Matthew Brzezinski came out of the room with confidence, to be perfectly honest.
No, he's always, even at school,
He was always a confident kid.
he was always confident. Challenged Graham Pollock's record at Grey High, and he's just got better and better. And I think a big decision of his was to not let his future lie overseas.
Yeah.
And he stayed here in South Africa, and much to the benefit
And you
of
did
South
that-
Africans that we can actually watch skill like that in action.
He makes no excuses. He puts in the hard yards. It's about his game and what he can do to improve it. Stayed with the same teams the whole way through club, and provincial and franchise. Fulfilled whatever role they needed him to fulfill.
No, he's an asset to any side.
The feeling of entitlement that comes with a lot of young stars just disappeared from him. He wanted to earn it. And he did. He has.
Yeah, a lot of kids coming through the ranks are almost spoilt into believing in themselves and developing this huge ego, and it doesn't always work out positively, whereas Matthew Brzezinski has just got better and better and better, and people are making the right decisions for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, the ego is necessary, but to a degree, and he's got the degree right.
Well, it must be so satisfying as somebody that's been influential in Matthew Brzezinski's career to date to see him succeeding, and with the amount of success he's had at international level already.
I know that his brothers are very proud.
Very few deliveries from Patterson have we seen as short as that, and Herman willing to have a go at it. And to give you an idea, Arno Jacobs didn't signal wide there. So in terms of line, brilliant line from Patterson.
If this doesn't play out well for Western Province and they don't actually get the breakthrough here, and the sun continues to break down a bit, they may see themselves in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, they're propping up the bottom of the table. They need a win just as much as the Dafabet Warriors need a win to consolidate that third position for the Warriors. And should Western Province lose this match to the Warriors, well, then that's going to leave them rooted at the bottom of the table with no possible chance of qualifying for those playoffs.
Because traditionally it's morning, and then later afternoon when you'll get the conditions offering you the most here. When the sun is at its peak and you're hitting times like now, players become lethargic, it's hot, absolutely no movement in there. And you've just had your senior bowler ball 8 over spell.
Simmons again. Squeezed out on the offside. by Bretsky. Good fielding. Ground fielding from
Benny
Western
Hansen.
Province has been good.
I think Benny Hansen put all the glue onto his hands this morning.
Almost chipping it back to Simmons is Bretsky. Just playing way too early, got too much of the leading edge. Almost resulted in a caught and bowled. That's an indication of the variance
Yeah.
on this pitch.
Take another look at that one.
And I think the secret for any spinner on this pitch, within his first couple of balls, he's got to work out ideal length and ideal pace of his delivery.
No, don't play around with 6 variations.
No. Play and a miss. Good line by Simmons.
He's come a long way in the last few years, Carl Simmons.
Oh, and he's had a wonderful partner in the Western Province setup in the form of George Linder.
So do you think that he's probably a bit better with the ball?
Slightly risky, Bretsky, having to really reach for that delivery. He'll come back for 2.
But then by contrast, Carl Simmons' batting has improved as well, so they've obviously been complementary in that sense.
Oh, George Linder has surprised everybody with his batting ability. 68 for 1. Last delivery of Simmons' third over. Sensible cricket from Bretsky. Down the ground, no risk at all.
I think we might see Patterson ball himself. Is he going to bowl again?
16 overs gone. 69 for 1 at a rate of 4.3 runs to the over. It's been a cautious start. Bretsky has been the more cautious of the two, and the momentum is slowly building with this partnership of 61.
Oh no, we're going to have a change in bowling now.
Yeah, they're always wise. Somebody with Patterson's experience to keep 2 overs in the bank, and Mpungwana it is that's going to be bowling from the Park Drive end. Bretsky 26. It's almost caught up to Jordan Herman on 30. Mpungwana. Right arm, medium fast. Going to the right-handed Bretsky. Simple as anything. Bretsky just waiting for that delivery to get to him.
The last thing Western Province want to do is let the game drift away from them.
Well, the conditions, it's blisteringly hot out
This is
there.
exactly the type of conditions that is going to lead to that.
Well, that's where captaincy becomes such an important facet of the game. That as a captain, you've got to keep your players concentrating, keep them G'd up.
Ideally, you'd like to hear a bit more noise from behind the stumps there.
What a wonderful delivery. Belated appeal from Mpungwana.
Beautiful delivery, but yet again, very little energy in their appeal. It just is very flat vocals, very flat.
Almost as though they're just going through the motions.
Yeah, like a practice game.
Oh, well, if you look at the
Most of
league
most-
table at the moment, it's not a practice game for Province. They've got to get off the bottom.
Most of the encouragement's coming from the man who's just bowled 8 on the trot.
Straight down the ground for 4. That'll always be a boundary.
These two picked that up. Beautiful shots.
St George's Park. Play straight, you'll get rewarded.
Especially since you are going, that's going straight downhill. If you're bowling from the Park Drive end, there's just that slight slope upwards.
Patterson, with all his experience at mid-on, having a word with Mpungwana. We'll look for 2. Well, Herman won't get it. It's to the short side of the playing area here at Dafabet St George's Park.
The outfield has been quite quick recently. I could see some indecision earlier. They might not necessarily have been used to, but we've had a lot of rain.
We were extolling the virtues of Adrian Carter
Excellent.
as a curator here, and
Just outstanding.
he almost treats this outfield as he would a bowling green. So
He's like his child as well. He's an outstanding curator.
once again, Brzeski,
Missing out.
he still looks as though he's scratching at the crease. He hasn't had that flowing momentum that we're so accustomed to. But all it takes is just one shot, and all of a sudden that momentum is back and the runs start flowing again.
Yeah, I mean, one competition, it would usually take the one innings for the rest to start flowing. And
Well, he's consistently been making runs
that's
this whole
it.
season,
This
so
whole season, yeah. So it didn't start off that well, but it became an excellent season.
17 overs gone, 76 for 1. The Dafabet Warriors having won the toss and electing to bat first. And the Heat certainly getting to that Western Province fielding outfit, and Arno Jacobs calls time and time for drinks.
I feel the batsmen will probably be keen for those as well.
The weather in Gqeberha is absolutely perfect today. One of the biggest flags in Africa is away to our right, and it's a huge flag at the Donkin Memorial.
You can't
And
see it. It's barely, you can't, it's not moving. Oh, there we go. Got it.
and that huge flag is barely moving.
Stunning day today. It's
Towel
just
being used by
very-
everybody out there.
Very unkind temperature for the players.
Yeah, but, these are professional players we're talking about. It's another day at the office. They would have trained, they fit.
And
And
honestly, if they're from Cape Town, they're used to far worse in summer. I mean, I've lived there. It's almost too hot to breathe in February. But this for March in Eastern Cape, it's actually typical, to be honest. It's probably some of our best weather.
Gqeberha always known for its wonderful weather between
But
January and Easter.
okay, as long as you take out the months that end with the Y, we're all good for the weather. Otherwise, the wind blows.
Tactics being discussed amongst the batsmen. Obviously, messages from the management that are being conveyed to the men in control, Herman and Brzeski. 35 and 28, they've set an ideal platform, albeit a little bit slow at 4.5 runs and over, but they've set a wonderful platform for some stroke players to build on that.
I'd really love to know if Mr. Herman is watching with his shirt on from the USA 20. That was a good.
That was wonderful.
That was incredible to see.
The shirt with both colours being supported at the same time. Simmons, 3 for 17, so it hasn't been the best of starts for him, but I think he's still in the process of finding what length to bowl on this pitch and at what sort of pace, and that is so important, at what sort of pace.
He hasn't bowled poorly by any means. Lawrence was just slightly he was bowling a bit of a shower, especially if he was struggling to find his line going to the left and then the right and then the left and then the right. He'd err on the wrong side to overcompensate.
No, well, Herman took a liking to him and smashed him for some beautiful boundaries. But if you look at Lawrence's figures, 5 overs, 0 for 31, let's call it 6 runs and over. Simmons, his 3 overs, 6 runs and over.
It's more of a milking exercise.
Build the foundation. It's Patterson that's got the magnificent figures of 1 for 18 and 8.
Fully deserved.
Simmons it'll be from the Duck Pond Pavilion end. going to Bretsky on 28. Becomes 29. Now, I'm sure the coaching staff for the Warriors would have worked out at over number 20, we want to be at such and such a total. 25, you work in 5 over groups. Herman now.
That's lovely.
Strong, down the ground, might be looking for second. Bretsky was slow and taking off. No.
There really should have been 2 there.
There should have been, because deep mid-on had a lot of space to make up to get to that ball. And Bretsky very slow in starting off, but also must probably be a little bit worried with that ball coming back down the crease.
Ball watching.
Oh, worried about you might get run out. Bretsky, lack of foot movement, looking for that gap on the offside.
You obviously can't fault the fielding on the boundary either, but there really should have been 2 there. Some hesitation and degree of ball watching.
That's well bowled. Bretsky not being given any room at all. Because his favourite shot, Bretsky, is off the front foot, gets inside it and hits it over extra cover. Now, Simmons is following him.
He's going to have to look for room elsewhere.
Well, this will now test the skills of Bretsky.
Simmons isn't going to give him the room.
No, it's well bowled. There's a much better over that from Simmons. His 4th over, just conceded, well, 2 runs. 78 for 1, 18 overs gone.
Certainly feels like he's found his rhythm, and if I was Bretsky, I would want to sort of unsettle him, make sure he misses his line of length a lot more often. These 2 experienced bowlers just give you the space you want, the room you want to play your favourite shot. You need to manufacture something.
I don't think Bretsky has quite settled in on this pitch yet. You know, he's sometimes he's been lacking foot movement. Other times they've tied him up. They've bowled well to him. Mpongwana. Oh, brilliant fielding by Moore.
Great fielding.
Brilliant fielding. That had 4 written all over it.
Yeah, and I think that the matchup is correct in getting Jordan to face the pace bowlers. He's just generally better at picking up the quicks, regardless of what pace they bowl. And Matthew's usually better against spin, but Carl's not giving him room, and I don't think he's, as you said, he's lacking the confidence to go and to manufacture that space within the crease.
Good discipline from Mpongwana, bowling nice and straight. Herman can't give himself any room. It's been noticeable this morning when this match started, Patterson and now Mpongwana. The discipline with their line and length has been good.
Something the Warriors were missing last game.
Oh no, they got annihilated. Shame. Inexperienced bowlers. Big appeal. Very optimistic.
It feels like Arno has had to do almost all the work here today from his end. Arno Jacobs.
Oh, Herman just indicating to Matthew Bretsky that ball bounced a bit more than he was expecting. Nice, easy run up, Mpongwana.
Lovely to watch. Nice.
Another big shot. Now everybody's getting in on the action, and Arno Jacobs is unmoved.
He's getting a bit out of this that the other bowlers weren't.
It's maybe just the ideal pace that he's bowling, those medium
Reminds me
deliveries, and also he's getting some movement off the seam.
definitely getting more bounce than your regular seamer.
No, he's a tall
Reminds me a
Finch.
little bit of sort of obviously not at the same level, but that Marco Jansen bowls here.
Garnet Kruger.
Gqeberha used to do that as well.
Double sound there. So it must have been the inside edge. Once again, Herman
No idea.
being tucked up. You'll get the benefit of the single though.
He had no idea where that went. Looks a bit confused there. Been a very good over so far from Gqeberha.
Almost getting to the 20th over, and still that run rate for the Warriors a little bit too static. 4.2. Clever shot from Bretsky, angling the bat defensively. So 19 overs gone, the Warriors 80 for 1.
So Herman inching towards 50. And Bretsky in 30.
Yeah, it hasn't been the most fluent 30 from Bretsky. Herman enjoyed the medium paces, but now they've got to certainly just put their foot on the accelerator a bit.
You'd like to see a shot from each of them that stamps their authority on the innings.
Oh, they're running out of overs. There's 19 overs gone already. Good shot from Bretsky. We'll just net him the single. You just wonder, looking at this pitch, this quick outfield, what sort of par Warriors would be happy with. And you get the feeling 250, 260.
At the start of today, perhaps.
Oh, that's well bowled. The delivery just continuing on with the arm.
I think there may have been a lost opportunity though, because there was a lot less intense and enthusiasm in their running, not turning their singles into twos, for example, when it was on. Not looking for a run or not looking for a second.
Nicely controlled by Herman. But once again, the outfielding from this province setup, very good once again.
It could have been tested a bit more.
It just shows you the confidence of the Western Province setup. With Simmons bowling, you've still got a slip in place.
Well, there's nothing that either of these batsmen have done to convince you to remove your slip. So why not have the luxury?
But at some stage, they're going to have to start taking risks. But, you know, these are the two that have to lay the foundation for an onslaught later on in the batting lineup from the Warriors. That's well bowled.
At this stage, you know, you want to be hitting the spinner off his length. You don't want to be, you know, patting back maidens.
Well, at the moment, Simmons has bowled, what, 2 overs for 4 runs?
Yeah, he was
Perfect.
17 from his first 3. What's yeah? 17 from his first 3 to the 2 of one next 2 overs. Mrs. Watt.
Mpungwana to continue to Herman. Down the wicket, on the drive, will take a quick single. The shy could be problems for Herman, but fortunately it goes astray. That shy at the stumps. Now that would have been tight.
Definitely. Direct hit is always one that brings the TV umpire, which we don't have for this game, into play. But, the direct hit always seems to be close.
And that's not the sort of way that the Warriors want to lose a wicket after they've set this foundation. These two batsmen have to bat deep because their run rate at the moment that they've achieved is a little bit on the slow side. Oh, it eludes Varane, but he got enough of a glove on it to stop it running away. It'll just be the single.
Yeah, I agree with you about the run rate. I think 4.2, 4.1 now. is probably not what you want, but the fact is they haven't lost wickets. The average score here is 240, so which is just under 5 runs and over. So if you keep wickets in hand with some of the hitters, Mutasamy, Kruger, even Swanepoel coming in, you can get 250, 260. So it is a good foundation. I don't think the scoring rate is such an issue for now. Also, if you go on the principle, at 30 overs you normally double the score if you've got wickets in hand. So if they get to 120, 130, more or less by the 30th over, which is batting at the same rate, you can still double it to 250, 260.
I think with the adventurous shot making that and the way batting has evolved, I think it's got to a situation now at over number 32 you can double with wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so much is reliant on these two batsmen at the moment. And it's almost been a sort of safety first. That was fine enough. Not the right line from Mpongwana, and Herman just gently nurses it around the corner for 4. Fine leg was quite wide.
Yeah, there were a couple of LBW appeals in the previous over. I don't think Mpongwana is going to get an LBW against the left-hander, with him mostly taking the ball away from the left-hander. Now he starts it a bit straighter because he is maybe looking for the LBW. But with fine leg quite wide, he's just had to tickle it around the corner, Herman, which he did.
I think a lot of those LBW appeals was more desperation than actual skill.
Yeah.
You know, the Western Province side just seemed to have gone a little bit flat. Herman will take the one to the deep backward square leg.
Now, it's not quite Pakistan or Dubai or Sri Lanka at the moment, but it is hot today. I can see a couple of thunderstorm clouds also building up in the distance. It is also a day that gives me a feel of potentially having some thunderstorms at some stage.
You know, earlier on we were talking about the biggest flag in Africa, and that flag at the Donkin Memorial is virtually not moving at all, so that'll give you an idea of how warm it is out there. Once again, Bresky, full of defence. I think the bowlers have done well to Bresky. They haven't allowed him to get going, and consequently, you tend to think that he's scratched around. 21 overs gone, 89 for 1, the Warriors.
I heard what you said earlier about it's not his most flowing or fluent innings so far, which I do agree with. Once again, I think you may be comparing it to Sunday's game on a different wicket. This wicket hasn't probably allowed you, and you also know from past experience, you don't always get runs and it's just easy all the time. So even in an innings you have the ebb and the flow. So if he gets through this, who says by the time he maybe gets to 40 or 50 and then he doesn't flow better then?
Josh Brett takes over from Simmons at the Duck Pond Pavilion end. Yeah, I think Bretsky's showing the typical responsibility. He knows he's a senior batsman in the side, that he's expected to make runs, and he's applied himself appropriately, and his game hasn't changed for the better. Brett, leg spin, short, doesn't bounce on Herman, a thick under edge. That's a bit optimistic, trying to play those huge attacking shots, and Brett, just with his first delivery.
He also seems to run in and bowl it reasonably quickly.
That'll be a single, mid-off, very deep. Oohs and ahs from the fielders. But Herman, known for his running between the wickets. Very quick.
He is, but got to remember he was on the back foot as well, playing that shot. Direct hit once again, I think would have been interesting. There was a bit of turn for Brett. Don't know, has he got the googly? If he does, how long till he shows it to the batters? It's also a different challenge because these guys wouldn't have played against him much.
And is he prepared to give it a bit more air? Well bowled. Slightly more air with that delivery. And you can see once again, Bresky being cramped.
See,
Their fielding's been brilliant.
it has, but also that that ball at Supersport Park would have gone over the stand. It's just the wicket doesn't allow you. It's maybe a bit too paced to stay a bit lower than you expect. So run scoring isn't that easy.
Well, that brilliant bit of fielding from Mpongwana, you know, a metre either side of him, it's running away for 4.
Interesting, he hasn't got a cow corner out. It's normally one of the first positions you would put in for a leg spinner, because they do tend to bowl that drag down delivery. Like that.
Like that one. And it's been punished appropriately all the way for maximum.
You said it might just take one shot to get Gqeberha going. Could that be the shot?
Hope so. Hope so. Warriors and Gqeberha himself need it. He moves to 38. Herman's still there on 45. 96 for 1 with a partnership of 88. Brilliant, but they've got to bat a lot deeper. Still 28 overs left in this match.
Sure. New Zealand 333 for 5 with 2.4 overs to go.
I can feel the pain.
Oof. Who wants to be a bowler?
Mpongwana again. Herman drives. Finds the fielder once again. It'll also just add to a little bit of frustration, because you're playing good shots. The ball's coming out of the middle of the bat, and you're getting no reward from it.
Now, you talk about patience often in this game, so whose patience is going to give in first? The batters, these two are so experienced, they're going to know what a winning potentially score here will be. They've played enough on this specific ground as well. So can they stay patient enough to get to that score?
Once again, cover fielder is taking a pounding. Herman finding him with monotony. These middle overs are so crucial as well. Overs 20 to 35. Really crucial overs.
Yeah, because they're often not overs where you hit a lot of boundaries. It's about strike rotation. Getting your singles, getting the twos.
Optimistic appeal. You could see that was pitching outside leg stump.
The inside edge was also there to hear for everyone. It was so loud. But yeah, just with the angle, he's going to struggle getting that LBW. You expect someone like a Patterson to challenge for an LBW that has the ability to swing the ball back. But we know the white ball by now doesn't swing. Unless you scratch the living daylights out of it, which you're not allowed to, it's not going to swing.
Double sound again. Inside edge. Mpongwana looking very frustrated. He's had a couple of good shots. Well, I'd call them optimistic shots.
Yeah, that one for me, except for the inside edge, the height and the ball pitching outside leg, it had a lot going for it.
Oh. You're taking a chance bowling to Herman's strong suit. Anything on those legs.
Yeah, I would actually prefer him to come around the wicket. I think with his natural angle, he'll have more opportunity or more chance of getting LBW bowling over or around the wicket rather.
See, once again, just flicked away nonchalantly for 6 by Herman. Brings up his half century. Brings up the 100 for the Warriors. 102 for 1. And Herman, 51 not out.
73 deliveries. It's also the 100, as you said, for the Warriors. So a double celebration in a way, but a beautiful shot. Maybe still trying to go for that LBW in Mpongwana, but it's not the option. It's the shorter boundary as well with the left-hander's leg side.
But surely somebody like Patterson's got to speak to the bowler, because the risk and reward, there's far too much risk with very little reward. Bowling over the wicket. I agree with you. Coming round the wicket and bowling at that bat pad line. That if the batsman does miss, then you're in with a shout. Dismissal becomes the picture.
You think of a guy like Flintoff. He sort of brought it into fashion for me in the modern era again. coming around the wicket and having the ability to take the ball away from the left-hander. It's just a different angle of which they're used to and grow up with. In a sense, you do see more and more bowlers doing it these days, and I think you have to have the ability, even more so in T20 cricket, to use the crease on either side.
It'll be Brett to continue with his second over from the park, or the Duck Pond Pavilion end. Short, and Breski just trying to clobber that way too hard, doesn't time it at all.
Just grips and sticks in the surface a little bit.
Can be frustrating for a batsman when you know you're not getting the ball off the bat nice and smoothly. Doesn't make a nice sound.
Yeah. You often also try and overhit it on a surface like this.
That's better placement from Breski. That should run away for 4. Valiant attempt from the deep backward point, but boundary for Breski. Now, is this the signal that Breski's going to start playing some more attacking shots? It's going to test Brett, the leg spinner.
The difference for me between the two shots, the first one was probably a worse delivery, which he tried to hit too hard. This time, also just enough room. He's just used the pace. He hasn't tried to overhit it.
He's waited for it.
He's waited for it.
Now, and he just looks so elegant in doing it. Brett again.
It's forced the slip out of position now, which is a win also for the batter.
Now, we were mentioning, and what adds to the frustration, there's a typical example of Breski getting a drivable ball. Herman was doing it as well. When you get a ball like that, you hit it sweetly, and it finds a fielder.
Once again, I felt like he just tried to hit it too hard instead of just keeping his shape. But once again, as I said earlier, it's so easy sitting up here and doing the batting.
It's the easiest part of the world.
Oh.
Once again, Breski just waiting for the ball to come onto the bat. Quite content with the single. All of a sudden, psychologically, now that scoreboard looks a lot better. 107 for the loss of 1 wicket. And this partnership between Herman and Breski, such a good one. It's on the cusp of being a century. 199. I hope I don't put the mockers on the batsman. The partnership 99.
Hopefully the red balloons don't go by.
Finds a fielder again. The end of Brett's second over. 12 runs he's conceded. 24 overs gone. 107 for 1.
Still, for me, a wonderful position that they find themselves in, the Warriors here. As you mentioned, just about on that 100 partnership, if you can push it now to 150,
That's deep.
It just makes the way the next batters can play different. And if one of these guys bat through and get 150 or close to 150,
No, you'll never lose a game
you
then.
shouldn't lose a game from there. Not on this kind of surface.
But it certainly will test a rather inexperienced Warriors bowling lineup. Mpongwana. Oh, you ask yourself, what shot was Breski trying to play there? Was he trying to run it down to third man? Lack of foot movement? The ball just moving back at him tied him up.
It's a high risk shot with the ball coming back at you. So if the ball was going away, I would maybe find it a little bit easier to do and a little bit less risk. But Mpongwana is definitely testing that inside edge and the gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, over the wicket, he's more suited to bowling to the right-hander. Lofted through to that deep mid-wicket area. It is a very long boundary out there. Deep mid-wicket, 20 metres off the fence.
Yeah, that is the 100 partnership between these two batters. Still going to persist over the wicket to Herman.
Yeah, you know, we've spoken about it. He's got to come around the wicket, surely. See Herman looking for that width outside that off stump.
But still the timing isn't there. It's been 2 hours of batting and still the timing isn't pure. You know, I know a guy like Morne van Wyk also, you know, you look at certain guys, if they struggle with timing on certain pitches, then you know the pitch isn't that easy. And both these batters are naturally free-flowing batters. If they struggle, you know it's not as easy on the eye
So
as it seems.
what you're trying to say, the ball is just stopping,
a
in the surface. Over the top, lofted, and all the way for 6. Always the best place to hit here at St George's Park is straight down the ground, and that was a brilliant shot by Herman.
So if that back of a length is stopping, what do? You come towards the ball. You make a little bit more pace, and this time it works absolutely perfectly.
It becomes a slot ball. And Herman, you know, all these deliveries he's faced, he's seeing it like an absolute watermelon. He's not going to make a mistake. Now Patterson just speaking to Mpongwana. It looks like Mpongwana might be in a little bit of trouble. He's down on one knee, and Patterson is signalling for the dressing room.
I don't think it's an injury. I think it's more a case of not feeling well.
It is exceptionally hot out there. Even Patterson stretching that back of his.
I've got a wicked sense of humour, and whenever the wicket was a little bit flat and bowlers pulled up, we used to say it was flat wicketitis.
Yeah.
Can't quite say that from Mpongwana here because he has been running in quite well now for almost 5 overs. Hope it's not something too serious.
Yeah, it looks just the way he's kneeling down on their one knee. It looks like the back is a problem for him. That right side, lower back. You know, you get a batsman running down the wicket at you and smashing you back over your head for 6. You know, that injury just twinges a bit more.
Question is, can he get through these last 2 balls in the over or not? When he needs someone else to complete the over.
Oh, now Mpongwana up on both feet now.
Really hope it's not something too serious.
Looks like he's holding his back. Both umpires now coming to inquire. Obviously they've got a fair idea with an eye on the clock in Mpongwana. Just a gentle trot to see if he can manage it. But as you say, it's important that he finish the over.
He's done.
But I don't think so. I think that's Mpongwana is heading for the change room.
Body language also told it.
There we go.
Told the story for me when he tried to have a little jog. It's a pity. It's never nice to see someone injured. We hope it's not something too serious. Hopefully just a spasm, because he's also an important part of their batting lineup down the order.
Yeah. Very useful lower order batsman. But now it's going to put some pressure on that Western Province bowling attack.
Onkinyako looks like the man that's going to have to finish this over
Yeah.
unexpectedly. Luckily he's young. It's not like us. It'll take an hour to
No,
maybe warm up.
too many cobwebs, but
Yeah.
you'll just have the 2 deliveries to bowl.
Or just, can I come off the short run, Skip? Bowl a couple of off spinners. Yeah, sad. Not ideal for Western Province.
And also you just got the feeling that the Warriors batsmen were picking up their momentum. And that break in play, you just hope that Herman and Breski can knuckle down and keep their concentration levels up.
Well, the other thing it does now is it forces your 6th bowler to bowl more, first of all.
And he's nicked it. How easy is that? First ball from Inyaku, bowling the last two deliveries for Mpongwana, and he gets the important wicket of Jordan Herman driving outside that off stump, and he's nicked it through to Varane, and the second wicket falls.
How often have we seen this? A break in play just upsets the concentration, the flow of the batters, and the breakthrough. That's,
We almost called it.
yeah.
And that is when the Warriors didn't need to lose a wicket.
Because as I was going to say, the sixth bowler now is under more pressure. But not if he keeps picking up wickets.
Yeah. And you've got to think to yourself, it was Jordan Herman playing a slightly loose shot, first delivery, not even bothering to have a look, but a very valuable innings from Jordan Herman. 57 he made.
All I know is that is the most effective way of loosening up. Is getting a wicket with your first ball. Well, the good thing is now you've got the left-hander out. You're going to have two right-handers at the crease with the Sheila walking in to bat.
Another attacking batsman. He's got to basically take over. And once again, partnership very important at this stage of the game. It's up to Sheila and Brzeski to build another partnership.
Do you want to know?
No. Is that the South African-New Zealand game? Tell me the bad news.
363 to win.
Yo! Painful.
Be a good game to win.
Somebody's going to have to get 150 plus there in that South African lineup. We've got the batsmen that can do it. And those pitches look absolutely ideal for stroke play. Well, New Zealand have proved it.
Sure.
You just wonder, scoreboard pressure. Oh, end of a very interesting over. Mpongwana with the 4 balls, Nyaka with the last 2, and the important wicket of Herman. 114 for 2, halfway through the Warriors' innings. 25 overs gone.
It was quite a long over, but eventful in quite a few ways.
How often do you see that with a break in play? Whether it be drinks, an injury, and they say that drinks break or that injury is actually worth a wicket because invariably the levels of concentration drop.
And often one brings 2, and it's a great bowling change for me now, bringing in Simmons, who's been your main wicket taker all season. Because you know, if you get 1 or 2 here, all of a sudden the momentum in the game switches again.
Well, Brzeski is now the number 1 target for that Western Province bowling attack. They want to see the back of Brzeski. Simmons gives Brzeski enough room outside that off stump. Quite happy to just take the single, rotate the strike, get his partner Sheila in. But it just shows you, it's not very often here at Dafabet St George's Park that after 25 overs, that you've still got a slip in place. So that in itself is a story that it's not the easiest of pitches with the ball just stopping in the surface. Confidently played by Sheila to get off the mark.
And if you just look at the different way he played that compared to what Brzeski and Herman was doing earlier, the way to hit it straight, rotate the strike. Probably why he's batting at 4 as well, because he does tend to play spin quite well.
Oh, brilliant delivery. They've all gone up and Brzeski's got to trudge back to the pavilion. That is a huge wicket for World Sports Betting Western Province. That's the one they wanted. Matthew Brzeski gone for 45. Beautiful bounce and turn from Simmons.
My words were barely called. 1 brings 2 is exactly what's happened here. Bring your main man back and he delivers. Just enough in the surface to keep him interested. Brzeski has been trying to play him off the back foot mostly. This time he's pulled him forward and found this faint outside edge. Well tried by Bretzke there to stand, but unfortunately Mr. Sadumo, he's too experienced.
No, it was such a confident appeal. You knew that the touch was there. And now, advantage, Western Province, 2 new batsmen at the crease.
It's a little bit irrelevant now in a way, but I wonder whether you couldn't have gone for Mutasami at 4 in any case to have kept the left and right hand combination, which you have now in any case.
Re-established
Yeah.
it, yeah. Yeah, but now the whole approach of that Warriors batting lineup changes in the space of
5 balls.
a couple of deliveries. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Now you've got to reassess targets in terms of 5 over portions.
It's always the old adage, add 2 wickets to the score. If you're still in a good position, then you're okay.
Yeah.
If you all of a sudden, I know you've just lost 2 quick ones, but if you go 125 for 5 here, sure,
No, that's trouble.
then it's big trouble.
New batsman at the crease, and all of a sudden, the man in the circle behind square on the leg side is being dropped onto the boundary. Now, surely for the remainder of this over, leave the man in. Don't give the batsman a single off the mark.
Oh, he's going to sweep either way.
It'll just be the single, even though it is to the long side boundary here at Dafabet, St George's Park.
Now, just going back to my point that I made with the left-hander coming in at 4, if you had sent him in, would Simmons have bowled? Simmons only came on because you had 2 right-handed batters at the crease all of a sudden.
Good.
You'll never know.
But obviously good tactics from Western Province. Matchups. Oh, expensive from Trishila again. All of a sudden, with the loss of those 2 wickets, you've got to withdraw a little bit, become a bit more conservative. That's better from Trishila. Very good over that from Simmons. Completes his 6th over. 26 overs gone. The Warriors 117 for 3. My, how quickly it's changed.
Unfortunately, if you're a Warriors supporter, fortunately if you're a Western Province supporter,
The ebbs and flows of white ball cricket.
on T20 cricket it happens even quicker than this.
Interesting. Britt now being brought on from the Park Drive end in place of the injured Mpongwana.
There's a bit of turn. I think you've got to bowl him. And as I was alluding to earlier too, with Mpongwana being injured now, he's always been your death bowler. So who's going to bowl at the end? Now you've lost those 2 wickets. You've almost nullified it again.
Yeah, and Nyaku, the replacement bowler to complete the over, it's risky. There's no pace with him, and if the charge is on, it's a lovely hittable pace. Playing inside the line, which is Sammy. Good line, good length from Brett. Getting the batsman to reach for the delivery. That shows that the pace of the delivery is good. A lot more air.
Ideally now you want these 2 batters to bat until at least between the 35th and 40th over.
Yeah, they've got to bat deep now. Oh. As you look at the rest of that batting lineup, it's now under pressure. When in doubt, sweep, and he must hurry because there'll be a second for him. The placement allowed him to come back for the second.
It's a good shot. It's a low risk shot. There's no one at short 45. The ball is outside off stump, so if you do get a top edge, there's no one there to catch you. And they have moved mid wicket there now.
But with Brett bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, that leg spin, if there is a little bit of turn, It's going to turn on the line, stump to stump. Got to be careful. Keeps low, Mutasami on the back foot. 120 for 3. 2 new batsmen at the crease. It's going to be interesting to see what the tactics of the Western Province bowling attack is. Keep these spinners on, get these new batsmen guessing. Allow the pressure to build.
For me, a good partnership here. You're still within reach of getting 250, 260, which should be a score that is challenging.
Defendable.
Yeah.
Oh, lots of turn. Lots of pace as well from Brett. And what doesn't look too good is Sheila was looking to play that off the back foot. Now, on this sort of pitch, you are looking for trouble. Now, that was short enough. Almost Anil Kumble-like. That quick leg spin. You play him, if it's not turning that much, you play him as a medium pacer. So 27 overs gone, 121 for 3. Time for me to take a break and leave you with Dion and Kelly.
Thank you, Craig.
He stopped doing that. It happened all of Kobe walking records.
Simmons getting ready to start his 7th over.
Oh, he's bowled very well. There's actually more turn than there has been usually at St George's to date.
In a way, I'm not surprised that it's been really warm, as we've now said a few
Yeah.
times today.
Yeah, we had an unusually wet, it was normally the summer rainfall season, but we had a very wet period in spring. Now obviously it's been a lot drier now and there's been a lot more turn. I mean, it's slightly like a mixture of the new St George's and with the hints of the old St George's where, you know, you could get away with playing 3 spinners.
I still feel you need to bowl or have 2 spinners in your team here, especially with the one bigger boundary. It's always someone's going to hit towards the leg side, so you can
In white
defend.
ball cricket, certainly,
Yeah.
yes. But generally it would tend towards one of them would be an all-rounder in most cases.
See, this is good. Low risk cricket for me, rotating the strike. Ideally, the role that these two are suited for.
Very much so. I wouldn't put it past Tang's height to play his shots there. He's quite a good stroke maker. But there's a time and a place.
He's got a long way across there, and the
Yeah.
ball has turned. It's almost hit leg stump. It is his shot, though, so you can't argue against
Semi-shot,
that.
yes, it is.
Playing a relief cameraman.
I think it's worse when someone goes away from his strength and gets out. Rather,
Yeah, play your natural game.
Stick to your strength, and if you get out, that's part of life. That's cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Kashile this season play a few innings where he's had to suppress his natural game, but not in a way that was unnatural. He is a stroke player. You probably will see more movement in the crease from him. He's not the one facing, obviously. That's more like it from Mutasami.
It's turned and bounced, though.
But yeah, he really needs to be more careful batting on this pitch than he would usually on the normal St George's surface. Because I mean, that got more bounce than Quentin Parker's googly to Hannah Klassen in SA20. He was a steamer. So it's just yeah, it's a little different out there. Not impossible to bat on, but they need to take care.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I don't mind this where it's a bit more of a challenge for batters. You know, Centurion, it's nice every now and then to have a surface where you can just hit. But this sort of surface also just tests your batting skills.
Also your ability to, think while when you're on the move and adjust. And how good is your footwork? How good are your wrists? Do you make the most of your crease? Are you checking your field? Where are the gaps?
Bowler just stretching his calf there because of the heat and the humidity. Might be cramping up. It's also different. All of a sudden it's a step up. It's just a little bit more intense. Takes a bit out of the body.
Especially if you're not used to playing at this level. I mean, you can play 2 games of club cricket every weekend and not feel like this.
Oh, just cloth that. Like, bottom edge gone over the keeper. I was expecting to look at it in the old stand.
But perhaps that was his intention, but not his execution.
It was definitely the intention.
Again, more bounce there than you would expect from this pitch.
Well done. Left-handed Simmons did well to get there.
A nice bit of pace on that as well. Doesn't give Gqeberha much time to make any adjustments. So can't really thread it between those 2 fielders. You gotta
He's run too far. Could have come back for a second.
It's the club cricket's pet hate of mine with the new players. Used to do almost this whole moon around them. Then I was like, you could have gone for a second. That and ball watching.
No, not out. That's pitched way outside leg.
Naughty.
Suggested that's out. Telling the umpire what to say. That's out, ump. That's out, Mr. Ump.
I think the
You heard-
Jacobs will just
Oh no.
calmly stand there and just smile at him.
Knows full well.
A couple of the ground staff were sitting in the old stand and made a comment towards the umpire, and he's just laughing with them about the appeal and what's happened and transpired. And like you said earlier, almost like in a lot of games, everything happens from the one end, and the one umpire is always in the firing line.
Sods is over there. Umpire Sudumo may as well have his phone on with him. May as well be on playing Candy Crush or going on Twitter. He's not having to do any work. All the hard questions are being asked of umpire Jacobs, both of course having played professional cricket in the Eastern Cape, and for umpire Sudumo in the Western Cape as well.
What a shot.
Lovely. Nice and controlled.
Nyako replacing Simmons from the duck pond end. Not picking up a wicket with his first ball this time round.
Wonky ball's very nicely. There's a bit of swing in there, but I mean that's normally when you've got a much newer ball than this one. I haven't seen him with having to bowl almost entirely with such an old ball for quite some time now.
He might be asked to bowl at the death in this match.
Almost inevitably, unless they're going to go for spin. And other than Simmons, Brett's showing good promise, but is inexperienced. And there's I worry a bit about Lawrence's line. His radar was a bit off.
So for me, between Simmons and Patterson, you're probably going to have 20 overs. So between the other 4 bowlers, you've got to make up 30 overs.
Do you give Eddie a few?
Probably not.
It was an innocent question. He does sometimes like to turn his arm over for pies and cokes, buy a wicket.
No, I'm sure he would like to.
You would like to, but they won't let him. Yeah.
He might go, but hey, this is my valley. This is my town. Give me a chance.
That was always what we used to call it. Eddie's chance to buy a wicket. He was always captain when he did this though. So yeah. He was a favorite of Colin Ackerman's as well. When he wasn't, became much better bowler, but always used to bowl with his flighty, like airy, fairy, long hop things, and try to buy a wicket.
He certainly improved.
Yeah, he improved a lot. This was just after school. But I don't see anyone else there who's screaming to bowl.
Played in front of himself there, but he's gotten away with it. I'm still convinced 240, 250 here will be a competitive score.
It's not an easy chasing ground in general.
There's only just sort of a breeze waking up now, so it has been very hot. So having fielded for 50 overs, then having to come and bat also won't be too easy.
And it's not like the half-out night, it doesn't cool down very much.
Unless there's a breeze.
Even then.
Another good over, only 3 runs off it.
At the very least, what Onke should know, Kanyako, he should know how to bowl on this pitch. He spent enough time bowling here.
Yeah.
Quite a while.
4:35.
End of 32.
32. Okay.
I'm just going to try and organise with you. When we want to turn the camera through the gap and pick up that flag.
Josh Brett. Trying to make a statement.
He's desperate for that first wicket. I think it might be a Imanta here like celebration.
I think this is either a statement from Josh Brett, or it's going to be a statement from Senatemba Shile. He wants to get off the mark, wants to get his boundary count going, and Josh, that's a wicket.
He seems enthusiastic enough, Brett, I must
He's a
say.
very enthusiastic bowler. Can't complain about that.
I think as a modern day leg spinner, you also have to be, in T20 cricket, you're always in the game. You're sort of seen as this mystery spinner turning it both ways. We haven't really seen a googly from him, but there are guys that are capable of taking wickets.
He hasn't tried to do too much, which is impressive. Sometimes leg spinners try and use all of their variations when one or two will do.
I think there's enough in the surface that you don't have to try too many variations, but also the state of the game. Ooh, no ball.
Oh, did he overstep? That's criminal.
I know Mr. Sadumo did look at his front foot a couple of times when he bowled from the duck pond end. This one probably won't be a sweep.
Go straight back over his head.
I think this is going to be as
Heave.
quick as he can bowl it.
Oh.
Oh, he got under the. That was a terrible ball to pass to full toss.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's
Sorry.
he's gone slower but also shorter, which
I'm going to
doesn't
bowl
help.
slow and short and put it right in his favourite place. All he has to do is just shuffle a little bit. I mean,
Christmas is still a long way away, but that was a very early Christmas present.
maybe it's Cinnamon's birthday. I must check. This is where you should have bowled it.
Well, the problem also you have now, as I mentioned earlier, between the 4 bowlers, you've got to get those 30 overs done. So Brett is going to have to bowl quite a few overs.
And we're going to have to see how Brett responds to getting hit as a young bowler in the side. That's a new learning curve for younger players. Looking pretty good so far. Because I've seen some complete meltdowns to repeated inabilities to bowl straight or find the line or get no balled or seen somebody get called twice for beamers in the first over or first few overs and 2 overs of a match. Couldn't bowl for the rest of the innings.
Wasn't Nanti by any chance?
It wasn't Nancy, but it was a bowler from his town by the name of Mad Mike.
Wonder why you call him mad.
Oh yeah, there's no mystery there. I once watched him bowl 17 ball over in a glove game. It was a T20 and the whole ground, like it was a restaurant attached to it, all grey. It was about 17 balls. They were all watching. Off a short run up, he gets a ball the rest, and most of them were wide.
It's not an ideal situation as Yaku starts his second/third over as he just bowled 2 balls in his first.
Unfortunately for him, he's been on the money with all of his, all 4 of the 9 of his deliveries up.
It's lofted but safe.
These 2 are always going to make you think you're in with a chance. Something about them when they're batting. You know, always look like they can't resist, can't help themselves. They're going to go with it even if they have to pull out last minute.
I think they understand the responsibility also that they have now.
Oh, they certainly do.
There's no run there.
But as natural stroke players, you can just see you see it in the.
Yeah, you've just got to rein yourself in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier they've got to bat until at least the 35th over, which is another 3.5 overs from here.
They need to give Pats and Bayers and Gqeberha something to hit at. Fortunately, they're experienced enough cricketers to realise that this isn't the shortest format of the game and they've got plenty of time in terms of balls to play. But that's not to mean it should be wasted.
But also the importance of this game.
Yeah, just to reset their tournament, to put a bright spark in their season. They've been disrupted with SA call-ups, etc.
Oh, there's another wicket.
Just as we were saying.
Just nip back at him, stay a little bit low, try to hit it. We'll guide it down to 3rd man and he's paid the price. This is exactly what Western Province wanted, just chipping away at the wickets.
Well, unfortunately, that's Sinatemba Kachile out for 10, 23 balls. You see how hot it is out there. Mitusami is gone for another drink. And his helmet's been taken off. I wonder if we're going to have Bayes come in, Kruger, or still waiting for the new man.
Yeah, I think they're going to take drinks as well.
Yeah. But it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world.
No. Ground staff also just coming in for some repairs on the surface.
Well, since spinners are bowling no balls, I would suggest probably
Painting those lines.
suggested.
Yeah.
Although the no ball at the other end. It's going to be Patrick.
Me. Oh, it's,
I'm just going to go put some fruit.
yeah. It's you to go. You've done 2 lots that now. We must have put down one left.
I'll get the thing and extended it.
Well, the players are taking a well-deserved break. Western Province striking at vital periods while the Warriors are trying to lay a foundation. We've seen the end of Tashile for 10, 140 for 4. 1 ball to go in the 32nd over. And we were talking earlier on the way batting has evolved on a reasonable pitch after 32 overs, double the score. I'm sure Warriors would take 280 and run.
They take 280 and go for a sail.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's what they're going to get.
No, they're running out of batsmen.
It's really not the way the wicket is generally played. It would take fantastic innings from somebody to make that a reality.
Yeah, it's just a quick little shout out to John Henry Wilson from Club Cricket South Africa that has sent us some interesting information on Josh Breart and Jody Lawrence with their newcomers into the Western Province side, relishing in the opportunity of playing a match at the historic Dafabet St George's Park, scene of the very first test match between South Africa and England in 1889.
First cricket test, first rugby test.
Yeah, it was called the Crusaders ground in those days.
Still is. Crusaders?
Yeah, to the left of us is the Crusaders Club, which famously was known for its rugby side at one stage when Eastern Province rugby was so strong. Also had some very useful club cricketers go through their ranks as well. But what a lovely setting for the club members. Sitting.
There's also a good few clubs around here. There's Old Grey, there's Graham Pollock, there's down the road Union, also nearby. So just on this park, the two.
Oh, welcome back to Dafabet St George's Park. 140 for 4, the end of 32 overs. In that last over, it was the wicket of Tashile for 10, having been comprehensively bowled by Nyaku, who picks up his second wicket, 2 for 4 in his 2.2 overs. Remember, he bowled the final 2 balls of Mpongwana's over, and he picked up the important wicket of Jordan Herman. So now it's all-out spin attack once again. 32 overs, important phase now. Warriors have to keep wickets in the bank to be able to charge in that last 5-8 overs.
We're going to see a change of ends, I think, for this. Were they not?
No,
No,
they're looking for wickets. Dane Patterson
Dane Patterson, yeah.
coming from the Park Drive end.
For a moment, it looked like Simmons was going to bowl it, but he's put his head back on.
Patterson, 8 overs he bowled on the trot 1 for 18 his figures. Brilliant bowling, very disciplined, back of a length, straight at the batsman. Didn't give him any room.
Just those 2 wides, and both wides could pretty much have brushed the pad.
So Patterson starts the 33rd over. Mutasamy, all the time in the world to just turn that around the corner.
Two experienced campaigners out there at the crease for the Warriors. And not ideal for them to be out there with the score what it is. They'd like more of a platform. But at least they need to set at least small targets for themselves.
Every 5 overs there should be a target. That should come from the dressing room. But more importantly, you've got Patrick Kruger at the crease now, about to face his first delivery. Yo, didn't know where that was. The inside edge, very straight from Patterson. But Patrick Kruger is an important cog in this lower order of the Warriors because he has got an array of attacking shots.
He does. And he has been in quite a purple patch for some time before this season. This season he has spent some time out of the game. He's ill, I believe. Or injured. But it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He is a very important part of their lineup.
Once again, very straight from Patterson. No room for Kruger. Even though his shadow plays a shot, hitting it over a mid-on. But it's too important a position and a function he has to fulfill in that Warriors batting lineup to be playing those sort of shots too early in his innings.
And the thing is, he truly does also need to feel bat on ball at this stage, given that he spent most of the SA20 campaign on the side of the field.
Having a slay at that outside the off stump. Width offered by Patterson. It was pitched up, so there was a lack of bounce.
It was nothing to it, really.
Impressive figures, Patterson. Such an inclusive member of the white ball international squad. Better shot that from Kruger. Middle of the bat. It'll do his confidence a world of good feeling.
Nice and in line as well.
That ball come out the middle of the bat.
Doesn't just flail at the ball coming past him. I think he's just getting a bit of rust off. Stretching out the kinks.
Lots of deliveries left in this innings for the Warriors.
And I've seen Patrick Kruger play some excellent knocks that required very few of those. Very few deliveries. On this very ground.
Timing not that good for Kruger. It's just how tight Patterson is with his line and length. Finishes his 9th over. 1 for 19 his figures. Exceptional figures.
Brilliant.
From Patterson.
With him having only the 1 over left, the other 16 become a question. How are they going to be divided amongst the fit bowlers?
Well, I still think the spinners have got a very important role to play in this inning so far.
Do they both play their roles simultaneously?
I think so, yes. Try and steal a whole lot of overs very quickly. Because you're in a play where you can spread your field. Down to third man. Not a very convincing shot from Mutasamy, but a run nevertheless.
I'm not 100% sure, convinced by the prospects of Nyako at the death. It could go very badly wrong. I think they probably would use Lawrence there.
Well, there are stacks of options, you know.
Yeah.
Patterson basically has got 1 over remaining. Mpongwana off the field. Good looking shot. No return for Mutasami. So between those 6 bowlers, they're going to have to find those extra overs. And I think that was one of the tactics in bringing Patterson back to bowl that over, was to try and get one of these recognised batsmen out while they're still new at the crease. Was that would another wicket now would certainly put the Warriors under pressure.
Huge amount of pressure.
Oh, dicey shot inside edge onto the pad. Adventurous shot from Kruger. Yet to get off the mark. He is a stroke maker. It just shows you the ball stopping slightly in the surface, not quite there to hit.
As someone who hasn't had the opportunity to play as many strokes as he'd like recently this season, he should possibly be maybe looking to slowly build on his form, field bat on ball before he makes the expansive.
I think it's in his nature to play those big shots. He's highly effective when he gets going. Once again, well-timed shot, finding the fielder. Just adds to the frustration.
The problem with the finding of the fielder part is that you can't even get the singles off the good-looking shots. He's finding the fielder each time, not even rotating the strike. Usually that's just an element of bad luck. Or it's, you need
no, good batsman will, in watching the ball, will find the gaps.
Again.
Kruger not interested in the run. Mutasami a third of the way down. So just a little lack of communication between the batsmen at the crease.
So this is perhaps where his natural stroke play becomes problematic, because it's comes to the point where he'd be eating up deliveries.
Well, it becomes a problem, but he's also got an array of strokes that he can catch up the run rate very, very quickly.
You just can't ensure that he doesn't bat the team into a hole to get there. It's such a delicate balance. He's got the right partner with him. I mean, Mutasami, and then there's still batsmen to come. So
Kruger off the mark with that single. 143 for 4, 34 overs gone, and Nyaku with impressive figures of 2 for 6. Now this is important when the two batsmen get together, to actually discuss what sort of tactics they're going to embark on and what sort of targets they're going to place. You could even break it down with 16 overs left in the innings. You could break it down to over by over. And in terms of this coming over, let's see if we can get minimum of 4 runs on the board in the over. If you get a boundary, well then that's good fortune. That's when you can make it count. Patterson.
Last over as well.
Oh, this is interesting. The lack of pace. Patterson, his line and length once again very good. One for 19 his figures. Kruger, 1 to his name. Expensive looking shot. Once again, no reward.
Straight to the fielder. How many times that's happened consecutively now?
It adds to the frustration, but that's a batsman's nous to know what he must do to counteract the sort of line and length that Patterson's going to bowl. The offside field, square of the wicket, he's 2 meters from the outside circle. A case of just drop it and run.
If he's there at the end of the over and he gets 2 passes and there's no damage, and he can start unleashing his array of strokes for the Warriors afterwards, then it doesn't matter how little this over goes for.
No, sure, but has he the ability to play those expensive shots against the spinners. We're going to see a
That's-
lot of overs from Lawrence and Brett still.
I have seen him against spin,
And Simmons,
but only in T20s. But and again, not against leg spin. So it'll be a new challenge.
no, that was too short from Patterson. Pulled away. Has it found the gap? Yes, it has.
Times.
This outfield is so quick. There are two men set back, one fine, one behind square leg, and that bisected them beautifully.
And it's a longer field as well. The outfield really does look. It's been looking beautiful this season. I wonder if Arno's wishing he could have the outfield looked a bit more like that when he was batting. He wistfully out there.
Another short one, helped around the corner by Kruger. This maybe isn't such good bowling because all it's doing is getting Kruger's eye in, giving him confidence. He's got the boundary, the previous delivery, and that was no problem, that short delivery again.
I mean, it would take a lot to go in your favor for the short ball to work. Especially bowling at Patterson's pace.
Change of pace, unfortunately, down the leg side. We'll have to re-bowl that delivery.
Clever idea, just execution wasn't quite there.
A total of the Warriors, 149 for 4, creeping ever so slowly to the 150 mark. Good psychological target, that. No run there. And Patterson brings a wonderful spell of bowling to an end. His 10 overs, costing just 25 runs with the 1 wicket. Brilliant, brilliant bowling. That wicket was Jean du Plessis.
Big wicket that was too. Jean du Plessis, incredibly dangerous player.
Oh, now,
For the day is done.
Western Province tactics. How do they split the remaining overs?
I suspect we're going to see spin.
And how do the Warriors batsmen target those respective bowlers? Vital part of the innings now. Couple of wickets fall, the Warriors are in deep trouble.
Yeah.
A good partnership forms and the foundation there for the lower order batsmen to come in and have a swish. Then you're looking at a target around 250, 260, more than useful.
Real test here for the spinners. Josh Brett coming back. This time from the duck pond end.
Only 4 men in the circle, men out on the boundary, deep mid wicket, deep mid on, deep mid off, and a man
And he has had
deep
both
square on the
umpires.
offside.
And he has had both umpires focusing on his feet. Where is Peter landing? He's bowled the one no ball.
Important that they've still got a slip in place. Well bowled. Amble through for the single. Bring up the 150 for the Warriors, having won the toss and deciding to bat first.
I'll take that landmark. We take him just 2 balls past the 35th or 36th over, so 35.2 overs. Maybe I should lift my feet for the 2-2-2 balls. 9 fours and 12 sixes.
Field changes now, slipped on away with. And the men on the deeper side of this Dafabet St George's Park outfield are brought in 10 meters off the rope.
If they're working towards a plan to meet Sammy.
Obviously packing that offside field and trying to bowl that offside line, but Sami equal to the task, getting himself right across outside the ball so he could still work it out on the leg side.
Completely different. So you see they've got somebody catching for Kruger. Yes, that's not a bad field placement at all.
Once again, very good fielding from Moore.
Placing him there is not a bad idea at all. That's almost a go-to for Patrick Kruger.
You can see him there, corner of the screen, wringing his hands. That stung.
Hit that hard.
Hammers it again, this time wide of Moore. A little fumble out on the boundary from deep mid-off will allow Kruger back for the second. Mutasami running to the danger end. No problem at all.
But I'd say that must be his favourite area. Kruger's.
Oh, this is where Brett is going to have to be careful, because if he gives that delivery too much air and Kruger ample time to free his arms.
Oh, that's out of the ground.
And then he tries to play a cute shot. Almost gets himself into trouble. So the end of Brett's over. 6 overs gone. 32 runs he's conceded. 153 for 4 of the Warriors.
Will we see a spin twin? No, I think it's still be on Kenya.
It looks like Nyaku's going to switch ends quickly and come from the Park Drive end.
No reason why Nasi's been bowling quite nicely.
Got brilliant figures of 2 for 6.
Excellent.
Performing the function of the 6th bowler with the injury to Mpongwana.
I mean, if you were going to bowl one of your spinners at the death, I think Simmons would probably be your man.
Yeah, you've also got that last power play coming into operation where you only need 4 men in the circle. So you've got the extra protection in bowling a spinner. But here at St George's Park, a spinner, it's not a very big ground, and a spinner can travel.
Yeah.
Clever batting from Mutasami.
Equally, it's somewhat a strangely difficult ground, despite its size, to get yourself going in the latter overs when the ball softens.
I think a lot of batsmen make a mistake here at St George's Park, and we found it all through the ages as very good batsmen have played here at St George's Park. The moment you try and play square of the wicket with any force, the risk is yours. The easiest place to hit successfully here at St George's Park is straight. The straight boundaries are not that long.
You also don't want to trust your swirly wind and the pitch where the ball gets stuck, and any number of demons. The one innings I remember that was particularly memorable was watching AB de Villiers make 100 in a test match against Australia. And even a batsman of that caliber, you're never in. You still have to play every ball on each of its merits. It's not the easiest place to bat. Not impossible, but not easy.
Just no timing at all from Kruger. Lack of foot movement, just relying on quick hands through the line of the ball.
Yeah, I don't even think his bottom hand came into work. That was basically just top hand.
A bit worrying for the Warriors. That overall run rate just 4.2, and it was gaining momentum while Herman and Bretsky were at the crease. It's been a struggle since.
Yeah, it's a bit better from
There is insurance out there. Deep backward square leg.
just the one.
Restricts it to the single. Boundaries seem to be few and far between at the moment. The last boundary was that pull shot from Kruger. just haven't been enough boundaries to get that scoreboard rattling along.
It also feels like the batsmen aren't really playing with the ideal synergy with each other.
Good line, good length.
Perhaps it's just their body language, but you somewhat get the feeling that, you're not convinced they're totally on the same page about where they want to be.
Well, I think that message is spelt out quite clearly from the management staff and coaches of exactly what the tactic is and how to do it.
But of course, when they're out there and executing it, could always be a different story.
And also, when your opposition are bowling as well as some of these Western Province bowlers have bowled, you can only play as well as you're allowed to. End of 37 overs, 13 overs remain in the Warriors innings, 155 for 4. Kruger on 10, just getting himself into double figures, looks promising. And Mutasamy, he's the rock at the other end, just trying to rotate the strike. He's on 18.
Right, so at a juncture like this, when it isn't working out the way you want it to, where you'd ideally like to see them speak to each other slightly more, a little bit more communication, a little bit more intent, a little bit more enthusiasm by the batsmen to show that they're on the same wavelength.
Strongly driven by Kruger. When he does middle it, it stays hit.
Definitely. You just get this unmistakable feeling of occasions during a cricket match when pairs, be it bowlers or batsmen or even the whole team, will go through emotions. You never want to let it escape from you.
Yeah, I don't think the batsmen are just going through the motions. You've got to give credit to the bowlers.
No,
They've restricted them.
Of course. I'm saying what I'd like to see from Kruger and Mutasamy is to perhaps be a little more innovative, look for more singles, look for more gaps, instead of possibly sticking to something that doesn't work. Not necessarily do anything silly or
They just got to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
reinvent the wheel.
No ball
Well,
again
that
from
could work.
Brett. Now, that's become his problem. Not the first one he's bowled. There's an indication from umpire Suduma. Free hit for Mutasamy. Now, it's just a pity that Kruger isn't on strike, because his free hit could sail out of St. George's Park.
It's one from the end now.
What is he trying to do? It's a free hit. You cannot get yourself out, and here he is trying to play finicky little reverse sweeps. He's got to hit straight, surely.
He could have. He didn't need to switch it. I mean, why? There's.
Even that, a shot like that off a free hit is more effective. At least he's got the single. He's rotated the strike.
Precisely. But I mean, the switch hit was completely unnecessary.
No, that's way too cute. 158 for 4. These batsmen, they're not finding the boundary. Just coming in singles, dribs and drabs at the moment, which will suit Western Province down to the ground. Now, there could be a second here on the cards,
Turned it down.
but good fielding
Fielding very
out on
handsome.
that deep
It's been
offside boundary, attacking the ball. So there's only a thought of a single, never two.
brilliant fielding there. Benny Hansen has been in a bit of ball magnet.
There's nobody there. There's a huge gap with men out on the leg side boundary. So just a single for Mutasamy. 160 for 4, the Warriors, after 38 overs. A very important 12 overs remain. They need somebody to get going. Mutasamy is playing the ideal role. He's the foundation making sure he rotates the strike. 20 not out he is. Kruger is the man that people are going to look to accelerate that scoring rate. There are the bowling figures for Western Province. Look at those wonderful figures from Dane Patterson. 1 for 25 off those 10 overs. Oh, slashed away on the offside. Deep cover point will do the fielding. Once again, just a single.
Crucial. We say it every time, but it's another crucial partnership. This worth 21 already. They need to bat for another 4 or 5 overs, and then 240, 250 becomes an option again for the Dafabet Warriors.
Yeah, I think the role that Mutasami is going to play is just to stay there and nurse it around. It's going to be up to Kruger and the batsmen that follow. They're the ones that are going to have to play the expansive shots.
Yeah, I just feel at the moment this is not quite the surface for Kruger. You know, he likes hitting the ball hard. You probably need someone that can maybe finesse it as well.
Yeah, I think we've seen Kruger already, you know, where he's tried to belt the ball and the ball has just stopped in the surface slightly, which consequently leads to him mistiming the ball, and that can really be frustrating. Now that's a great shot. On the up, away for 4. Now that shows you the strength of Kruger.
Well, shall we call this the reverse commentator's curse?
I'm only too happy.
Me too. Slight bit of room. That's the one negative maybe if you're looking at the bowler's point of view here. Just given Kruger enough room to free his arms.
Yeah, Kruger doesn't rely on nifty footwork.
Yeah.
His main asset is quick hands through the line of the ball. Whether it's on the up, whether it's short, full. Yeah, once again, driving on the up. This time off the back foot. Just a single.
Yeah, if you can relate it to different terms. He's not a surgeon, he's a butcher. He hits it hard. That's his role. We know he's effective. So also in situations like these, the longer he can stay in, the more effective he could be towards the end.
Very much so.
Because he's settled and he doesn't just have to hit from the start. This is not an easy surface, I think, that you just come in and hit.
No, definitely not. Well bowled by Nyaku, keeping Mutasami quiet. Yeah, Kruger, he relies on the ball coming on and irrespective of the line. Technically, he plays with a nice straight bat, unless it's short enough that he wants to pull. But he plays with a nice straight bat. And nothing wrong on an easy pace St George's Park pitch.
Ooh.
A swing and a miss from Mutasami. It's almost a case of now you've got to make sure every delivery that gets bowled, you make contact. So the end of 39 overs, 166 for 4, the Warriors, having won the toss and deciding to bat first. I think how Western Province, having lost the services of Patterson, his 10 over quota is finished.
Yeah.
Quite brilliant figures in the conditions, 1 for 25. But how are they going to use their bowlers in these last 11 overs?
I must say I've been very impressed by Fereina's captaincy. Obviously Herman, Herman and Breedske had a great partnership for the second wicket. But the way he's managed his bowlers after the loss of Mpongwana has been excellent. He's rotated them quite a lot, almost like T20 cricket. And he's held Simmons back for a long time, and he's just bringing him back into the attack now because he understands this is the time where batters are hopefully going to try and accelerate and he can pick up wickets again.
To Kruger, 17 to his name, Kruger. Bowled him. Lack of foot movement, trying to give himself room is Kruger, and he's been comprehensively castled. The end of Kruger. He goes for 17, and the Warriors lose their 5th wicket for 166 on the board.
If you just look at the 2 different wickets he's got today, shows you how good a bowler Carl Simmons is. The one to Breedske was on the front foot turning away, outside edge. This one he knows Kruger's looking for room, and he just follows him. Bowls the one that just slides on. You almost got to play him like a slow little in-swinger. But all credit to the bowler, and understandably why he's at the top of the tree, wickets-wise, in this competition.
Oh, that's clever bowling. You identify that the batsman's not moving his feet, or if he is, he's going to give himself room. And you bowl stump to stump, he misses, you hit. So, Mogokane it is. Andile Mogokane coming to the crease. You just wonder, Bayers Swanepoel, wouldn't it have been the time for somebody like him? You've got Mutusami at the other end, making sure you haven't got new batsmen at both ends, but you can afford a hitter. Are you still, after this over, 10 overs to go?
Yeah. And you can, if you also look at matchups, if you bring in Swanepoel as a left-handed batter, you've got two left-handers hopefully trying to neutralize the left-arm spin of Carl Simmons, who has been the main threat.
Yeah, because since the dismissal of Herman and Brzezinski after that wonderful partnership, Western Province bowlers have just tightened the noose. And to their credit, they haven't given much away.
I think the surface has helped them, but you still have to get the ball in the right areas.
Sure. Andile Mogokane facing up to Simmons. Good shot up front from Mogokane. Nice positive shot, and he's going to get 4 for it. Wow, what a shot. That was good timing off the back foot.
The two batters running into each other there. Oh my word, that was quite funny. It was a great shot. It was the ball that Patrick Kruger was looking for, which he didn't get. The bowler will be fuming. It's like, this is an absolute gift.
Yeah, a freebie. Welcome to the crease. Take 4. He's tightened his line, has Simmons now. Just getting a little bit of assistance out of this pitch.
Yeah, it's been a long road for Simmons as well, and eventually now finding himself at Western Province. He's done really well, and he cemented his spot, you know. Even with George Linder there, he's been playing, he's been doing well. Left-arm spinners in any format are absolute gold.
Yeah, worth their weight in gold.
Yeah.
Andile Mogokane has played 2 attacking shots, and he's actually looked very good technically. He's timed them sweetly.
Well, he has batted at number 3 before, so he is a recognized batter.
Good bowling. Simmons deciding to come over the wicket to the left-handed Mutusami. Packed offside field. 4 men, all saving the single. Now, changing his line, deciding to come round the wicket. If Mutusami decides to sweep now, that could be danger. No, down the pitch goes Mutusami, lofts it over deep mid-off, and a welcome boundary for Mutusami. Very good shot, and it takes the Warriors score to 175 for 5, 40 overs gone. This was a good-looking shot.
It was such a good piece of cricket too for me. He knew he was going to change his line with the field. He's going to try and bowl outside off. He was up to the task, used his feet. The bowler did bowl it quite wide. Managed to find the middle of the bat.
There's the signal from Arno Jacobs. Last 10 overs. So only 4 men in the circle now.
You're going to need a minimum of 60 runs in these last 10 overs to get you to 235, ideally more. You want to be up towards 250.
The big problem is, looking at that scorecard, the 5 wickets down. Possibly 1 or 2 wickets too many having been lost.
Yeah, once again, a partnership that needs to carry on for about 5 overs at a decent rate.
Good line and length from Nyaku. He's been the surprise so far in this Western Province attack. Bowling those last 2 deliveries when Mpongwana injured himself, and Nyaku impressive figures of 2 for 14.
Very similar to Patterson, just sort of similar pace,
Back of
similar
the length.
build. Yeah, just that sort of
Nagging.
pace that works on the surface.
Dicing with death, playing across the line like that. There's no bounce, skids on. Bounce with an old ball, slightly unpredictable. Get the hands through the line. I think that's the way to play Nyaku. No run there either. Bowling to his field is Onke and Nyaku.
Well, the old saying also goes, you got to see both teams bat on the surface before you can judge it. But it hasn't looked to have been the easiest surface to play on.
I think the new ball, the harder new ball, was actually a little bit easier. Now that these white balls have got slightly softer, it's become more difficult. Short. That's not a good delivery from Nyaku, but he'll only concede the 1. Well set field.
Singles aren't going to hurt them. It's the boundaries that are crucial now if you're the batting team.
Western, I think at this stage, if you offered Western Province a run a ball to the end of the innings, they'd take it with open arms. So it's up to the Warriors batsmen to make the play. Just 4 men in the circle. Mid-on, back on the fence. Deep square leg and a fine leg on the fence. 1 man at mid-wicket, saving 1. Clever batting from Mutasamy. I think that's how he's played the majority of his innings. Other than that 1 attacking shot, he's just worked it around for singles, rotated the strike, he's done well.
Umpires have certainly gotten their steps in as well with the plethora of left and right hand combination batters we've had today. Harman and Brietska, the standout batters so far.
Oh, there's a top edge. It'll be a fine caught and bowled for Nyaku. Picks up his 3rd wicket. And it's Mogokane who's going to head back to the change rooms. The moment you try and play square on this pitch, you increase your risk of dismissal. And that's exactly what Mogokane did. Played too early. Top edge.
Well, that ball never got to him. It was probably the right shot in a way because of the length. But it stayed low, never got to him. And the easiest of caught and bowls for Onke Nyaku. 3 for 16 now, after probably thinking, I'm not going to bowl too much.
Oh, his tail's up now. First ball. When he relieved Mpongwana. First ball, he got the wicket of Herman. And it's been plain sailing from ever since. Now you just wonder what sort of messages. Western Province will be keep it tight, keep continuing bowling at the batsmen, don't give them room. From a Warriors batting point of view, well, it's going to be difficult. Mutasami's still there. Joining him at the crease now is Bayers Swanepoel.
2 left-handers now at the crease. We know how dangerous Swanepoel can also be with the bat, but the situation doesn't call for it yet. You're going to have to bat normally for a few overs.
Well, make sure you use your 50 overs.
As I said earlier, all of a sudden you take wickets, the complexion of the game changes completely. Now 177 for 2 or 3, you can go flat out. At 6 down, you've got to bat a little bit more cautiously.
Well, you look at that batting lineup. Still, there's only CJ King, Robenheimer, and Matoa to come. And that's frightfully and frailfully thin. 9 overs remain. It's going to be Simmons to continue from the Duck Pond Pavilion end. Over the wicket to left-handed Mutasami.
The two dangerous bowlers are the two operating at the moment.
Lack of foot movement, squeezes it out on the leg side. That's all Mutasami's got to do.
You know, this is almost the defining 9 overs for the Warriors in their season. If you have good 9 overs with the bat now, you get to a competitive score, you win this game, you're still in the hunt. If you don't bat well now, you put yourself under so much pressure in the last game.
No shot offered, that could be tight. Swanepoel made as though he was going to play off the back foot and then just didn't follow his bat through. It struck him on the pad, and this looks awfully close. None of the fielders, Calvert-Rain or Simmons, can't believe that was not given out. Certainly looked adjacent, in line, wasn't too high. Yo.
The only thing that the umpire could have thought was maybe outside the line, but even then, it's at a stretch. Now, Swanepoel, you have to make the most of this life.
Now, what I did notice when Swanepoel asked for guard from umpire Madui, he asked for off-stump guard to try and counteract the spin from Simmons. So in possibly playing or not playing that shot, but even still, was that deemed a shot? Leaving your bat behind the pad like that? Dangerous. When in doubt, sweep.
You can just see how the momentum's changed in this game. Feel the pressure that the Warriors batters are under at the moment. Anything can happen.
Now, a little while ago, we were talking about, this Western Province side seemed flat. While that big partnership was developing between Herman and Bretsky.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden now, tails are up for the Western Province bowlers. The fielders are all talking. Energy is there. Controlled sweep from Mutasami. End of 42 overs. 180 for 6.
Keep talking about a possible score. I almost want to say, if you gave the Warriors 220 now, they would take it.
8 overs remaining. Now, you're looking at... I still reckon 240, 250 minimum.
Depends on wickets.
Yeah, sure.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm just thinking, if you lose one wicket here quickly, who's going to come in? CJ King can bat. Haven't seen too much of Robenheimer with the bat.
Yeah.
Not seen a lot of Matua either, because there isn't a lot. So while these two are there, they can definitely get over 220.
The man of the moment for Province, Nyaku, starting his 7th over.
Good to see Mpongwana back on the field as well.
Would he be allowed to bowl? No, I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long he was off.
The time you're off, you've got to remain on the field before you can bowl again.
I've got to try and contain myself here not to sing along with the microphone in front of me. Don't want to frighten people.
That's nightmare stuff. 3 for 17, Nyaku. Goes to Swanepoel. Playing a miss from Swanepoel. Perfect line and length from Nyaku.
Been really good, I must say. That first ball was an absolute bonus, picking up the wicket. Since then, he's really taken on the responsibility and he's got the ball in great areas on the surface.
Oh, wide of a diving Verena and away for 4. Wow, almost a 4th wicket for Nyaku. He stands there, hands on head. How unlucky and rather fortuitous for Swanepoel. Gets the boundary.
He's a bit of a cat at the moment, 9 lives. So it wasn't quite alive, but could easily have gone to the keeper as well. As I say, when you get opportunities, you've got to make the most of them.
Well, valuable boundary. That's a better looking shot from Swanepoel. It'll only be worth a single though. But it's amazing in these last sudden death overs. Just one ball going to the boundary just changes the momentum in terms of runs per over. It's remained pretty static at about 4.2, 4.3 runs to the over. You'd expect it to be around about 5.5. Sammy now into the 30s. Valuable contribution.
Once again, the fact that wickets have fallen at regular intervals after that second wicket went down has just prevented the Warriors from accelerating. And also good captaincy. I'm going back to what I said earlier about Verena. The way he's managed it, despite the challenges of losing Pongwana early on, he's done exceptionally well.
Mutasami's come in and he's played the anchor role that one of Herman Obreski had to do up top of the order. And you think it might be a case of too little, too late? Well, Mutasami on 30, Bayers Swanepoel. Well, he's got to do the hitting. There's only 7 overs remaining. Oh, I cannot understand why a batsman, albeit not a very skilled batsman, plays cute shots like that. When looking at the field placing, you've got a wide cover, a wide mid wicket, make contact, hit down the ground, you've got a single.
Yeah, it's the modern way. He knows that.
I suppose if it goes for 4, everybody says, oh, well done, brilliant shot.
You know Simmons is going to bowl outside off because it is turn.
There was turn. Noticeable turn with that delivery.
Yeah, and then the reverse sweep becomes less of a risky shot. You know, the game has changed so much from our days. You know, we didn't even think about it. Now, if you can't play it, you're in trouble. And it is one of the shots that Mutasami does play.
A couple of decades ago, you do that in the nets, the coach would haul you straight out of the net for pulling the mickey out of the game.
Yeah.
In the meantime, it's standard practice now.
Yeah, batting has evolved so much.
Too full to sweep outside the line.
It's the last over of Simmons, and then him and Patterson have both finished their 10 overs.
Been good contributions, both of them. Getting that right leg way outside that off stump, and he'll come back for the second.
Oh, that's got to be 4.
No, they'll have a look at that. It is there. It's being signalled by umpire Saduma. Good effort by the fielders, but unfortunately a valuable boundary for the Warriors. 44 overs gone, 191 for 6, and to see you through to the end of the Warriors innings, it'll be Kelly joining Dion.
Thank you, Craig. Yeah, 6 important overs, as I said earlier, not just in this innings, but almost for the summer and the series of the Warriors.
6 vital overs. especially for, well, not only just for the Warriors, but also for a somewhat struggling Western Province side as well. Neither of them have put up the performances they'd have liked. Both have seen some disruptions. Players missing, coming back, being injured.
Is Nyako going to bowl all the way through here? He's already had a decent enough spell.
He can't bowl 10. So they can bowl 2.
So maybe bowls 1 and then is Mpongwana allowed to bowl again? That we'll wait and see.
It's going to depend on the umpire.
We presume Lawrence will bowl 2, maybe 3, and then Breert. Or is Breert going to bowl 3? That's the question. It'll be a bit of a gamble.
It would be. It's a big ground, obviously. They haven't necessarily been playing Breert that well. He's been getting some good bounce, some good turn. It might not be a bad idea to try for one over. What you can't afford him to do then is overstep. That's the problem, which he has been doing. It's coming off for a spin.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because he would then bowl probably from the duck pond end, which is the longer leg side boundary for the left-hander.
And the duck pond is also downhill, which shouldn't bother you as a spinner.
No.
But with him overstepping, it's generally the side where you're more likely to do it.
Time will tell. Verena's captaincy has been innovative. He's had to find ways to get his team into this match, keep them in this match.
I mean, like his troops have responded. And you can't ask for more than for what Onke's doing right now.
There's a chance. Oh, direct hit was miles out. It's just not any timing. All the batters have struggled with timing on the surface.
It's not unusual of a St. George's Park surface, but it's become progressively less common over the years. It's more of one of those surfaces of old where it gets a little sticky. And, but when the ball's not so hard, you struggle to get it away. Reminds me of watching the guys try to play at the death or bat at the death with those grateful match balls at Gqeberha's during Coke Week, and it's so soft.
Oh, there was a chance.
That was almost a blinder.
I think he was closer to it than he initially thought. It will be 2 runs from Mutasami.
And that was Mpongwana as well. Injured early on in the innings. Almost pulled off an absolute stunner. Would have been a great catch.
It's very tall, so you expect him to get close with those long arms.
He has to get down as well.
That's better timing. He hasn't tried to overhit it. Should come back for a second, and he doesn't.
They haven't been running they haven't been running with much enthusiasm, intense.
Yeah.
They haven't looked for the 2s, and it is a very long boundary on that side, especially when you're back with a square. And there's absolutely no one home there. It's just real estate. You watch out, you've got deep points and third man.
Bowled again. Another good over. Only 4 runs off it. 5 to go. Where can the Warriors finish? They'll have a number in mind, whether it's 230, 240. Either way, they're going to have to bowl well.
Of course, they would definitely have to bowl well. Saying that as well, they are. Actually, it's difficult to say what is the Warriors' strongest team at the moment because there's no Marco Jansen anymore. There's Kier's in and out. He's injured.
Stubbs
is out. Sway. Brzezinski has to come in and out. Sammy goes in and out. Kruger, from this purple patch he was in, has spent a lot of time, not playing so much cricket this year. So.
He could be effective with his seamers on the surface. If
Absolutely.
We look at the guys that have been successful today.
I'm looking forward to seeing him.
As Jody Lawrence does come into the bowling attack, which means he might have to bowl 3 overs from the duck pond end.
And at the death as well. I do have some information about Jody Lawrence actually. From the Jody Lawrence has played over 100 caps for Durban.
Wow.
He's won a few titles with them, including the CSA T20 Community Cup. He's been benefiting a lot from injuries to guys like Wesley Beja, one of the quickest bowlers in the Premier League at West Province.
Okay.
And I've scored cricket matches in those leagues. They've got some good bowlers.
Shot. Lofted 4.
It's a top shot from those.
It does seem if you give the batters a little bit more pace to work with, that it is a bit easier as the 200 comes up on the board.
Exactly 21 minutes. 284 balls, 15 fours and 5 sixes. And Bayer's keeping things very simple, playing straight, short and artery, and just using the pace on the ball. This may be where the slight, there's experience in club cricket, but naivety in domestic cricket, where you don't want to give an experienced domestic player any pace on the ball when it's keeping low like this. You can just play down straight through and drive that. I mean, that was bread and butter for him.
A little bit of room, which I think you can give bowling over the wicket. Once again, I think around the wicket could have been an option, because you want him to hit towards the longer part of the ground, the leg side. So if you do come around, it creates that angle a bit more.
You try to overhit this now. There's no reason to change the approach he had going there.
It's a natural thing. Sometimes you see it and you think, oh, I can hit this for 12. And then you hit fresh air. That's been hit hard. That has been absolutely smashed.
He almost decapitated his partner.
There's a bit of a nervous laugh from Mutasami there.
Mutasami's like his head's still attached. That was dangerous. When did you ever call a batsman for beaming his partner? And that player once, net bowler once beamed Jock Cullis. In the nets, he was so embarrassed.
Third man comes up, long off, moves out. Is that a wide? No. Jakob says that's 1 for the over. I'm just not convinced on this angle of attack. I think you'd rather make him hit towards the longer part of the ground, because if it goes for 2, it's much better than ball going for 4 or 6.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, although Bayes is the type of player that if you get your line wrong, it will stay hit regardless of where he's hitting it. Lots of space and straight.
He's not thinking singles at the moment, that's for sure.
He's not thinking clearly. After his first boundary, which was well weighted, well played, he's just tried too much. Tried to overplay. And 4 overs to go. He scored 205 for 6.
It's nice to see the experienced players there for Rainer and Bedingham having a chat to Lawrence, giving him some advice. Captain.
Yeah, he held his nerve well there.
Yeah.
Clearly bowled to a plan.
It's a steep learning curve, whether you've played 100 club games or not, it's just a bit of a step up.
And bowling at the death is never easy. Nobody is ever. I mean, you can have the perfect game one day, and 24 hours later, the worst game of your life.
Now you've got 5 guys in the ring. You probably only need 4, if I'm not mistaken. So who's going to drop out? Surely this is a mistake from Western Province. Can have one more guy out. There we go. Eddie Moore saying, I can go. Yaku starts what will be his last over. 3 for 28 so far.
Oh, beautifully.
Okay, now, Mr. Swanepoel, I think he's going to try and hit it straight at us.
Might have
Over
to duck
us.
there. You might have to duck. The thing is, we can see if Onke can hold his nerve here. He's been bowling a very good line, keeping it on that channel.
It's just a little bit less pace to work with, and it sounds stupid, but on this surface, I think the 5 or 10 k's an hour slower does make a difference.
It could, very much so.
That one was given width again. Swanepoel does like a bit of width, as we've seen so far. But at least once again, he's making him head towards the longer part of the
Yeah,
ground.
2, like you said, 2, it's not 4, it's not 6.
Yeah.
And he is again sticking with his line outside.
Boundaries is what hurts you as a fielding side towards the end of an innings.
Also hurts your morale as a bowler because then you've got to, upper hand changes. Oh, that's not necessary.
No, but that's the side to miss. So, yes, he's going to miss it, but he's trying to hit that wide line. So if he's going to miss, that's the side he's going to have to miss.
Yeah. It's sort of like erring on the wide Yorker side. Highly effective delivery. Perhaps you take the 1 or 2 you lose along the way.
Yeah. That's been hit hard again. Not quite the timing Swanepoel would have wanted.
Not over pitched either, not the right length for the batsman to hit to the boundary. Touching wood, as I say this, but his control has thus far been superb.
He's got 3 balls to go in the spell, which has been excellent.
He hasn't tried to make this a display of look how many variations I can bowl.
Found the gap. Will it go? No. Hansen has had a busy day and does wonderfully well to restrict it to 1.
Bowling to his field exceptionally well. But I mean, Onke isn't a newcomer to domestic cricket, so this is a lesson for most young players who are given a field, even at the death. If you're given a predominantly leg side of field, offside field, bowl to it.
Let's move these long off a bit wider too, so once again the plan should be to bowl wide. And is there an edge? Oh, I thought I heard something.
Oh, so did I. But maybe we have super hearing because everybody else is convinced.
Or because he swung so hard.
Yeah, it's just the air. It's Bear's bat.
Yeah.
It's fixing. Maybe it cracked.
A little bit of a creak in the handle.
Ask him why it didn't make 50. Oh, no, it's my fault.
Last ball. Oh, he's got it. Not quite in the middle. And that's the end. 4th wicket. Hit it on the bottom of the bat. So close yet so far, but well done to Onkenyaku, picking up 4 for 34 on a day, once again, where I think he was surprised to bowl as much as he
And it
has.
was probably the worst delivery he bowled all day. And look, he did deserve that wicket on all the bat bowlers today. Of course, on the boundary by the injured
Mpongwana.
Mpongwana. Nhlali Mpongwana. He goes for 18.
3 overs to go. But to Sami on 40, he needs to try and get to probably 55-60 if possible. That'll really make this score a good one. There's another young man who can hit the ball quite hard, CJ King.
Yes, both he and his brother.
Mm.
Both can hit the long ball.
St. John's boys now made their way down to
Yeah, it's
the
when
Windy
I was
City.
Finishing school, Robin Peterson started running here.
Mm.
I started with Liam Eld also came down here
Yeah,
from up in,
I think he's a Kes boy.
Yeah. He still showed up to a game in his uniform.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, they've come down, and Jordan Hammond,
Mm.
he stuck around as well
Yeah.
because he wanted to be guaranteed game time,
Mm.
which the Titans couldn't do. And it turned out to be one of the best decisions I think he made.
Without a doubt, learning to bat on coastal wickets.
It's said that education second to none.
Mm.
There's a good group of young batsmen with the Warriors.
Yeah.
They've done well, and I don't speak just from a point of view of talent. They have a little bit extra about them with responsibility, game management. They get a lot more responsibility and trust placed in
Yeah.
them. And Bakir had a lot to do with that as well when he was with Robbie.
He's at last changed his angle. Yeah, the lights have come on. This one is going to be safe. I do prefer this angle from Lawrence. It's taken an over, but rather late than never.
We'll see what Mr. King has for us. I don't know how much experience he does actually have bashing under the lights at St. George's. It used to be terrible.
Mm.
Absolutely awful. But those are the old bats.
Yeah.
The
In
thing
my
is-
day.
In your day. I was probably still scoring this.
Good timing. He's a strong, strapping young man. If the ball's in his area, I'm sure he's going to give it a wallop.
Technically as well. And I think initially these lights were placed a little bit low when they were first put up, but the first game back here was, I think when they tested them out, was the first day night test, just before that.
With the 1 and a bit day test.
When a bit they tested, it felt like daytime. We weren't used to it being so bright. It's off the mark with a very deft little touchdown to third man. Don't breed the small cricketers, St. John's, eh?
No. Maybe they went there for rugby initially and turned out to be cricketers.
That would be a very odd choice to make because Riley Norton made the opposite choice, chose rugby. Not the other day. I don't know how they found shoes that fit him. Oof, that's stuck in the pitch.
It's not a second there. Yeah, Riley is one of the few people who made my feet look small. And that's saying a lot.
Riley would probably make anybody look small, even even in matric. It wasn't even matric, he was in grade 11.
Yeah. Size 15s. Yeah, what a wonderful kid though.
A wonderful kid, wonderful sportsman.
Yeah.
Just a great ambassador for his
Yeah.
family school. It's going really nicely, yeah.
Now the difference bowling to a batter that's in compared to a batter that's just come in.
But
Also a
obviously,
lower order player.
And one of them is a test player, and the other isn't. You know that confidence is a massive thing. Some players have the confidence to bowl their very best to, you know, the best player they could possibly be facing.
Oh, he's
Got a
nicked it.
feather on that one.
Yeah.
Much deserved that wicket, I have to say.
Well, it wasn't the best.
Not
It wasn't the best delivery. And CJ is very upset with himself.
It was pretty tame from CJ, to be perfectly honest. No foot movement really, nothing going in the direction of the ball, just stuck his bat out there as if he was, you know, just casting a net. So unfortunately that brings his innings to an end, but that's a well-deserved wicket for Joey Lawrence, who stuck to a plan at a very difficult stage of the innings, being a newcomer to the Western Province side.
Well, my 220 that I said earlier is not going to be too far off the mark. But that's also another example for me of the surface. You know, on a better surface, you're probably hitting that for 4. Where on this one, you get a little feather to it.
Well, not without moving your feet, you're not hitting it.
Yeah.
Because he just stuck his hands up.
Is Mpongwana to bowl the last over from the Park Drive end.
Yes, I think yes, the replay is standing on, steps foot planted on middle and leg, and he's playing away from his body.
Well, that's what you're going to do in this stage of the innings.
I suppose you don't really expect a dancer in the crease from your number 10 or 11 batsman. Looks like Mpongwana is going to bowl, so he has spent long enough on the field after his time off.
I think the Western Province fielders will be happy with that single. I'd much rather have Robbenheimer on strike.
Bit of a loosener, it looked like, and he didn't look totally comfortable. I'm not 100% sure I would have even risked him.
Still holding his back as he's walking
he
towards his
very
mark.
Uncomfortable.
Well, it was either him or Briet.
I mean, he's a very important cog in the side in general.
He is.
If it was something just a side strain, he doesn't look comfortable.
I don't think it's a side strain. It was more maybe a back spasm.
It's only been one to another single since then, so there's no harm done in terms of the score. I'm just always weary about fast bowlers back. Can't be too careful.
Yeah. Oh, still no timing. It's in 43 and still the timing isn't quite there.
Preferably, he'd be looking for something to sweep, knowing me to Sammy, but it's not been that type of pitch, they've not been those type of bowlers, it's not that type of day. But kudos to him, he still made the runs. 217 for 8 now.
Now, he's been crucial at just keeping this innings together. Ooh.
I'm surprised he's gotten away with that.
Maybe just flick the pad. Don't know who was more surprised, me or the bowler, that wasn't called the wide.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm even surprised he's continuing bowling. I personally would have hoped that they'd just for one over.
Maybe Mr. Jacobs is a bit hungry and he's just thinking, let's get off the field one ball earlier. One run shouldn't make a difference.
Sure you're talking about the right hand pile.
Yeah,
Do you know what the food is like? It's in Jordan's. No, I'm joking.
I do. Last ball, Mpongwana and his spell. 3 would be ideal, 4 even better, and Hansen does well. Robbenheimer has to go. Oh, you've got to run. You've got to run. You've got to get Mutasami on strike as the 220 comes on to the scoreboard.
224 out of 49. That was brilliant on the boundary. I think he just stretched his arm a bit too much there. So that's Benny Hansen yet again.
Scores in the other matches. DP World Lions 126 for 5 against Boland. Boland dominating this competition at the moment. The Badgers 233 for 8, beating, well, should beat the Eastern Storm. Titans again 340 for 6,
Finished it.
with almost 3 overs to go.
They're playing on the N2 again. Jody Lawrence. Well, the last over of the innings.
Looking to add to his wicket tally. Robenheimer on strike. And that's all he has to do, just get Mutasami back on strike. Now, Mutasami, what are your options? Where can I score my boundaries? Try and get to 230.
Well, there's plenty of real estate on the leg side boundary, but it's going to depend where he hits it and how he hits it, because in the air, in danger of getting caught, he's going to have to go along the ground. He can look for a boundary if he pierces one of the infielders here on the...
He's looking offside. He's not going to throw. They're happy with singles this stage of the game.
I mean, there are 3 fielders on that side that he would need to get it between the 2 of them. But if he does, then that's a boundary.
Yeah, but see how much more effective this line around the wicket is.
It's always something I prefer to see a bowler use, even if it was, you know, something they felt was slightly riskier. Almost,
Well done.
almost
doing his job.
inevitably makes the batsman play some. It brings more wickets into play, so to speak. More chance of getting them out. Called LBW, you're more practice at landing your Yorkers. End of the innings is not the time you want to see bowlers fiddling with their angle.
No.
Oh, that's what was going on.
We'll get Craig in as a guest commentator for that ball, just to describe it for us.
It was like one of the senior scorers when cricket or when I first started scoring, whenever there was a sweep shot in the 4-day game. Oh no, just no. Like, there's a commentary on cricket, just no. Imagine if you saw the switch.
That's high in the air. Eddie Moore under it.
Oh!
And he does brilliantly. What a catch.
Excellent efforts.
That was going for 6. And he's done so well.
But he's gonna. I'm surprised he's not doing an Imran to him or at the end there.
Umpires have just had a quick chat to each other and said, "Oh, that's out."
Yeah, I think that's good. He saw that going, and yeah, it's a good effort to get back.
It's a great effort.
Great effort to get back.
Once again, making you hit to the long boundary.
Yeah, there you go. The presence of mind. Brilliant. Good effort to get back and catch it. Did no support there in time.
Someone's gonna be clipping that for his highlights reel on Instagram tonight.
Yeah.
That's for sure. You know, that makes a big difference. I know 6 runs don't sound like a lot, but all of a sudden 230, 234 becomes a competitive total.
Your opening batsman having that sort of confidence now, confidence booster that he's done something noticeable and special. It's a little, it might seem like a little thing, but it can matter. All of these things add up.
It's a game of small margins. Presence of mind, throws it in.
It just absolute dedication, like persistence to get to the ball himself. There's no tacting. You could see his teammate wasn't close enough. Brilliant efforts.
As a bowler, that makes your day, because sometimes they drop absolute sitters and then someone takes a special catch like that. Something they'll both remember for a long time. Last ball of the innings. Play and a miss. 223 is where the Dafabet Warriors will finish. 224 Western Province will need to win this match.
And that also ends Lawrence's outing for Province 2 for 46 in his 8 overs. excellent effort, especially sticking with his line at death there. His bowling should have planned quite beautifully.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think it's the easiest surface to bat on, but I've got a feeling, despite that wonderful second wicket partnership, the Western Province team will be the happier of the two coming off the field now.
Here's the Dafabet Warriors scorecard. Jordan Hammond with a structured 57 of 78, but just when he was getting going, he got out. Gqeberha was out. An excellent Dane Patterson, who was almost unplayable, 2 of 9. Matthew Brietzky played a beautiful innings. Unfortunately, fell shortly after Jordan Hammond, 45 of 64. Sinatema Kafshile. He was bowled first ball of Unke Nyaku, who had replaced the injured Mhlali Mpongwana, 10th 23. Then Sinuran Mutusami. He lasted almost the rest of the innings but could not bring up a 50, 47 of 62 that held the Warriors together. Patrick Kruger, bowled by Carlson, 17 of 30. And Dile Mukande was only at the crease for a short period. Gordon bowled Unke Nyaku. Bear Swanepoel, short but sweet stay, 18 of 18. Another wicket for Unke Nyaku, rather unexpected yet excellent bowling performance from him. And CJ King, a short stay, feather outside off to the keeper for 1, and Jason Robenham and Alfred Mutto both not down.
Yeah, Dane Patterson, he was so economical, only picked up the 1 wicket, but he set the tone. Lawrence picked up a couple of wickets at the end, but the standout bowlers, Simmons and as you mentioned, Unke Nyaku, who came into the bowling attack unexpectedly because of injury to Mpongwana, but what a wonderful day. Extras 16, they did manage to restrict it at the end, and 223 the Warriors for 9. We're going for a bit of a break. It's time for some early dinner, and when we come back we'll catch up with the innings of the Western Province team.
Welcome back to Dafabet St George's Park. 223 for 9. That was the Warriors. What they managed to amass, having won the toss and asked to bat first. And it looked a difficult pitch, save for a wonderful partnership between Herman and Brzeski. Herman 57, Brzeski 45. And it's left the World Sports Betting Western Province 224 to chase for victory. Now, have the Warriors got the bowling attack to be able to defend it? From the Park Drive end, Bayer Swanepoel tries first Yorker length delivery at Gqeberha. And with me in commentary, it's a good afternoon to Dion Crace. You reckon 223 is enough?
Well, it's going to have to be if you're a Warrior supporter. They're going to need some early wickets, and who better than Bayer Swanepoel? He's been so good for them over the last couple of seasons.
Ever cautious, Gqeberha. Yeah, it was a pity that they had some partnerships, the Warriors, that one expected a little bit more from the experienced players, but they just seemed to get out at the wrong time. You know, at one stage they'd lost 7 wickets for 100 runs, and you know it's disappointing when you have the foundation that's been set by Herman and Brzeski, other than Sunur and Mutasami. Struck on the pad, drifting down leg. Arno Jacobs not interested at all.
Yeah, we will find out soon whether this wicket is a good one or not so good. You know, guys like Brzeski and that were never flowing. This LBW peel going way down. You also look at the keeper, he's sort of going down and then stops. But Mr. Jacobs has been very good today. There have been a couple of close ones, but so far the fingers stayed in the pocket.
Still no runs for Province. Yeah, it's a case of a pitch. You can't really comment on it until you've seen both sides bat on it. And, you know, knowing what brilliant stroke makers are in the Warriors side, they just seem to struggle. It was a sort of pitch that you never felt in on. That, you know, it was hard work to accumulate. Good line and length from Swanepoel. We saw an exhibition of line and length from Dane Patterson when the Warriors batted. Patterson was absolutely brilliant. He's 10 overs. He just conceded 25 runs. Brilliant.
Almost makes me think back of the Aldine Baptiste days where you just run in and you bowl wicket to wicket and it's hard to score. Exactly what Swanepoel has done in his first 5 deliveries.
Every dot ball just adds to a little bit of pressure. Oh, was that a catch? What a brilliant catch. Moore is standing there. He cannot believe that he's plastered that ball straight at the fielder. And it's Robenheimer with an exceptional catch. We saw a good one. By Moore in the Western Province innings on the boundary. But this inside the circle, just watch this. That is plastered. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, half a meter left or right, that's going for 4. That's going to end up a maiden wicket. His worst delivery of the over gets a wicket. And isn't that just cricket in a nutshell?
Yeah, the irony of the whole game. And that's why you can never take anything for granted in this game. But what a brilliant, brilliant catch. Now, it's that sort of fielding, defending 223, that's going to win you matches.
Yeah. And also, the first over sets the tone for the innings. And this is exactly what the Warriors would have wanted.
Yeah, there's a spring in every one step now.
Should be. It's also a lot cooler than it was when
Sure.
Western Province were fielding.
Yeah, and also to see the back of Eddie Moore.
No,
They know how,
Gqeberha.
sorry. But, you know, they know how good and consistent opening pair they are. And now it's one of these 2 wickets that's imperative early on for the Warriors. Bedingham, Moore, very experienced. And they're going to have their work cut out because every single Warriors bowler now has got his tail up.
Now, Bellingham is the key for me. He's the kind of guy that can take a game away from you. But will the surface suit him? That's the question. He's going to have to adjust the way he plays, most probably.
Yeah. It's got to be circumspect. We saw that from the Warriors batting. It wasn't a pitch that you could just come in and start bashing through the line and be successful. It was hard work.
Yeah. I think it's been shown at international level also. Eddie Moore doesn't quite like the short deliveries. But I'm also not 100% convinced that this surface will allow you to bowl that way against him.
Once again, short and wide. Eddie Moore doesn't benefit. Now everybody's shouting now on the field, encouragement. Even fine leg, deep third man. All geeing up the bowler. Wow, what a start for the Warriors. That's too short, too straight.
As I said, that is the plan to Eddie Moore normally, is to go short at him. He likes the ball pitched up, but he's not so convincing when it's short and at him.
Now, a quicker, bouncier wicket, I think that would be very effective against Eddie Moore. But this sort of pitch now, short pitch bowling at this sort of pace from CJ King, he just sits in the pitch and just says, well, hit me where you want to. Now to Bellingham. Take that. Not often you belt the first ball you face for 6.
Yeah, it's definitely not the link to Bellingham. He is the key, as I said earlier. He will take you on. Your disciplines have to be spot on against him.
That was too short from King, and then it was a case of fetch. Now, what does CJ King do now in terms of line and length?
Ooh.
Bit of width offered, not enough bounce for Bellingham. And quite lucky to get away with it
Very much so.
from a wide perspective.
And also a boundary perspective. As we...
Yeah, those are freebies. You cannot waste freebies.
With a little bit of uneven bounce has just helped the bowler there.
Oh, that's nipped back sharply and stung.
That's the link. The link that has been successful on this wicket has been that just getting the batter to come forward without it being a half volley.
No, almost undecided, and I think that's what did for Bellingham was that lateral movement, but he also got stuck on the crease. Much better line and length from CJ King. Oh, another short ball. It sat up. It won't fly for 6 though. 4's just as good. And Bellingham very quickly into double figures.
You can see the reaction from the bowler. He's very disappointed in himself. Just dragged it down slightly, and that's all you have to do against a world-class batter like Bellingham. And he makes you pay.
Oh, that's really bun and coke stuff on a pitch like this that just sits up. For somebody that is so good on the pull and hook, you're just feeding a strength.
You also got to consider that a batter like him puts you under pressure.
Oh, yeah.
CJ King is still a very inexperienced young bowler. With all due respect, he'll learn. I think there's enough for him to become a really good bowler. But
Well, he better learn quickly after that first over.
He will.
Right, Swanepoel, away to Edward Moore. Caution from Moore.
I just think as a bowler, you don't have to do too much different on the surface. A lot of times, like this, keep going back to the Supersport Park wicket. You needed variations there, but in this
Man-made variations.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got natural condition variation, which helps you. But you still have to have the intent and run and bend your back hard, back of a length, and you'll get the support. Now, the famous Dafabet St George's band strikes up. What would cricket at St George's Park be without the band?
Especially in the SA20, it's brought such a
Unbelievable.
vibe and atmosphere.
Only person that doesn't like it is Kumar Damasina.
Because you can't hear.
I remember that incident clearly. During that test match, he actually made the band stop playing.
Wasn't him as Hashimanda?
Yeah, but they're synonymous with St George's.
Oh yeah. But it's amazing how, if you've looked at the development of the music in the stands, how virtually every other venue has now followed suit.
Copycatted. But it's not quite the same.
Nice and tight, keeping Moore under pressure.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I still feel you're going to be more effective on this surface coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Correct.
As a right-handed seamer.
Yeah. There's a big shout. Now, that's virtually impossible. Even if that ball is hitting the wickets, it's impossible for that ball to have pitched in line. It's got to be outside leg stump, because there hasn't been any swing that we've noticed.
You look at the reaction from the umpire as well. That's pitched a foot outside leg stump.
We saw a lot of those optimistic appeals from the Western Province bowlers. Ono Jacobs, good umpire, he won't be ruffled. Better length. Second maiden for Bayer Swanepoel. Good start.
Now, we spoke about someone like Harriman who moved down here to further his career. The same can be said for Bayer Swanepoel. You know, this sort of wicket just suits him to a T, and he's developed his game now to be successful all around the country.
Now, he's worked out through experience what he needs for each particular surface that he plays on. What sort of length, and I think it's the same as the spinners. You know, you've got to work out what sort of pace you want to bowl at. Is their turn? Do you use flight and guile? And somebody like Swanepoel, not exactly a speed merchant, but he's developed his game through experience that he's highly effective. Oh, that's meat and drink for Bedingham. Big learning curve this for CJ King.
Sure. I said he was going to be the challenge, and at the moment he looks to be the only batter who's comfortable on the surface straight away. There have been a few balls in areas which he likes, but he has put them away so easily.
But what's noticeable about Bedingham, he never looks rushed in playing a shot. So it's quite evident that he's picking the length and the line up early, and but he's still waiting for the ball to come to him. He doesn't go out looking for the ball.
Already lost your slip. He's gone into mid-wicket.
That's a way better delivery from CJ King. Welcome back.
Another thing he's got to learn is body language. I know you're disappointed, but I think you can't let a batter know that you are disappointed in yourself, because they also feed off body language.
Well, it's all about self-confidence. And, you know, you've got the bowler trying to dominate the batsman. If the batsman's on top of you, you don't want the batsman to automatically feel and know that he's on top of you. Better line, better length. Now, somebody of David Bellingham's caliber, he's not the sort of person that you allow to get a start. Because he can be vitally dangerous.
Yeah. Especially in a smallish chase like this.
Yeah. Bat onto thigh pad, the double noise there. Bedingham coming back for two. Now that's good running. It's not often we've seen two run today, Dafabet St George's, but that's well run.
That's one thing I felt that the Warriors missed out on. You know, they were, even to the longer boundary, they weren't running twos. Where here the intent was clear from the onset, and they managed to get back quite easily.
All about putting the fielder under pressure. Solid looking shot from Bedingham for no result.
And what this does, I know it's only been 16 runs, 9 balls, but it puts the pressure back onto the Warriors. You know, do you keep up with King with the new ball? Do you change? You bring in Matoa? Do you go to spin? So all of a sudden, by playing this way, he makes the captain think.
Sweetly timed. There is a man set back. So just the single to Bedingham. He will keep the strike. 18 for 1 and 4 overs have gone.
Just in a different class, isn't he?
Yeah. He makes it look so easy.
And that's the thing, when you have a world-class batter on a surface like this, it shows you why he is the batter that he is.
Warriors can ill afford to give him the start that they've given him. If you think of that first ball that CJ King bowled to him, he stuck straight into the grandstand. Nothing better as a batsman, getting a freebie like that, getting your innings underway, then you believe, well, I'm in Nick, I can hit everything.
Yeah. Now, Swanepoel to Bedingham, this is the challenge.
Once again, a little bit too straight from Swanepoel, straight into Bedingham's strength.
But it's something I mentioned earlier too, is that good batters like this, they mentally force you to bowl the ball where they want it.
Oh, yeah.
Because they put you under pressure. When a batter is not as confident, you feel as a bowler you can bowl almost anywhere and get away with it. Now your margin for error becomes smaller, and you're the one that's under pressure.
Well bowled.
First ball.
Coming round the wicket to the left-hander, a little bit of movement through the air, perfectly bowled. Finally, tries it round the wicket and the results are immediate.
His natural angle is also to take the ball away from that left-hander. So I just think you've got so many more options bowling around the wicket.
It's driven hard to mid-off, and we saw a similar sort of shot played by the Warriors, and there wouldn't have been a run there. But the moment that Moore made contact with that ball, he was off and running.
Brietska having a chat off camera to Mutasamy, discussing field placings. We move someone up, what are we going to do? Also having a chat to his bowler.
I don't think you can afford somebody like Bedingham in the form that he's already showed. I think you still want to keep a slip in place. Well, they've moved the man from behind square on the leg side to a mid-wicket in the circle. Bowled.
That bat just looks so wide. As you said, he's got so much time to play.
There's nothing more disheartening for a bowler who runs in, bowls what he thinks is a decent ball, which a normal batsman might have just patted back in defence. Whereas at this level, these sort of players are looking for singles off those very good balls, and I think that's the difference in the level of play.
So for me also, I see Bedingham, if he works out his game properly in white ball cricket, as a serious challenger to play for the national side. I just think
What position?
No, batting in the middle order. I think
Another Stubbs?
Yeah,
Lower down.
No, that's sort of better. Maybe 4. That's close.
That's a big shot and he's gone. trying to play across the line, trying to flick it through the leg side, and Swanepoel has got the big fish. David Benningham gone for 18. Western Province lose their second wicket with a total just on 20. What an important wicket for the Warriors.
The commentator's curse strikes again. As I was saying, I think he's a really good player,
Yeah.
but he's got to figure out his game and not go into fifth and sixth gear. I think he's good enough to just bat the way he normally bats.
Was looking for too much.
And I think it's exactly the point. Just bat. You've got so much time, you've got so much ability. If he bats for 40 overs,
Oh, no,
he's taking the game away from you. Even if he bats for 25 to 30 overs, he's taking the game away from you. But now he lets the Warriors back in.
Yeah, and he puts the rest of his own batting lineup under pressure because so much is expected of him as a top-tier batsman. But really, the way he was seeing the ball, the type of shot he played wasn't appropriate to the delivery that he received.
Yeah.
Falling over, trying to play it away on the leg side. You can't miss a straight one. Swanepoel's too good for that.
Yeah.
How are those figures for Swanepoel though? 2 for 2.
In 3. That's brilliant. Yeah.
Henson, the new batsman.
This makes things a little bit easier for CJ King too.
Oh yeah.
His 2 overs have gone for 18. It's been chalk and cheese, the 2 bowlers, but all of a sudden the main threat, Benningham, is back in the pavilion.
Oh. To Moore now. How does Moore change his batting now? Or will he just continue as an opening batsman, irrespective of who's with him at the other side?
His role is to bat through the innings. You've got enough stroke players for him just to bat. He anchors the innings. The longer he bats, the more they can bat around him.
Different CJ King we're seeing now.
Yeah, he's a strong boy. I like his action. It's a very economical action. I think there's another yard or 2 in there if he really wants to.
No, it's almost he doesn't accelerate. He relies more on speed of arm and shoulder coming through. It's too straight. Too straight. They'll come back for the second. Moore very quick between the stumps. Good running.
Oh, it's great batting. That's all you want to do. Just wait for the bowler to come into your area. Bread and butter, tuck it off the hip. Low risk. That's what's required now.
On that big open side of Dafabet St George's to the long side of the boundary, we saw all the boundary riders from Province coming at least 10-15 meters in.
Yeah.
In this case, the Warriors fielders are on the rope. See, they might be looking for 2 again. No. Better fielding. Anticipation. Just the 1. 23 for 2. And the new man, Benjamin Hansen, to face his first delivery.
Yeah, another one of the Weinberg boys in this team. There are quite a few. If I go through it.
Pretty new at this level. You reckon the butterflies in his stomach flying in formation?
Well,
We'll soon see.
we will definitely.
Extravagant leave.
He's done so well at school level. He was a standout performer for quite a while. Also likes playing his shots. But I'm also not convinced this is the situation to play that way. But they've given him the opportunity. They put faith in him. Can he repay them?
We were talking during the Warriors innings. 50 overs is a lot of cricket. Drifting down. We'll have to watch the umpire. Leg bias. It is indeed. So Benjamin Hansen will stay with that big 0 against his name. 24 for 2.
Yeah, luckily most of the school cricket he plays is time cricket, which is a good thing. It's time for Craig to leave us, have a little bit of a break.
Just a few points about Benny Hansen. He also plays his club cricket for Claremont alongside Josh Brett. So he's another one of the Claremont players, and Matthew Gqeberha for the Warriors is obviously not playing today. Also was a Claremont player when I initially first saw him. So quite a bit of representation from Claremont. There's a few from Durbanville. And Eddie Moore and Jenny Lawrence.
Okay. Now this will be the challenge for him. His first delivery was just slightly short. But Swanepoel, more often than not, finds the correct length on the surface.
He's been absolutely on the money in his first 2 overs. I mean, if there is any swing or movement to be had, it'll be him.
Oh, it's got to be close! Umpire agrees!
What a beauty.
You get a good leave and you get a bad leave. That wasn't a good one.
I'm actually not sure if I can blame Benny Hansen for even leaving that. How do you play it? So let's take another look, because like I said, if there's any movement to be had on this pitch, Swanepoel is going to get it. I mean, he could probably find swing on a dirt road. The other, I think if you had played it, you would have nicked off.
Yeah, I'm not quite, well, we won't know, unfortunately. But it's a note.
It's an unfortunate duck for Benny Hansen. A brilliant delivery. Definitely some pronounced movements.
Yeah, from the fast start with Bellingham, all of a sudden now 24 for 3. Province in trouble.
And Eddie Moore back in his familiar role of rescue cricketer.
It's a big rescue act now.
Yeah, he's going to have to pull off a big rescue act with his captain Carl Verreynne joining him at the crease.
3 for 2. It's always nice when you got more wickets than runs conceded.
Absolute exhibition.
It is. But as I mentioned earlier, the surface is tailor-made for him, but you still have to get the ball in the right areas.
I mean, there's one thing, he was successful even when he was playing on the flattest pitches in the country, but St George's is a different prospect because your success comes off a different line. You're slightly fuller than you would usually bowl on even at other coastal surfaces.
Yeah.
It's not the same as Cape Town, it's not the same as bowling at Pole, not even Grahamstown. But he's got it right here.
Verreynne. Ooh. I always feel you got a chance with him.
Yeah, you do, especially outside off stump. He doesn't look 100% comfortable. He does rely a lot on his eye, plays the ball late. Nothing to take away from the fact that he is an excellent cricketer when he has his eye in, but playing the ball in the lights St George's where you can't trust the bounce. It's not your home ground, your familiar turf.
That one's come back in at him.
And there's movement here that there simply was no semblance of earlier on.
There's a little bit more cloud cover than there was earlier.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing by way of wind. It's not your traditional swing. It's more, this is more sea movement from players more than anything else. But it reminds me a little bit of Vernon Philander, who could also had the ball in a spring. He almost knew how to bowl at any wicket in the country.
Yeah. That stays low. It's not easy. As I said, this is all you have to do. There's enough natural variation in the surface that if you have the ability as a bowler to bowl like this, you will be successful.
And variable bounce is almost inevitable. There's going to be some that keep low, even on the best pitches that AE produces.
That's his shot. Can't get it through.
I mean, if you've ever played club matches in Port Elizabeth and gone to play at Gqeberha, General Law, and I've told people from Texas, you win the toss. I don't care if you see grass, treat it as dead. You never chase. It's just when it gets slower and slower, and St. George's isn't quite like that, but it's possibly just an extreme example of the fact that you can never come from another half house and trust the same eye and apply it to the coast. You can't even do it with the Cape Town eye because it's totally different this side of the country.
Very much so, and that's the beauty of cricket. You need to be able to adjust and adapt to different conditions. Too straight, too full, that's full.
It's a long-sided boundary. CJ King just struggling a bit there with his line. Similar problems to what JP King has struggled with the Warriors took a lot of wickets. So he took a lot of wickets, but he struggled a bit with his line length as well. Well, you can bowl a little further. There's a more margin for that. Not so straight.
Yeah, bowling is a funny thing. Sometimes the harder you try, the less it works.
I mean, sometimes you can bowl. I mean, I saw Gqeberha bowl one of the best spells he's ever bowled in the Test, and I think he might have gotten one wicket if he was lucky. And you know, sometimes you can get fifer on an ordinary day.
Yeah.
I mean, in one innings in India, Dean Elgar was on leading wickets again. So
it happens.
I just can't imagine how you can bowl this way.
Yeah, one-day cricket is tough. You know, it's hard to come back. I think back to my own playing times. How often, as a youngster, you went for a few more runs than you wanted to, and because the margins are so small. And as time just goes on, you learn. Bayers is exactly the same. He wasn't this product when he first started.
Of course not.
It does take time.
And bowlers are all at different stages of you know their maturity as our batters. They can't all be Bellingham was not Bellingham at 25. He wasn't where Stubbs is now. Bellingham was nowhere near at that same age. They're different types of development trajectories. Bayers is not where Gqeberha was as a 21-year-old.
Thought that might be cut off, but it's going to be at least a couple.
Running their twos well, good communication out there. You can see the experience.
Yeah, I just think Alfie, who just did the fielding there, and Patrick Kruger are going to be vital. Even Mokhakane, with the way they bowl, just a little bit slower. We saw it was quite effective for the Western Province side. It's almost the guys that have got a little bit more pace are easier to play.
And I don't think CJ is quite mastered how to vary his pace yet. So, I mean, I'm always impressed by not every kid coming off the conveyor belts is Quillen and Parker with an over googly or at the back of the hand. But and so I'd be impressed if you've got a seamer who's in early 20s developing a slower ball, bowling it well. But if you just pull it back slightly or stick to a decent line of length, it's good enough. It's take them a lot further than I realise. Sometimes a lot of bowlers push for progress they aren't yet ready for. And it's so hard for fast bowlers to know when to use a variation.
Comes with that experience. As you said, you can't buy it.
So it can so easily become a case of I'm going to try a variation, I mean you can't do it at once, ball after ball after ball after ball. You have to perfect one and use it to really. I mean, you're not a wrist spinner.
Yeah.
Well, a wrist spinner with no stock delivery, let's put it that way.
Interesting. He's going back over the wicket to the left-hander. where we felt he was more effective coming around. But a hesitation, which causes them to just get one.
It may be a particular plan against Eddie, but although hopefully it doesn't end up straying onto Eddie's pads, because he's very strong off his hips, off his legs.
I think this is the next big wicket for them, is Farina. He's also the kind of guy who's unorthodox. We know he's got the ability to score hundreds, win games.
But then also, you do feel like he's a tough watch sometimes, because you can look like he's seeing it like a beach ball, and then get asked in the most innocuous way. I suppose all players have their faults to a certain degree.
Yeah, he tries to play quite square early on, especially in his innings.
Also right under the line. Just right under his eye. Not that makes someone a bad player, because I believe Hashimoto also, he was one player who relied a lot on his eyesight, and that was when he retired, when he realised his eyesight was going, he wasn't as effective. Also didn't have a perfect technique. Meanwhile, you've got, and he's unorthodox, and you've got orthodox, more orthodox than any more, and more technique. Very big watch.
Another play and miss.
I think he seems to be picking him up very late.
Well, it's just bowling in those areas, it creates uncertainty. Some straighten, some come in. Do I play? Do I not play?
Especially when Benny got out the way he did.
Do I leave? Do I not leave?
I mean, he's such a clever bowler as well, Bez. I think he's almost trying not to play everything just simply because of what happened with Benny's dismissal. And I do feel sorry for him, because that was a ball that deserved rewards. It's that movement out of just wickets.
It's been another splendid over. Just the one run off it. Finds the edge. Question is now, as we saw with Patterson, do you give him more than 5? I would at least give him one more.
I think so. Take the chance. Take the chance. Take 3 down. Take the chance.
Yeah.
I think, this is a good move now. So it's going to come on. Change of bowling from the duck pond end. We have Matura. It's a change of pace.
I'm also looking at the Western Province batting lineup. We've got Patterson down to bat at 9. So if Lawrence and Brett are batting behind him, doesn't say a lot about their batting ability.
I must confess that I have not seen them bat. I've only seen them bowl. They may well have just been placed there because the scorers were familiar with them. I can check if they've made it. I only know them as bowlers, but I can actually see if I have any information on the rest of them as batsmen. But to the best of my knowledge, that's not their primary role.
Good start by Alfie Matora. It's also the kind of surface for me where he should be a factor. Just bowls at a little bit fuller length, just nibbles it off the seam every now and then.
Brett can bat.
Okay.
He can bat. He's amongst the top run scorers and wicket takers in the West Province Premier League. So thanks again to you, to James King and John Henry, for that information. It's very helpful.
It's nice to have inside information and some helpers.
Yeah. Of course, it also helps if they have spent time in the leagues, knowing the strength of the players they play against week after week. That's particularly strong. Solid start from Alfie Matora.
The Band's also picked up a little bit. 33 for 3. There's a good reason for it.
Yeah, this is something the Warriors very clearly enjoy. Applauding each other and the band. Not the full band, I don't think, this time.
Sound like it.
Yeah, certainly sound like it, but that's something the players really appreciate. Is the band.
Also been a bit of a journeyman, Alpha Matoa. Started at Northerns, went via the Knights.
Yep, came here
Yep.
after they were relegated.
Mm-hmm.
Been quite happy, done well for the Warriors.
Oh, that's good hand. It hurts, but it saved 3 runs.
And be careful playing that shot though, because of danger of it hanging in the air. It was in the air just briefly. Not tired out from the SA20 at all. The Storms popped out.
No, they've got stamina.
Definitely stamina. He used to be able, to control them a bit.
Oh my word, that was millimeters away.
So close to the stumps. Eddie Moore picks up a very fortunate 4 runs. Edging it just past the stumps and diving Jean Duplessis. There's the replay.
I think he was expecting the ball to move away from him and it just kept coming in. And that could have been the end of Eddie Moore.
You were right in the movie with Bears series for another one. Bears Swanepoel is going to continue. Over number 6. Figures are currently 5 overs, 3 for 4.
Should be fairly happy with those. 4 for 4 would be even better.
Yeah, let's make it 5 for 4.
Go for greedy. That's the length. You just feel in that area that anything can happen.
This is something that's so exciting about watching a good swing bowler. Just, so good at their craft. When they're on the side.
Probably rejuvenated as well. Thankfully missing the slaughterhouse on Sunday.
Didn't have to bowl on that cement pitch.
See, Munsami got another 100 today. Brevis 50.
Munsami is an excellent player. I was so surprised he wasn't taken to the first time around when he picked that test squad. And it's good to see. It's good to see Theobald Brevis getting some runs now that he's not playing in the IPL, which is it's actually quite eye-opening what's stability and structure and seriousness you can do for a young player. You're not sure where your next move is and what your goals are.
But also he's so young. He'll gain enough experience. He'll
get there one
he
day.
will.
And then when he's ready.
But I think as a youngster getting into that environment, even if you didn't play, just being there and learning is so invaluable.
Yeah, it was the difference being there and learning. Where it probably should end is going to things like the T10 during our season, that sort of thing. That's always a bit of a sore point, but this season he's really come into his own. And I think that happens with being sure of your place in the squad.
Well, that too, but also I've always said batters need 4 to 6 years of playing cricket before they're really ready.
That's true.
And we're getting to that stage for him now. And you can see the confidence, you can see the growth, the maturity, and the self-belief.
I mean, nobody comes out of schools cricket with perfect technique, without any flaws. Sometimes you can see players totally one season. They all had something to work out. Some go their whole careers and they're still learning.
You have to keep evolving as a player too. If you don't improve, you fall behind.
And speaking of evolution, Eddie Moore is one of those players who has evolved his game. He's become much better white ball cricketer than people gave him credit for in the past.
That's why the move to Western Province was good for him, because he got the opportunity to play more white ball cricket.
Yeah, and I think he was probably ready for it to get out of his comfort zone. I mean, he's been here his whole career at States, and the team had become very young.
Yeah.
And
he's very old, I'll tell you.
he's not very old, but I mean he's older than the guys with the average age of 24, and that's including a CSA Metu or a Rudy Second. That was my last count. They had the average age of 24. So yeah, I think it was a change of scenery is often good. Experience showing here from Alfie Mito, got his line better a lot quicker than CJ King.
Yeah, also not good news from Pakistan. South Africa struggling, 212 for 6 in the 38th over. Need 151 from 73 balls. Miller is still there. But yeah.
It'll have to be that pair or it's not happening.
No, I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. Some more fuel to the fire, unfortunately.
Some more fuels in semi-final fire. Probably should be used to it by now.
Yeah, I think it was a good toss to win for New Zealand.
Yes.
Good areas, good areas.
Well, we shouldn't be too disheartened. We have been improving a bit in small increments, making finals. The women being the most obvious example, doing so with very few resources. And I don't think many people realize how incredible they've been.
Well, it does help if you have two absolutely world-class players in Wolford and Marizon Cup.
And where we got them, they were still playing with boys.
Yeah.
It's still okay. Yes, I mean, when I played, not very well, playing with old kids, and I was just lucky my school had two teams, and Claire Blanche coached us. They shouldn't get paid for this. Volunteer. We got two nets, two cement nets once a week to practice in. So we got 12 balls each. Like it was just a joy just to be able to play. But yeah, any club cricket had to be played with boys. Like Marizon was good enough.
Yeah.
She played Ismail with boys as well.
Things are definitely changing for the better in the women's game.
I mean, imagine playing tests when you don't have.
There haven't been many tests, but at least they are playing.
And some of them have test hundreds without playing first class cricket.
I know.
No, they've been wonderful. And we obviously can't forget the under 19 girls, 19 boys. All excellent. Looks like Bays is going to get another one. He's going to his 7th.
I like this. I think it's a good gamble. This is the partnership that needs it's breaking.
And we've got a slip in there for him as well. Patrick Kruger.
Now, Patterson was good. This has been brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. It's possibly, maybe a slightly more swing than Patterson. He is bowling in more favourable conditions. Let's face it, not as hot, a little bit cloud cover. but his execution has just been. I mean, he hasn't necessarily just kept it just to the one line. He's been, even in his variations, he's been excellent. Like if I had to rely, like I've said, if I had to rely on one bowler to find swing anywhere, there's wonderful.
A little bit fuller this time. Yeah, it's this week I've watched a bit of like golden oldies. I watched the West Indies bowling attack. Marshall, Holding,
Loved watching Holding.
Garner, a young Courtney Walsh. Imagine facing that bowling attack. Yo.
Something about watching Holding balls. My favourites. Also a lovely person to speak to.
It's well played.
And the largely, comparatively unheralded Andy Roberts.
I think if you speak to the West Indies, they've got a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, I heard Holding especially spoke to me a lot about Andy Roberts.
Yeah, he was almost like the godfather to them and taught most of those guys the art of bowling. But also just looking at them, those West Indies, they were all athletes. There was not a grain of fat on them. They were all strong, muscular. Phew, they were incredible.
A strange difference to post-professionalism, you know, like when they toured South Africa just shortly after the going to turn professional, you know, when they had 1998, 99, so when their bowlers were, you know, trim and stuff, but their batsmen were very different to what they used to be. I mean, West Indian bowlers will always be athletes, but they lacked that, they didn't really have that fiery pace bowling.
Anyway, time for me to go and reminisce on the sidelines and make room for Craig.
Thanks very much, Dion. 40 for 3. Speaking earlier, we were only able to compare the pitch once both sides have batted, and Western Province certainly haven't found it easy. Katime, Beddingham, Hansen, all out. This is the partnership, I think, that is the most important one. From a Warriors point of view, to try and break, you've got the experienced Carl Verreyn, Eddie Moore. Motoa again. Moore didn't know very much about that delivery.
They're very watchful. Neither of them have been keen to take any chances, and I think they realise that they can't really afford
to risk anything. If they lose one of these batsmen, they're in big trouble.
Not much to come. I mean, Josh Brett can bat, but he's new to this team. Lawrence is a bowler, Patterson's a bowler, Nyaka can bat, but you really don't want to lay the game on the all-rounders.
Well, it's a case of occupation of the crease is the most important. You must do the job while you're there.
Yeah.
One thing we noticed in the Warriors batting innings, how many gloriously executed shots went straight to fielders. Now, just watching in the last couple of overs, Moore and Verreyn have hit some glorious shots, but with no reward. Straight at the fielder.
Don't look in the gaps.
Oh, no, I don't think it is that easy, because with the ball slightly stopping in the pitch, doing a little bit, because remember, there are 2 new balls, one either end, so, you know, there's going to be some assistance from the new ball for the bowlers. And
it's certainly doing something from this end, because the ball was stopping the pitch on the drive from Bayeswan.
I think more to complement Swanepoel, his line and length has been impeccable. We were raving about Dane Patterson.
Yeah.
Swanepoel, wow, even better. That's edged and dropped.
How important could that
How important a drop was that? Carl Verreyn getting the edge from Motoa and Du Plessis, even though it was a difficult chance away to his right. Hey, let's have a look at it. Brilliant line and length.
Fabulous delivery. I think should he not have left that for his first slip? Possibly.
Keeper starts to go. The rule of law is keeper, you go, and it's your catch. In that instance, first slip was trying to cover more area, standing slightly wider, so it was keeper's catch all the time. But just Du Plessis having to stretch far more, and there a rather fortuitous boundary off the inside edge for Verreyn.
That simply just rubs salt into the wound of the drop catch. What you really don't need now is to count the cost. There's 4 additional runs and
More catches win matches, they say.
it's going to be in the back of his mind and the back of Du Plessis.
I think at this level, there's nothing you can do about it. It's gone down. You just got to keep trying. Wait for the next ball. Same as batting. You've given a chance. You got away with it. Play the next ball. And once again, slightly streaky from Verreyn. Very good over that from Matoa comes to an end. 14 overs gone. Western Province chasing 224 for victory, 45 for 3. Men out, Katima, Beddingham and Hansen.
Saw some excellent bowling from Bear Swanepoel. It's currently at 3 wickets, just the 5 runs, 7 overs.
It was interesting to see that they haven't pulled a Dane Patterson trick in bowling a huge number of overs out. So they've given Swanepoel a break, kept 3 in reserve, and now Patrick Kruger. It will be from the Park Drive end.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes on this sort of surface.
Interesting to look at what the requirement for Western Province is. They still need 179 runs, and at a rate of 5 runs and over. And it's going to get to a stage where every single dot ball that the Warriors can bowl is going to be so important, because the pressure of that required rate just starts climbing. And the closer to the end, it climbs even quicker.
Once you start seeing it get closer to that 6 mark around the 20 overs 25 to 30, then it only gets worse if you don't find some way of relieving the pressure.
Kruger now, round the wicket. A play and a miss from Moore. Oh, he's living a charmed life. Well, both batsmen are. They've played and missed on numerous occasions. So in some cases been lucky to find an inside or an outside edge.
Definitely can't accuse him of bowling a loosener there. Patrick Kruger finding his line immediately.
Oh, it's so important. You know exactly what you're trying to defend. There's no place for practice deliveries or trying to warm up. You've got to do the right thing from the word go. And Kruger's proving that.
Simply no room there for...
Well, any batsman with his salt, all he wants is a bit of width so he can free the arms, get his wrists through the striking area. And, well, both sides, their bowling has been very disciplined to restrict the batsman.
Warriors also very animated in the field.
Oh, their tails are up, big time.
Also nothing to work. He's showing a bit of frustration there, I imagine. There's nothing to work with at all.
Well, that line is so tight. It's a huge risk trying to play that through mid-wicket or a vacant area on the leg side, where you're playing across the line. And as we saw with Beddingham, playing across the line
Gets out.
can be fatal.
And you just saw Eddie show a rare flash of emotion there, that he's frustrated that he wasn't able to get it away in pressure balls.
Well, this is a good exhibition of line and length bowling.
Like to see the enthusiasm from the fielders dissenting. You've got Matthew Bresky coming into field. You've got Bear Swanepoel coming in. You've got Robenheimer running in to try and field. They all want to be a part of the action.
Well, it's good anticipation.
It's wonderful body language. Plenty of encouragement. It's good to see.
It's tight. We'll talk about the log situation in a while. Kruger again. Still can't find a way through, can Moore. Yeah, that log situation, it's headed by Boland at the moment on 19 points. Knights on 16. The Warriors found themselves on 12 points, alone in third position. But breathing down their neck in fourth are the Titans and the Dolphins, tied on 11 points. And we're coming, these are the penultimate games of the one-day season, and really can't be tighter. Oh, iffy shot again from Moore.
Very streaky. And the Titans have amassed another massive score.
And remembering the format, as is the case with Cricket South Africa's Wars and Nowhere, that the side ending up top of the log goes straight through to the final, hosts a final. The side ending second has to play a playoff eliminator against the side ending third. And at the moment, Titans, depending on the result of this match, the Warriors, all with one game left to play, it's going to come down to the wire and possibly to net run rate.
Yes. I mean, you can't ask for something more exciting.
Another fielder found.
Absolutely nothing to work with here. I mean, you can't ask for a closer tournament or a tournament more worth paying attention to or watching.
It's amazing. Just a month ago, this ground would have been packed. The aerial route chosen by Moore, he hasn't quite got hold of it, but this outfield's quick enough. They'll look for a third. No, they won't.
Satisfied just with the two very long.
Now that was almost lazy running, because you felt to the longer side of the boundary here at Dafabet St George's Park. That was an easy, comfortable three.
Yes, he could have run three there. I mean, there was no boundary rider anywhere near that delivery. Isn't anybody back at all behind the bowler? I mean, it was quite a journey. It was quite a jog just to get there, and the ball was still holding.
Tries again, goes straighter this time, and we'll get more.
Much better.
That's off more of the middle of the bat and away for four. Much needed boundary that for Western Province.
Brings up their 50 as well.
Now, 52 for three, that's the problem. The three main batsmen back in the hut. But Verlaine and Moore, with a partnership beginning to grow, with 28. Oh, what does Matoa do now? Moore's taking a liking to him. Short, pulled away. And that'll be another four. Now that's bad bowling from Matoa. You wonder what was going through his mind.
Bowling short at St George's is
Fatal.
very risky. Very, very risky.
The ball just sits up and asks the batsman, hit me where you want to.
You can have all the pace in the world and fail to do that properly. And over there, Alfie Matoa is not the quickest bowler in the world. That ball wasn't even anywhere near Eddie Moore's body. And he just had all the room to just play it away.
Oh, the moment you allow batsmen at this caliber to free their arms, you're going to pay the price. This is not very good bowling, the last couple of deliveries from Matoa. Now strays down leg side, will just be the single. Fine leg is in place.
Another area you would be careful with is meat and drink on Eddie's pants.
28 Moore's got off the 37 deliveries he's faced. Matoa, 11 runs got
over.
off this over.
Yeah.
Possibly one of the more expensive in the match so far.
Prior to this over, Moore was on 17. So it's given him some impetus.
Can Matoa close out the over? He does, fortunately, with a delivery that was also straying on the leg side of Moraine, but he can't capitalise. And that comes to the end, the 16th over. 57 for 3, Western Province, searching for 224 for victory over the Warriors.
And for the first time in a short while, we see the required run rate dip below 5. Ideally, the Warriors would want to keep it above that, to keep the pressure on.
Closer to 6,
Closer to 6,
will,
yes.
will be the more of the pressure that the batsman will be under.
As we build up in the innings, you don't want to see it dropping.
Well, a third of the overs have gone, or almost a third, and that run rate still just slightly below 5. Kruger again now,
Good line.
starting his second over. Conceded just the 1 run in his first. And once again, just like Bayers Swanepoel, back of a length, on the line of off stump, looking to hit the top of off stump. That's a perfect line and length. Almost what one would call a test cricket line and length. And on this sort of pitch with a white ball, perfect. Suits the conditions,
Bowling.
difficult to score off.
Bowling beautifully to your plan.
Looking for the drop and run, good anticipation. One thing that's been noticeable this afternoon from both sides has been the standard level of fielding. It's been very good from both sides.
I mean, you've got multiple men converging on one delivery, one ball, keen to get themselves involved in the match. Aside from that difficult attempt from Duplessis, no drops.
Now that was width offered. Fortunately, there is a boundary rider out there about 20 metres in from the long side of St George's Park. Just a single. And I'm sure the bowlers prefer bowling to Carl Verreyn because he's going to be facing his 36th delivery and he's just got 9 to his name.
He has looked somewhat scratchy. I mean, he does have a tendency to give you, to make you think you're in the game, to give you a little bit as a bowler.
What also has been frustrating for him is he's played some good shots, found the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder. No reward at all. Another shot from Verreyn, not all that well timed. Ooh.
You can hear it as it comes off the bat. It's just sort of
A deadish sound.
Deadwood. I don't know how to best explain it. You can just,
It's not a vibrant click. It's a
doesn't
dead
sound
thud. Yeah.
crisp enough. There's something. And Carl Verreyn's the type of player who's going to be frustrated slightly by, this inability to find the middle of the bat.
A little bit of lateral movement from Patrick Kruger keeps the batsman honest.
Well, they've been kept very honest for the last 35 runs worth of their partnership.
Oh, they've chewed up an awful number of deliveries in that partnership with 35,
Together
which Warriors won't mind at all. It will just add to later pressure onto the batting side.
Oh, the excellent from Kruger again.
Well, very good over. Just the 2 runs coming off it. So 17 overs gone. Western Province, World Sports Betting Western Province, chasing 224 for victory, 59 for 3.
17 overs gone. Only 5 runs over. From here on out, it didn't work.
Yeah, it's 5 runs and over. It's no reason to panic just yet, even though you have lost the 3 wickets. But at the moment, the Warriors bowlers have got their tails up.
And we've got now Seneramu to Sammy coming into the attack.
Now we saw how effective the Western Province spinners were on this pitch. It's just a matter of time. We'll see how effective the left arm Mutasamy is. From the Duck Pond Pavilion end, he's going to be coming round the wicket to Carl Verreyn.
He's also got a slip in. Kruger's moved there.
Obviously looking for the ball to spin away from the right-hander.
Got a short fine leg.
Very good line, calling for a quick single. Oh, and the ball just eluding Matthew Breski.
Wonder if Gqeberha was quite keen to get an off strike there.
Oh, I think more from the pressure, rather take every run that you can.
It was a very risky single.
Moore will appreciate the bowling of Mutasamy more with the ball spinning back at him. And the field set on the leg side. A fine leg on the boundary, a wideish fine leg. A man just in front of square on the boundary and a deep mid-on. One man in the circle at short mid-wicket. And on the drive at mid-on. Interesting field.
It is an interesting field, I can't say that
A little bit of innovative thinking. Creates a bit of pressure because in this sort of situation the easiest option a batsman will have is just to push one straight down the ground.
Yeah. Oi.
Gets right across, flicks it over his shoulder. That should be saved from the boundary and back for two.
I don't think that Mutasamy will be too disappointed by that shot. I mean, he's trying some cute cricket there.
Yeah, it's a risky shot. The moment you play with a 45-degree angle or a square bat on this pitch, you increase the risk of yourself of getting out. Playing with a straight bat, way safer.
I mean, he's kept attempting to play straight, but there's enough cover there.
A little bit too short and quick from Mutasamy. Slip back in for Varane.
Another man's coming up as well.
Well played. Just shifts his weight onto the back leg, waits for the ball to come to him. Good technique. At the moment, Mutasamy possibly bowling a little bit too quickly through the air and also a little bit short in terms of length. Ideally, you want to be drawing the batsman forward. Delicate. No, there won't be a single there. Man at fine legs inside the circle. Good fielding.
Almost undecided there.
The end of the 18th over. 64 for 3 are World Sports Bet Western Province, and the umpires have decided it's drinks time. And still 224 required for victory. Another 160 runs. Just going through the scorecard, the Warriors. Jordan Herman was superb, 57. Very watchful if you consider the number of balls that each of those batsmen faced. Matthew Breski was good for his 45. Mutasamy was the foundation towards the end of the innings. And then Bayo Swanepoel, a runner ball. Man of the moment from the Western Province side was that Onke Nyaku, 4 for 34, being used as the sixth bowler and ending up with those magnificent figures. Also, good efforts from Carl Simmons and Dane Patterson, his 10 overs, just a measly 25 runs. In reply, Western Province, 64 for 3. Moore alone stands there, 32 not out, or 46, so he's been watchful and cautious. Men out, David Bedingham for 18, Benjamin Hansen without scoring, and Valentine Katima also without scoring. Big partnership this at the moment for World Super Bets Western Province. This partnership between Moore and Varane, they've got to take it really deep, chasing that 224 for victory.
Currently, their partnership is worth 40 at the moment. They've been together for quite some time. Neither have found it easy batting out there. The bowlers have largely been incredibly well disciplined for the Warriors.
Or look at Bayo Swanepoel's figures there, 3 for 5 and 7 overs.
Patrick Patrick Kruger as well, only conceding just over once the over. We've just seen the one over of spin.
Coaches and 12 men on the field, huddled around, messages being given to the fielding side.
Looks like some gloves, equipment's being changed. I always wonder if that's not a bad omen. You know, you ask for a new pair of gloves or a new bats, all of a sudden you're out next ball.
Well, you can imagine under the lights with a bit of humidity, perspiration,
Oh, definitely.
those gloves become so slippery on the inside. But quite often you see batsmen using a drying spray on their hands to try and at least keep a decent grip on the bat handle.
I do know some very superstitious ones, so some players who absolutely despise changing their equipment if they don't have, if they can avoid it at all. I mean, your bat would probably have to break.
Now it's always a case, you've always got your favourite bat, and then preceding that you've got various stages of a bat having been knocked in,
Yeah.
which you will use possibly at net sections to get them up to playing strength.
What was that strange? Neil Mackenzie did some very strange things before.
Oh,
the innings.
they taped his
Bat to the ceiling.
taped his bat to the ceiling. Yeah.
Apparently he was extremely upset by that.
Yeah. Now there are lots of superstitions
He was very
going around.
suspicious.
I can remember left pad first, left boot first, left sock first. Oh, good fielding. Well, it should be a single, but the delay, safety first. Never run for a misfield.
And it was a good effort from Matthews to try to get back up there. He's already did himself a mischief. It's another one with a slightly superstitious one of cricketers, Matthew Brzezinski.
Oh, that running for a misfield. Yes, no, wait, stay, and oh, sorry. Normally that's how it ends.
Yeah.
Varane again.
Nicely done.
Still won't get any
Great
benefit.
backing up as well.
And very good fielding from Brzezinski.
Love the backing up from Obenheimer as well. He was right there.
Oh,
Sometimes it's all in the small things. It's just as minor as it may seem. When I see it as well drilled as him backing up so nicely for Matthew Brzezinski's throw, can only make a bowler feel happy.
and it gives encouragement to the rest of the fielders. That will be a single now. Only the single to the short side. The Crusaders stand away
Again,
to our left.
attacking the ball. Good to see. Just lifts
Just
the
interesting to see what guard Eddie Moore is taking. He's taking off-stump guard.
covering the
Watch how his feet are almost on the line of off-stump there. With a pitch that's not showing steep bounce, that's very good tactic.
He'd be very used to this, of course.
Now you know, in playing forward, you're always getting your leading leg outside the line of off stump, and that's where the bowler's got to be disciplined. He's got to keep pegging away at that fourth stump line.
I mean, obviously, if he gets something slightly wrong, then it puts it in the position to play, or play to best advantage.
There is an advantage of batting on off stump. A little bit too straight from the bowler, and it becomes an easy tuck away on the leg side.
Just be wary of not falling over. He's actually extremely good on slow pitches. I'll never forget the first innings I watched him play. He was playing that. It was just before the old under-19 3-day matches, and the university was playing EP Academy. It was on the spongiest pitch, horrible pitch.
Well guided.
And Eddie Moore made over 200 and no other batsman managed 50.
So the end of Patrick Kruger's over, just the 3 runs off it. 19 overs gone, 67 for 3. And that run rate just creeping above 5.1, still 157 runs required.
Partnership now 43. Just Sammy continuing. Those are funny, the small things you remember from the first time you see cricketers play.
Montesami round the wicket to Varane. Gets nicely to the pitch of the ball, drives through the line, rotates the strike. Good cricket.
Montesami is yet to appear particularly threatening for either batsman. They've been playing quite well.
Being a finger spinner, I don't think he gets too much purchase out of the surface. He relies more on flight and guile than actual spin and turn. Oh, playing off the back foot is dangerous against Montesami.
It's dangerous in this pitch in general as well. Just as I said, he wasn't looking that threatening.
More likely the delivery that just keeps on going with the arm. Quick little stolen single. Good anticipation by Varane backing up. Plenty of overs remaining. Just from a psychological point of view, 100.
Slightly in the air. Just
Airborne off the bat, but fortunately the field spread wider. And no risk with that shot.
Not played with a huge amount of confidence, but no harm done in the end.
Once again, Moore caught on the crease. It's good length bowling from Montesami.
This is much better than his first over.
Once again pushed onto the back foot and good fielding by that short mid-wicket, and that's the end of the 20th over. 70 for 3 is the World Sports Betting Western Province, chasing 224 for victory. Kelly takes a break. Welcome back to Dion. And these bowlers making it look a bit difficult for these Western Province batsmen.
As we were saying earlier, you've got to see both teams bat on a surface before you can really judge it. And obviously Bayer's Swanepoel was outstanding.
Well, we were raving about Dane Patterson and his economy.
Yeah.
Bayer's Swanepoel, 3 for 5 in 7 overs. Absolutely brilliant. After 20 overs, the Warriors were 82 for 1. Western Province, 70 for 3.
The longer this partnership can build, the more that'll even out. So it's not quite impossible yet, but you can't afford to keep losing wickets.
Well, 30 overs remain in the game. So, it's not that much pressure at the moment. Required rate, just 5 runs and over. Robenheimer getting Varane on the charging horse down the pitch.
It's a bit easier with the ball turning into the right-hander. He can use his feet with a bit more authority.
Oh, appreciable turn there for Robenheimer. Now we saw Montesami from the Duck Pond Pavilion end, and he relied more on flight and guile and length to confuse the batsman. Whereas this not much turn from Montesami. Robenheimer, plenty of turn. Well played. Oh, and he's dived all the way over it and away for 4.
Hasn't been his innings so far. Young CJ King, that one should have been stopped. It's an extra 3 runs. Unfortunately, with the extra turn, you know the bowler's going to bowl wide outside off, so it brings the reverse sweep into play, which Verreynne plays really well.
Yeah. Cricket South Africa's one-day cup. Penultimate games now. There's confirmation. The 50 partnership, the two batsmen just shaking each other's gloves. 50 partnership, and what a vital, important one it has been for Western Province. On the reverse sweep again for Verreynne. Looks like he got a glove on that.
Just making sure the umpire gives him the run.
Oh no, Jacobs. Far too experienced. He knew exactly what happened. But the penultimate round of this one-day cup, now you've got Boland 19 points. They seem to be comfortable. Knights on 16, also reasonable. Where the logjam is third Warriors on 13, and then in fourth place you've got the Titans and the Dolphins on 11.
Yeah.
In third place on 12 points the Warriors. A victory here would help them no end.
Now the Titans seem to be on the winning path again, making 376 for 6.
Unbelievable.
The Dragons 133 for 3. And if I'm not mistaken, the game at the Wanderers has been rained out. So yeah, the Boland Lions game rained out. So that probably puts pay to the Lions' hopes. And Boland, well, they're top of the log. So for them, it's not too much of a train smash.
Yeah. No, and remember the format of this competition, of the one-day cup, is the first side on the table hosts the final. And it's all to play for second and third position, because that's the eliminator, to play in the final.
Well, if the Titans win with a bonus point and the Warriors win here, they're on equal points. And if I'm not mistaken, Sunday's match here will be Warriors versus Titans. No, it's not. Warriors, who are the Warriors playing here on Sunday?
Lions.
The Lions, they're playing the Lions, that's right. I knew it was someone from Gauteng. So it's
the Lions being washed out. So a win for the Warriors is imperative on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, and today they have to win.
They've got to win both remaining games to give themselves a chance. And I say a chance because the Titans and Dolphins are breathing down their necks.
Yeah. As I mentioned, the Titans with that score, Munsami another 100. And then 50s for Brevis, Makanya and Pechlekwayo. So they seem to be hitting some good form now, just at the right time of the competition too.
But how nice is that batting pitch up at Supersport Park?
Yeah, this is, they're playing in Potch if I'm not mistaken.
Also, nothing wrong with that pitch either. Comes on nicely to the bat.
Now the Titans
Mora looking for the quick single. Shy, not good one from King.
Now the Titans are at home on Sunday because they've got a Titans Legends versus Bulls Legends match in the morning. AB de Villiers making his comeback.
That should entice a huge crowd.
Surely.
Good
Well,
marketing, that.
Definitely.
So my 5 years playing for Northern Transvaal wouldn't come into it, would it? Too long
Yeah,
ago.
me too. I also didn't crack the nod.
Oh, too long ago.
Yeah, exactly. Fani's playing,
Yeah.
so I don't know what he's
Fani.
going to do. But yeah,
No.
Albie Morkel, Gerald Dross,
Oh, that'll be interesting to watch.
Sechle is there, Albie Morkel.
Once again, Mutasami, you just get the feeling he's not bowling the right pace and he's not bowling the right length. And it's all too easy for the batsman just to pick him off.
Almost bowls more undercutters than...
He's not a big
Overseas,
turner of a
yeah.
ball if you compare the amount of turn Robenheimer has got in his first over.
Also saw earlier with a guy like Simmons, you only need one or two to turn just to put a little bit of doubt in the batter's minds.
And it also helps being quite a tall person because you're going to get bounce into the mix as well, which is going to worry a batsman. I mean, Mutasami, not the tallest of spinners. So 80 for 3. 22 overs gone. At run rate required, still 5 runs to the over. 144 runs off 168 balls. And I think that's always the comparison.
Yeah.
When you runs required in terms of balls remaining, providing you've got wickets in hand, it's easily manageable. That's the advantage of batting second. Not much turn. Once again, Varane preferring to play it off the back foot. Dangerous.
It is the modern way. If you speak to most Indians, they would also tell you to play spin off the back foot.
Well, you know, you could almost consider this very similar to an Indian pitch.
Yeah.
The reverse sweep comes out. Now it's a long chase for the man square. He won't get there. Welcome boundary for Kyle Varane. And as you were saying early on, Dion, that reverse sweep of his, highly effective.
It's a weapon. I just think with the amount of turn there is for Robenheimer, he's got to come around the wicket.
Yeah.
Bowling over the wicket, he's got to bowl too wide outside off, which plays into the strength of a Farina. If you come around the wicket, it's going to turn a little bit less, and you're going to challenge the stumps more than you are now, because he's batting on off stump as well. Yeah. Anyway.
You're going to get the ball straightening wicket to wicket,
Yeah.
which brings in a whole lot of other dismissals. Now, that's well bowled. Varane just telegraphing the fact that he was coming down the pitch. And Robenheimer equal to the task, just dropping it a little bit shorter.
Once again, some bowlers are more comfortable doing certain things, but if you want to be a successful professional cricketer, you have to have the ability to bowl both sides of the wicket and be adaptable.
Oh, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Be adaptable to be able to read the situation and what the requirement is. The all too familiar reverse sweep again from Varane. Just a single.
I would rather have Farina play another shot than the reverse sweep. The reverse sweep for me is like a forward defensive for him. It's
bread and butter.
He was such a great hockey player.
Yeah.
And it's so easy for him to play. So force him to play you somewhere else.
Yeah. But now Robenheimer coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Good fielding.
Also bowling around the wicket to the right hander, you challenge both inside and outside edge.
Well, you bring a lot more forms of dismissal into play. That just shows you, not as efficient as Varane is Moore.
And it should be, in theory, easier for him going with the spin.
Yeah, it should do. I just think he just misjudged that completely. So the end of 23 overs, 85 for 3. And the pass score for Western Province is 97. So they're still quite a way behind. But fortunately, still 27 overs remaining.
That duck with Lewis Stern is always a good indication of where the game is. So it is still in the balance. 12 runs is not a lot.
Yeah.
A couple of good overs, don't lose wickets. And it evens out quickly.
Once again, Varane opting for the back foot drive. And Varane looked as though he was scratching slightly at the beginning of his innings. Now he seems to be finding the middle of the bat. Moore now. Good calling, good cricket.
That's always key to a good partnership, is good running. Come back to what we were saying earlier. I don't think the running between the wickets for the Warriors was as good as it could have been.
Yeah, they didn't put the field under enough pressure. Good use of the feet from Varane. He looks settled now.
If you compare to what he looked like against Swanepoel when he first came in to now, you can see he's found his timing, he's found his rhythm as a batter.
I just think Muthusamy is giving the batsman too many easy balls to play off the back foot. You know, you've got your men set straight back.
Yeah.
Rather get them to draw them forward. Get them to try and come forward and play shots. Off the back foot, there's just far too much time to pick a space.
It's also the case with the second wicket partnership for the Warriors. It looks easier when two batters are in and settled, and
Yeah, they're going through the motions.
it is a more difficult wicket for you to start on as a batter.
Yeah.
That's also why you need to try and keep taking wickets. So who's going to be the guy to give you that wicket, or at least can you build pressure from both sides then to force the batters to make a mistake?
Well, you get the feeling now, looking at this situation with this partnership growing, it's worth 66, 90 for 3, 24 overs gone. You just get the feeling the Warriors are going to have to bowl Western Province out to win this game. And at the moment, it's just looking all too easy for the batsman at the crease. In other words, don't just go through the motions, you've got to make something happen.
Yeah, Mutasami has just given Patrick Kruger the nod there and said you're bowling the next over from the end that he was bowling from, the duck pond end.
Good. I think that's good captaincy. Just try and vary it a little bit, because they were so used to just picking Mutasami off.
Remember what I said about Fereina's captaincy.
Yeah.
He mixed and matched a lot. Maybe he was more forced into it.
Yeah.
It seemed to have worked for him.
Robenheimer. No, that's way too short. Yeah, and that's a case of playing fetch. Fetch it from the boundary.
Now just look at what Fereina did here. He normally stands on off stump. Just before the bowler started his run up, he moved to leg stump. Gave himself a little bit of room. This time got the length. Excuse me.
Yeah, and also slightly short. But even though there was the slight risk of playing it off the back foot, but you just get the feeling that the bowler's not intentionally trying to draw the batsman forward.
Good look at his second, and they don't. Yeah, I just think with the assistance that there is, Fereina is trying his best to unsettle Robenheimer, not to let him settle, because he knows if he settles with the assistance that there is, it could be trouble.
But this is where the inexperience of Robenheimer is showing. Because while a batsman is dancing around the crease before you've let the ball go, to me, it's a case of the batsman's head and his eyes are moving around the whole time. That's when you just, a quick, full ball on middle stump. And that's where an experienced slow bowler, that's the option he would choose.
There's that one that was a little bit fuller and straighter and quicker.
See, in getting the batsman to play off the front foot, his options are minimized. Whereas if he's playing off the back foot and the ball is short of length, he pick a spot. Oh, that's bad cricket all round. Down the leg side, bad wicket keeping from Du Plessis, and it gives away 5 runs. 100 comes up for Western Province. Now, that's a big psychological barrier that Western Province have overcome. Because at one stage, at 26 for 3, it didn't look like they'd get anywhere near that.
It's been a big over this already, and there's still a couple of balls to go. 10 off it.
Oh.
Now they're ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern par score. Shows you literally in 5 balls that it's changed.
Yeah. Just the momentum swing, and I think that's what makes white ball cricket so fascinating. You know, the purist loves the red ball format, but this changes so quickly. Better finish to the over from Robenheimer. Still an expensive one, 10 runs off it. Halfway through, 100 for 3.
You've got to believe now, as I was saying earlier, if if you go 110, 120 for 5, it's a different game again.
You'll add those 2 extra wickets to whatever the score says, and it changes the whole perception. And at the same time, Dafabet Warriors were 114 for 2. So they're just keeping their noses ahead in terms of achieved run rate. And Western Province aren't doing themselves any harm. It's the required rate is staying constant at 5 runs and over. There's this partnership, Moore and Varane, 37 and 38 respectively.
Well, it was going to be Kruger from the duck pond end, but I think because of Romanheimer conceding those 10 runs in the over, Mutasami has been forced to bowl again. And
to the right-hander.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Kruger now from the Park Drive end.
Oh, played late. Tried to give himself so much room, did Verena. Almost got himself into trouble.
Ever since he came on the scene, he's such a nuggety cricketer, isn't he? Likes the fight.
Oh, it's well bowled. Anticipated Verena coming down the pitch at him. Yeah, Verena, it's not about the dog in the fight.
No.
It's about the fight in the dog.
He's
and
got a
Verena's got plenty of it.
Yes, definitely. Bit of ginger hair. There is a bit of fire. And that's what you want. I think any coach wants that sort of player in his team.
Dog fight. Your chutzpah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you need that. Well played.
He's done something to his knee coming down the wicket 2 balls previously. Just a bit of a limp there.
You know what is painful? When you play one of those forward shots and the top inside shoulder of the bat catches you just behind the kneecap on that bone. That can be painful. Well bowled.
It never happened to me. Apparently you've got to be in long enough for that to happen. So I'll take your word for it.
Didn't happen to me very often. Some thought I was a walking bonus point.
Yeah.
Which is Sammy again. Airborne. There isn't a man in front of square. He was behind square. And Moore will come back from the second. Good running to the short side of St. George's Park. And that pressure leads to that sort of shot being played. Moore fortunately gets away with it. 3 runs off the over, 103 for 3, 26 overs gone.
There's a smile on the bowler's face because he knows this could have been out. Just gave it a little bit more flight. He was actually beaten in the flight, Eddie Moore. Managed to get away with it.
Well, the one good thing is he didn't stop on the shot. He continued through the ball, even though it wasn't timed at all. Now, Robenheimer has been replaced at the Park Drive end.
And he actually didn't bowl many bad balls. Just that one previous over where also you got to give credit where credit is due.
The batsman took him on and
played a good shot. Made something from not too much.
So Kruger replaces Robenheimer from the Park Drive end, goes to Varane. His eyes well in now. Varane moves to 39. That partnership 80.
This is also where young bowlers find out quickly. If you bowl 1 or 2 bad balls and over, you're going at 8 or 9 runs to the over. If you bowl 6 good balls, you're probably going at 4 or 5 runs to the over.
And what I cannot understand is an inexperienced bowler going for 4 or 5 runs and over still thinks to himself, it's too expensive. So he changes all his options. And 9 times out of 10, I'll guarantee you the bowler's running in and he virtually doesn't know what delivery he's going to bowl. And I think that over-coaching and over-elaboration actually is harmful for a bowler. You know, in the professional era, everybody justifies their position, and sometimes I think overcoaching can be detrimental to a bowler's progress. Varane now. Good line and length from Kruger.
I think it's a valid point. I think there are times when you maybe need someone to help you just take a step back and look at things and analyze things and see where I can improve. But at the end of the day, whether you're batting or bowling, you need to become your own coach. Especially in a match situation where you
Self-analysis.
you need to be able to adjust. The best players in the world have that ability to analyze and change plans in a game.
And the more experience you have, the easier that becomes. It's almost like second nature. There, another delivery just sitting up and asking to be hit. And you think, just stick to basics. It's humanly impossible to run up and bowl 6 out of 6 on exactly the same spot. Those in itself become their own variations. And if you're still bowling back of a left, looking to hit the top of off stump, really, somebody's going to have to play some out-of-this-world cricket to make you an expensive bowler. A wrong line from round the wicket to Moore. Both batsmen comfortably in their 40s now. Moore 42, Varane 40. Oh shit. Kelly.
It's time for Craig to vacate his seat. 27th over comes to an end. Things still on the line here.
Unfortunately, I wasn't successful for the Warriors in walking any wickets. Instead, more successful for the Western Province side, seeing Eddie Moore and Carl Varane looking decidedly more comfortable than they were a few minutes or a few overs ago.
See the cricket superstitions go all the way through, with everyone. See, you want to walk a wicket.
I will tell you how many wickets I walked with for Gqeberha in a test match. I was doing production and liaison between the scorers up here and in the box. And it just so happened that every time I went for a visit to visit one of them, he'd take a wicket. So they kept insisting go visit them upstairs, and it was actually working.
It's amazing how that sometimes happens, and then it creates all these superstitions in cricket.
Yeah, that was just I was walking wickets for KG in that Australian test. Not in any other game, just that one. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think you walked wickets for New Zealand today, and South Africa struggled, unfortunately.
I can't say, I don't know if I would have been too comfortable. I actually don't know what emotion I'd watch the semi-final with these days, because we've been in so many that it'll never be as bad as the first one. The one that breaks your heart.
22 off 1, 13-7-1.
V1 was 1999. I still remember where I was sitting. And Lucky just slipping over there.
A little before. Yes, just
reaches the boundary rope.
Now, 99, a lot of people think we lost the game, but we actually didn't lose the game.
Time.
But it felt like a loss.
And the thing is, we shouldn't have lost the game. We lost against Zimbabwe in that tournament. I don't know if you remember that either. And Australia in the Super Sixes, we didn't need to beat them. They would never have been in the same years had they not lost that. Maybe not lost that much. So, 2007 was, and 2011. I just sort of didn't expect it. They didn't seem to have that bustle about them. Only genuine chance I really thought we had was the last Men's T20 World Cup. Thought they could have done it. There's something about them.
Yeah. Anyway,
But
we will wait. We
One
will
day.
wait.
They're getting better, not worse. So at least it's not as embarrassing as exiting not knowing how to calculate Gqeberha is. Like I say, I still rise with Dafabet as a scorer. Gqeberha's target is DLS par, target is DLS par +1.
Exactly.
It has changed an entire generation of behavior.
It has, definitely, that's for sure.
But I suppose we just exchanged it for not being able to lose Rugby World Cup for such weird. We don't know what that feels like.
But it would be nice to get the monkey off your back.
Yes, once one happens then, you know.
It would be interesting to know whether India would have preferred playing us or whether they prefer playing New Zealand.
They'll probably say they'd rather play us because we won't win the final. But you know what? A little while ago we weren't making any. That's boundary. The runs are coming a bit too easily now for Western Province. Obviously, Brendan were showing the value here of having stuck it out and really applied themselves on what is not an easy pitch to bat.
It looks a bit easier now, whether that's just because of the partnership or whether at night you get that little bit of moisture on the surface and
it's right about the time.
Yeah, it comes on a bit better.
A little bit of juice, adding some, maybe the ball's just coming off the bat a little smoother. Carl Verena's been middling it a bit better. He was struggling to middle it earlier.
As you say, give him credit. He got through that difficult phase when Swanepoel was bowling at his best. Now he's bossing the game. From 2 overs ago being behind Gqeberha by 12, all of a sudden they're ahead by 7.
It's amazing how quickly they can change. The Warriors would really need to pull a rabbit out of the hat now to ensure that they don't. They would have to probably get both of these batsmen out to ensure that they have a chance. I would want to leave it up to. I mean, Mbongwana, Nyaku, Simmons, they can all bat. You don't want to leave one of the set batsmen even with them to assist. You want to nip them both in the bud to have a chance. And I think Bears and Nordia will have a big part to play in the basic Nordias and the streets. Bears Swanepoel have a lot of
Same difference. Same difference. Bears is Bears.
Bears Nordia, why am I naming a street? It's just more than once I've done that. I've done that while scoring as well. Just because you constantly hear it on the radio as well. Not relevant to me, I don't think.
Well, the band started up again. Maybe they can bring a bit of rhythm, bring a bit of gees, bring a bit of spirit, and more importantly, bring a wicket.
Certainly for this crowd. They must be somewhat conflicted about who to support because they've also got Bellingham playing in the Western Province side and Sunriser.
50 for Carl Verena.
Well earned, hard fought 50, 77 balls and 46 dot balls. He really paid hard for that. 6 fours. See, his runs weren't really spread around all that much. Most of them were scored when he was given width, either backward of square or square. He's
surely got to feel that I've got to go on here and play a big innings. That's probably what was lacking from the Warriors too. Here's a chance. What does umpire say? Not out.
That was almost a Vernon celeb appeal, you know, when they run through an appeal before, you know, you've given out. But let's see what this looks like because Kruger seemed convinced.
Maybe missing leg. I felt like I could see off and middle. He's not even looking at the umpire.
Eddie's also been standing very. Was it? No, it wasn't him. It was Carl. Let's see what his guard was. Not sure if they're going to show us a replay of it because your Patrick Kruger seemed convinced by that. But unfortunately, it seems that we don't have a replay of it, so we'll just have to go with the version of Patrick Kruger that you'll think will be out. It's always out for the bowler.
Depends which eye you're looking at.
Yeah, exactly. Bowler, always out. Batsman, never out.
Or Warriors versus Western Province?
Possibly.
Another change, Alfie Matoba coming back into the attack. Onkin Yako obviously excellent with his 4 for 34. Herman, Mutusami and Brietska all playing good knocks but not significant. That's where Ferreira now with 51 not out, and even Eddie Moore on 43 not out would like to go on and play that significant innings and ensure a victory for Western Province. And Bayers Swanepoel not Nadia.
Not Nadia.
Amazing figures of 3 for 5 and 7 overs.
The point at which it became very difficult for the Warriors was when they lost both Hellman and Gretzky in one after the other, and you know, you've got both your set batsmen just going out in a procession, and that is what Western Province will want to avoid. Alfie Matola lost some of his rhythm line length a bit earlier. Delivered a few loose balls.
A little bit full to start off with, but he has got protection out on the boundary. I must say there's nothing like day-night cricket for me. Playing under lights, I used to love bowling under lights. It's just a different atmosphere.
Always feels like a different atmosphere at this ground in particular. Always liked it after the game and almost didn't want it to end. I say it was a bit creepy sometimes coming to this ground after a club game to submit sheets, score sheets when we were scoring somewhere else. And if you knew the story of the ghost of St. George's, I'm pretty sure he made good friends with me, sending off score sheets to Andrew. But yeah, there's a ghost apparently here.
Is that the one sitting next to you?
Yes, it is. No. Sits all over St. George's. His name is Sid. Man whose ashes were scattered here, but he insisted that they be scattered nowhere near the pitch because it was dead enough already.
It's a great story. Short! It's going to be safe.
I think Alfie Matoa was lucky to get away with that one. It was also very short, so it looked like it slipped a bit. And equally, it wasn't very well played.
I still don't think it's too bad an option every now and then.
No, not a bad option, but I don't necessarily think he wasn't quite intending it to land where it did. It looked almost like it slipped out. That's a bit better.
Well, if that's not out, why is that not wide, Mr. Seguba?
5s.
Wasn't the most convincing appeal?
No, it was one of those appeals. Yeah, it was one of those appeals you make when you want to make. You just say, okay, so it didn't get me a wicket, but I don't want it to cost me a run.
I wasn't expecting a second short ball there. Eddie Moore.
And there's the full one.
It's a good length. Good way to finish the over. Only 4 runs off it. You need a couple of overs now just to control that run rate, and just bring the run rate back a bit. Push it up to 5.5, 6 and over. Create some pressure.
Comparative score's incredibly close. And you can see this is exactly when the Warriors last started to lose their way with the wickets of Hadman and Gretzky. So this partnership remains utterly vital, and it doesn't matter that it's worth 99. It still is it's not easy to bat out there. They can't afford to lose concentration.
Kruger's actually been really good. 5 overs for 16. Ideal would be for him to pick up a wicket here as well.
Just as they seek the run for the 100 partnership.
Another short one.
So
This will definitely bring the 100 partnership up. And another difference is they are running those for 2 where the Warriors didn't.
yes, that was disappointing from the Warriors earlier. Excellent partnership by Gqeberha and Eddie Moore. Doesn't matter that it's the strike rate doesn't matter at this stage. 101 runs is what counts. 94 minutes, 144 balls. It's pretty much an equal share. Verena doing a bit more of the scoring towards the end as he brought up his own 50. He's found a bit of touch now.
Oh, this one's been hit better. Not quite out of the middle. Will be another 2 to the total.
Batting with some confidence. Always feels a bit eerie when the band goes silent.
Just waiting for Sid.
No, Sid and he haunts like the teenage scorers who are like waiting to get out while the printer is refusing to send things.
It's better shot. The timing was there, but not the placement. Interesting how Mutasami bowls left-handed, bats left-handed, yet throws right-handed.
Yeah, that is strange. I mean, it's not an ambidextrous thing. It's not like Ron Pearson. It is actually. It can't be terribly common to do it that way.
No.
You do everything but throw.
Catch it! Oh, it's just over the head of mid-wicket. Timing's excellent. It's going to run away.
Is it? I think
Good
that's
fielding.
it. Good effort backing up as well from Brzezinski, and I think that may be the 12th man on the field. Is it?
No, that's Herman there.
Oh, it's Hammond on the field, yeah. No, we had a 12th man on the field for just a few overs at least. That was Matthew Gqeberha. I think he may be off now.
I think it was a little bit lazy from Patrick Kruger there not to get back to the stumps.
Yeah, it's a huge effort from Matthew Brzezinski to come leaping in as backup. Feel a bit Robenheimer was perhaps a few inches too short for that to complete that catch.
Needed Marco Jansen there.
Yeah.
On his brother's
Shoulders.
shoulders.
Hey, they would have taken that comfortably.
Might have had to bend down.
Yeah. Just a single. As Eddie Moore gets a bit closer to a half century.
It's been a good foil for Carl Verena. It's just allowed Verena to play his natural game and doesn't get caught up in trying to keep up with Verena, although the strike rates are very similar.
Now, when Verena started, he struggled a little bit, but Eddie was very calm. I think he might be a better for somebody who does need a bit of time than say Bellingham, who's a bit more rushed and rushes himself. And he does go through the gears very quickly. Oh no, right down his throat. Just as we were talking about Verena, he deposits a delivery straight down the throat of Jordan Hanneman.
Short balls worked eventually in this game. There haven't been too many that have been successful. Good catch in the end because that was hit quite hard. To the short boundary, that's 6, but unfortunately picked the long boundary. It's the end of a very good innings from Carl Verena. It's a much needed wicket for the home side.
Verena's gone for 59 of 84 balls. Good acceleration towards the latter part of his innings. Excellent catch from recovery there from Hammond, because I was worried that he had not moved in enough from the boundary, but turned out it's in exactly the right position. In comes Michlali Mpungwana.
Seems to have recovered from the uncomfortable feeling he had earlier. Seemed to be a back that was a bit tight.
Oh, he did still bowl the ball on the last over, which was very surprising to me.
Need to build a partnership now with Eddie Moore. Eddie just telling him, this is the way the wicket's playing, just be careful, the ball's maybe skidding on a little bit.
And if anybody does know how this wicket should play, it is Eddie Moore.
Spent a little bit of time batting on it.
Just a bit,
Just a bit.
you know, just a tiny bit, not more than any of the Warriors, you know, put together.
But now what they've got to try and prevent here, Western Province, is also to lose 2 wickets, especially, or 2 set batters. So
Yeah.
Eddie Moore especially will
The
have to.
scenario I painted earlier when the Warriors lost Herman and Bretsky, you don't want to lose your 2 set batsmen, and the Warriors would need to get Eddie Moore out. Being with the sniff, and that's a good tight line from Alfie Matera.
It's almost like he's got to take guard again and start as if he's on naught.
Pretty much, yes. I mean, he's lost the person he was already playing an anchor role, but now he's got to reset. Oh,
If he gets 85 to 90 not out here, Western Province will win.
yes. Unless there's absolutely no support, like absolutely zero support. It's if he stays in, he should get that. It's going to depend on how much support they can give, the other batsmen can give him. I think that there's enough batting left to give him that support. But if he gets out, I'm not 100% convinced that there's enough batting for them to take it home.
Trying the short ball again, this time just a little bit too high, given as a wide.
He didn't look too keen to play that one either, not terribly comfortable.
It's not his favourite shot. He
No.
almost plays it in self-defence.
He sometimes looks like he realizes he doesn't have to, he doesn't realize he can leave them. He doesn't have to play them all.
Great fielding.
Brilliant fielding there.
Robin Peterson did say a while ago, this is his best fielder, Ishile.
And his best fielder and also wicketkeeper. Ishile.
Stinging. It's a little bit cooler than it was this afternoon.
Love the fact that the keeper and the fielders ran in from the boundary, and Matthew Bretsky came in, just congratulated him. It just assures the bowler and the rest of the team that, you know, you're always going to give that extra effort.
Been good this over so far, except for the wide. Needs to get out of the over. That's so important. It's no use building the pressure and then letting the pressure go with the last ball or 2.
He's definitely not comfortable with that short ball. And I think Eddie's found, Alfie Matera has found the right length against Eddie Moore as well.
Might be worth a change up here.
There
Last
is.
ball of the over.
I mean,
A little bit slower. Maybe. There's a change of field finally coming up. Long on going back. It's going to go full and straight. You can't go too straight. You haven't got anyone at fine leg. Could be 2. Good running.
he's taking the ball.
It'll leave Moore 1 short of his 50 as I say goodbye for now and make some room for Craig Sturck.
Lot of room. Thanks very much, Dion. You just got to compare that equation the whole time after virtually every single over. 108 balls left, 90 runs required. Now, this is where dot balls become more than important for the Warriors. because it'll have a bigger influence on the required rate.
Good indicator there is your Jack with Lewis par, which is basically just under where they are now.
Yeah, at the moment,
They're ahead.
Province are ahead by 2 runs. But Patrick Kruger starting his 7th over. Other than a couple of wayward deliveries where he was expensive, he bowled very tightly, disciplined.
Alfred Matthäus also seemed to find his length with that short ball against Eddie Moore. He didn't seem comfortable at all in the last over. But as it is, he's 1 away from a 50.
Kruger to Mpungwana. They'll get the single. The lanky Mpungwana only took him about 4 paces to get across the pitch. No thought of a run out there. And he's off the mark and underway.
Very
You wonder,
big frame.
you know, with Swanepoel with those figures of 7 overs, 3 for 5,
With the
would
ratio.
it not be worth giving him 1 over
I think it would be.
and to try and break this up? And all of a sudden, Western Province, 5 wickets down, puts a very different complexion on this chase.
Especially if you get more out. Then I think things become very difficult for Western Province. I think it's well worth giving Swanepoel an over in the middle, and now would be the time to do it. It's no use waiting for the death when you know when it's too late
The
to
horses
do
are
anything.
bolted, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Moore just struggling. You know, he's hit the odd shot well and timed it, but for the most part, he's really struggled.
It's not an easy pitch by
Oh,
any
no,
means.
no. Kruger again.
Must have
All
bowled.
defence from Moore. Good discipline from
Warriors
the
are-
Warriors bowlers.
Warriors are enjoying this. It's just continuously encouraging each other.
It all adds to the pressure. You know, Eddie Moore, with the loss of Varaine's wicket, he had to change his whole game plan. Because while Verreynne was going, all it was a case of rotating strike, giving Verreynne as much of the bowling as possible. Now all of a sudden, Edwin Moore has become an important cog.
Yes, well, while Mpungwana finds his feet, Eddie Moore has got to be the one making the runs. He's got to be the one ticking the scoreboard on.
Well, almost at the completion of 33 overs, at run rate, still hovering around the 5 mark, but it's still going to get tight. Still going to get tight. But you still get the feeling that the Warriors, if they're going to win this game, they've actually almost got to bowl
Bowl them
Western,
out, yes.
bowl Western Province out.
I agree.
Finally struck shot. Once again, no reward. That's must probably been the most noticeable thing this afternoon. This complete match with both sides batting is the number of exquisite shots that have been played and hit straight to fielders.
Especially on the drive, both sides have not been rewarded for the quality of the stroke play. Possibly just kudos to the placement of the fielders.
Now, that's a very good over from Patrick Kruger. Just the 1 run conceded. So, 33 overs gone, 135 for 4. And that required rate, still 102 balls left, 89 required for victory. And the sooner that those two figures can swap around, the better it'll be for the Warriors when there are less balls than runs needed to win.
And now you can see how far up the required rate has jumped from the 4.95, and now it's 5.2 and over. It's still perfectly manageable. It's just
Yeah, you don't want to allow yourself to get or dig a hole for yourself.
Exactly.
And when the run rate gets to around 6.5, 7 on a pitch like this, then it's going to become exceedingly difficult.
It's going to be very hard then.
Matawa again to Mpungwana.
No way, but then at the end of the previous over, I saw a little bit more frustration from Eddie Moyes, just flipping his bat up and movements he's making. It's clearly not easy out there.
I think what's more frustrating is you're hitting these brilliant cricket shots, but you're finding a fielder every time. Credit to the captain in terms of field placing, but you've got to say to yourself as a batsman, all right, I'm finding fielders.
Yeah. What am I doing wrong? Yeah.
Now I must rather hit it slightly softer, drop and run, or just push into the gap for one. Because hitting these glorious shots straight at the fielder is not achieving any form of purpose.
But it does make for a fantastic contest. I mean, you've
Another stolen single. Now, this is where the ring fielders from the Warriors have got a very important job to do. They've got to stop those little singles. They've got to stop the Western Province batsmen from rotating the strike.
they need
And
to.
you've got 5 men in the circle. Those men at mid-wicket and at a slight extra cover, saving one, have got to make sure they save the one.
And they've been very aggressive with their fielding thus far, and needs to continue.
Now that's 2 straight from Matoa. They'll be looking for 2. No, they won't.
Can't take it.
Herman very quickly off the fence.
Not just the Warriors showing their appreciation, but the crowd as well. Edwards makes his 50.
Well, it's been a struggling 50. You know, he started like a house on
Yeah.
fire, and then all of a sudden Varane overtook him, and now Moore has finally crawled to a 50. Just an indication, it's taken him 90 deliveries. No single there.
Spent quite some time in the 40s as well. Stuck in the 40s, which is not the nicest place to be for any batsman. In the 90s or the 40s. The encouragement continues from the Warriors fielders.
Yeah, well, the fielders will be looking at the scoreboard in terms of the number of balls left and the runs required to win. And the sooner those 2 numbers get closer together, the more pressure the batsman is going to be under. That should be leg bias, and there's the indication from umpire Saduma. 96 balls left, 86 runs required. I still get a feeling this is going to be a tight finish.
You're right down to the wire.
Now, you know, looking at the one-day log at the moment, you know, Warriors are third on 12 points. Boland, they streaks ahead because their game got washed out. So they're already on 21 points. The Knights on 16. The Warriors, as I said, on 12 in third place. The Titans have set up a huge total, 370. So the likelihood is they're going to get maximum points there. So it's actually imperative that the Warriors win here. Otherwise, you just get the feeling that you're going to come down to the final game of the weekend on Sunday, and it could be a damp squib as a result of no purpose to anybody, and the Warriors take on the Lions.
And Western Province are out, obviously. They're not.
Well, mathematically, should they win here,
They could still be a chance.
they still could get a chance. And that's kept low, crawled along the ground. Big tall man in Pongwana.
That's always the danger at St. George's, even if you've got one of the good surfaces where it looks like there's decent bounce, the odd one is just crawls through.
Oh, it's just a pity for the Warriors bowlers that whatever's making that ball creep along the ground isn't straight up on the line of off stump. It's just a little bit too wide. 2 dot balls so far for Kruger.
Oh, excellent.
Play and a miss. Another dot ball. Now all of a sudden, these dot balls, that required rate from 5.2 becomes 5.5. So these dot balls now at this stage of the innings are so important because that required rate adjusts very quickly.
Yeah. When you don't have so many deliveries to play with, the game's getting a lot shorter than you think it is.
down the wicket, an almost desperation shot. Wherever that was going to pitch, and Pongwana was going to play a shot at it.
Don't think Patrick Kruger will mind that too much.
There's the equation. 92 balls left, 85 to win. And the closer those two numbers get to each other, and then the balls required get lower than the runs required, that's when the pressure really gets turned on.
And what they can't afford is to let those few quiet overs happen, because that is the moment when, things start to become even.
That's stealing a single. That shouldn't be done. That is naughty fielding from the men in the circle.
There should
You
have been
cannot give away easy singles like that.
Should have been a bit quicker to pounce on that and pick it up.
Yeah, well, those men at mid-wicket and sort of an extra cover, saving the one, they've got to anticipate virtually every ball coming to them. And all they've got to do is make sure there isn't a single given away.
Well, it's not easy to hit boundaries, so they have to anticipate this is how the runs are going to be scored, that, they're going to go for a single wherever they can get one.
Fielders have got to anticipate the ball coming to them.
All the
Last
time.
ball for Kruger. And just a right-handed jab.
Another one that kept slightly low.
Oh, strange shot. It's almost predetermined by Mpongwana. He wanted to pull it, but didn't bounce and ended up as a right-hand jab. So 35 overs gone, 140 for 4, and the players will retire for drinks. Look at that required run rate. Now 5.6. All of a sudden, you've got another bowler in your arsenal, and it's called scoreboard pressure. There's a summary so far of the game. Jordan Herman, brilliant for his 57. Musasami, 47. Breski, 45. Man of the innings, though, was Onke Nyaku. Came on as a sixth bowler. Ended up bowling 9.2 overs, taking 4 for 34. Well supported by Kyle Simmons, 2 for 43. And in reply, Western Province, Varane, a very good half century, then unfortunately got himself out, specifically at the wrong time. That partnership between Moore and Varane had to grow even further to make sure setting the foundation for the victory. Moore is still there on that half century, and look at Bayer Swanepoel's bowling figure. 7 overs, 3 for 5.
Simply outstanding. And if one has a look at where the Warriors were at the same stage, they were 145, I believe, for the loss of 4, or 149 for the loss of 4. It is that close after 35 overs apiece.
This is where every single dot ball becomes so important in a situation. 5.6 the required rate. A must-win situation for World Superbet Western Province, because a loss here would then count against them being bottom of the table. A win mathematically would give them a chance, relying on other results, to qualify for that second and third playoff. Whereas for Dafabet Warriors, it looks like they're going to get overtaken by the Titans. So Warriors, a must-win situation for themselves to remain in third position.
Yeah.
If the Titans get a bonus point in that win, well, then it comes down to the last game of the season. Warriors and Titans are level on points. Everything to play for.
And looking at net run rates, I'm not sure anyone wants to play against Titans with that. There surely can only be one run on that aspect.
And I take it the Titans on Sunday will be playing at home on that national highway they've got up there for a pitch, because they're playing in Potchefstroom tonight. And it looks like they're assured of the victory there. So it becomes even more important for the Warriors to secure a victory here tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans won with bonus points. I'm not sure what the current score is at the moment. But that would make the game obviously tonight, and then if the Warriors do prevail tonight, then next week the last fixture
On Sunday,
yeah,
the Lions here
on Sunday
against the Warriors, it's once again a must-win situation.
Incredibly
for the
impressive.
Warriors, was the Titans have got a good home game on once again a pitch where they're likely to improve their net run rate.
And they won't have to play on one like this, which makes for fantastic cricket. I mean, an absorbing contest, but it's not necessarily, you know, your box office. Every second player is going to make 100.
No,
It's not
the
easy.
spectators, because they get spoiled with T20, wanting to see 4s and 6s the whole time, all of a sudden you give a little bit more balance to the competition between bat and ball. For the purist, it's an intriguing contest because
Yeah.
it can go either way. But, you know,
I mean, watching Bears Swanepoel bowl the way he's bowled on this pitch and utilise what he could get out of the surface was an absolute dream.
you know, I think his greatest
just
asset
a-
was his discipline in line and length, almost bowling red ball type
Exactly.
deliveries. Hard back of the length looking to hit the top of off stump. Matoa again. And that's cut away. It'll go away for 4. Yes, it will. Now there's advantage Western Province to start the over with a boundary.
It's exactly what you don't want. You're immediately on the back foot when you concede a boundary off the first ball of the over, and there's not that could have probably been stopped as well.
All the
Arguably.
batsmen now have to do is look to get a runner ball, and all of a sudden you've got 9 runs to the over. Makes a huge difference, that boundary early on. Matoa again. To Moore, gives himself room, just with enough pace off the bat to find that gap to cover point.
Can't afford the 4 balls.
No, dot balls. That's what the
dot
Warriors
balls.
bowlers
You
should be.
actually need wickets.
Dot balls will create pressure. Pressure will give you the wickets.
Struck a fantastic innings that Mpongwana played against the Lions. I think it was either the Lions or the Dragons.
Good looking shot.
In
No
a-
reward.
In an effective semi-final to take the Western Province side to a One Day Cup. What's the other One Day Cup knockout match? I believe he made something like 90, close to 100, almost in a one-man effort. It looks absolutely down and out. So let's not discount his ability, but
Well, it's well played. Waited for the ball to come to him. Finds the gap.
I do believe the Warriors would need wickets. As you said, they would need
Dot
to bowl
balls?
out. Dot balls and wickets.
Creates the pressure. Creates the wickets. Oh, that boundary off the first ball of the over makes such a difference. Short ball. That's the weakness of Moore.
So
Doesn't play them with too much confidence.
increasingly uncomfortable against them. I mean, I wouldn't really want to hang my bat out, almost not like a periscope, but just aimlessly, instead of tucking it away and getting out of the way of the delivery.
Some people have become proficient at leaving the bat there and guiding that short delivery off the face of the bat, over the keeper's head, and invariably it goes for 6. That's well played. Looks like he's going to find a
Yeah.
boundary again.
That just split
No.
the fielders.
Now it becomes
Much
an expensive
easier.
over. 10 runs off the over. Matoa won't be happy with that little effort.
And
And the 150 is up for World Sports Bet Western Province.
it's been a bit of a slug. This pitch is not an easy one. 218 balls is taken in, 14 fours, and just the 1-6.
There are boundaries that have been at a premium the whole match. We looked at the statistics of the Dafabet Warriors, and their boundaries was a very small percentage of their final total.
And an almost overdue return of Bears
Yeah, well,
Swanepoel.
I think this is tactically correct.
It's correct to bring him back, yes.
Sure. You know, the figures alone speak for themselves. 7 overs, 3 for 5. But more importantly, his wicket-taking ability. That's what they need. Leg by, thudding off the far pad.
They had his figures up for something 42 deliveries, I think 35 drop balls or something like that. It was
So
absolutely
it's been a wonderful display.
masterclass.
And even that previous leg by, it doesn't reflect against the bowler's figures. It's considered an extra. Swanepoel again. To Moore.
Lovely. On the money.
Fine line and length. I think Western Province most probably in terms of matchups and competition will say, well, Swanepoel has only got 3 overs remaining. Let's make sure we don't give our wickets away to him. See him off, and then we'll play it against the balance of the bowlers.
Oh,
Good fielding.
great.
Been impressive tonight. Other than that catch
Yeah.
of Duplessis that went down, which was a very difficult catch.
Lovely.
It's been a very, very good fielding display.
Lovely, the fielder, the keeper and fielder congratulating each other as well. Something you like to see. The good team environment they've got.
One run's fine.
So far there's just the 4 balls one. He's conceded 1 run and just the leg bar to go with it.
80 balls left, 72 to win.
And he's bowling to the newer batsman, Pongwana. Eke out a few more wickets to stay in the game near the Warriors.
Good looking shot again from Pongwana. Does look an accomplished batsman.
Oh, that he
But
does.
at the moment, just finding fielders.
Went straight
But such
to
is the line and length of Swanepoel that those gaps are hard to come by.
Now, there's been quite the theme tonight and this afternoon. And the field placements have been fairly creative on both sides. Have the use of bowlers. Again, excellent from Swanepoel.
Another very good over from Bayer Swanepoel. Just the 1 run off the bat and the leg by. 3 for 6 his figures in 8 overs. 152 for 4. 78 balls left. 72 runs required. Equates to a required rate of 5.5 runs to the over.
You might be seeing a double change. That's CJ King. Returning from the duck pond end.
Well, you see the 3 bowlers, Matoa, Swanepoel and Kruger, have all bowled 8 overs each. So they've got 2 overs remaining of their allowed quota. There's still 13 overs left. So those 3 bowlers, there's 6 overs. What are they going to do for the other 7 overs? That's going to be the problem. Who bowls those? CJ King's going to be one of them.
Yes. Here he goes now.
Dot ball, that's fine.
He struggled a bit earlier to bowl to his field. He's just going to have to be a bit tighter in his line and length and, not stray onto Eddie Moore's pads or give him too much width.
Well, Beddingham and Moore early on in King's first spell, he found them difficult customers.
Oh, that's much better.
Another dot ball, very good.
Although anybody would find David Beddingham in a mood a difficult customer. I mean, he's just that type of batsman. He'll, switch it on straight away at the beginning of his innings. It's sometimes a blessing, sometimes a curse. I remember...
That was a big wicket
Yeah.
the Warriors got when they saw the back of Beddingham. Moore's the next vital wicket.
Oh, it's gone
he
straight up.
hasn't timed that. It's looped into mid-wicket. Just the single. Moore very lucky to get away with that.
Living on borrowed time, feels.
Well, those are the sort of chances that Warriors have to convert into wickets.
There was a slight run out chance there too, although he wasn't at the danger end. This is better from CJ King.
Good fielding, good line, good discipline from King.
I remember watching the test match and wondering about what David Bedingham was thinking when he was going through this mid where he was trying, almost like he was trying to hit every ball for four, and I was like, it's not a T20. It's just sometimes
King again.
one of
Tucking up in Pongwana. Gets it away though.
so you can almost I almost can't blame the bowler for that. There's just sometimes he's in one of those moods. And he's come back well in this over so far. Just the two singles, 3 dots. Key is to finish well.
Yeah, important delivery this. And that has been dispatched. Now that was just way too short. It's set up. And Edward Moore has hammered that to the boundary, to the long side. And honestly, it deserved to get hit for 4.
And look,
It was such a bad delivery.
We've acknowledged that Edward Moore has a... We've acknowledged that he has a weakness against the short ball, but when you are planting the short ball that short halfway down the pitch, it's going to be an easy one to hit away. That one just sat there, perfect height, easy to dispatch for 4.
38 of us gone, 158 for 4, 72 balls left, 66 runs to win. Now, that last ball 4 just relieved a lot of pressure. Struck on the pad. Big shot from Swanepoel. Led by a signal, so one can only assume that possibly outside line, jagging back too much, going down the leg side. Welcome back, Dion. It's going to be a tight finish, this.
It is, and just that wicket has already got the required run rate up to 5.5 now instead of 5 where it was most of the time.
Dot balls. That's key
balls,
for
yeah.
the Warriors now.
You know, Mpongwana 5 of 19. I think another good decision by the umpire. Probably doing too much.
Stealing a single once again. Those men in the circle, they must be anticipating each and every ball coming to them. You can't allow those singles. Good running though. On contact, more called. Mpongwana, easy for him. Loping 4 steps. And he's home. Tall lad, Mpongwana.
Very.
Looks very stylish with bat in hand. Not that. That was out the blacksmith's handbook.
They love proving us wrong when we say something on air, don't they? It's like there's a built-in microphone or a little man talking to them about what we're saying.
The dreaded curse.
They're definitely.
70 balls remain, 64 required for victory.
Need another wicket here, especially the wicket of Moore. I think he knows how valuable he is now.
That should be, is it? Man underneath it, he's got it. That's the end of Mpongwana. Brilliant catch by Swanepoel. He can do nothing wrong tonight.
Just a bit of panic, trying to get that run rate under control, breaking the shackles, trying to get the boundary. He can't. Kashile running far to his left, diving, and it's a must-take catch, and he does exactly that. Rushed him.
Yeah, that brilliant. I tell you what, that's a brilliant catch because there's a lot of ground that had to be made up there.
But also the situation, it's such a crucial wicket now to get another new batter in, get that run rate up to 6, 6.5, 7. You're going to have more of these shots. Wickets. They are key.
Scoreboard pressure, wickets, it all adds up. It's going to be a thrilling finish. 5.6 runs per over required. Wow. Nyaku walks to the crease. Now, he had an absolute brilliant afternoon with ball in hand, ending up with 4 wickets, bowling brilliantly.
Yeah.
Is he going to do it with the bat in hand? They're going to need him to. Well, I think he's just realised that he's got to be the foundation. He's got to bat through the innings. He's on 67, but he needs a partner badly.
This one just came back at him, didn't give him the room, cramped. And Kashile making no mistake. But just getting back to a guy like Nyaku as well, if he does manage to win the game with the bat from here, he's definitely your man of the match. But at the moment, Swanepoel is looking likely to be that guy. I'm going to take you back to Natal days. Peter Rawson bowling miserly like this.
Yeah,
it was a totally different one-day era.
Yeah.
But these figures, 4 for 7 in basically 9 overs, unheard of.
Yeah, sure.
This is probably one of the best bowling spells we've seen
In a long time.
in a long time.
And fully deserved. His discipline, his line and length has been superb. Swanepoel now to the new batsman, Onke Nyaku. A fortuitous outside edge will get him off the mark.
I still want to see him go around the wicket here to the left-hander. He did it for
Yeah.
only 1 over and he looked threatening. He is. See, he's listening. It's that little man on his shoulder we were talking about. Almost want to stand up and applaud him now. Especially if he gets a wicket. That'll be even better.
Yeah, it's a thinking man's game. Everybody thinks, bowlers are stupid. They run up and try and bowl as quickly as they can. But you've got to think about what you're going to do with every delivery. Well played by Moore, just rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
An expensive over by Swanepoel, going for 3 runs.
By his standards, yes.
Luckily he picked up a wicket, so we'll forgive him.
4 for 9 after 9 overs. You couldn't have wished for better.
Well, you're going to have to bowl him out now. You can't keep him back. You've got to have a little gamble.
We were saying early on, every single dot ball now becomes important because as that required rate increases substantially per dot ball at the latter stage of this innings, so that pressure of required rate is going to make the batsman take risks, and that's when, if you keep your disciplined line and length, that's when the wickets will come.
Yeah. So for me, Patrick Kruger, he went off the field earlier. I think he's got a bit of an injury. Seems like he's back on. Hopefully it's not too serious. CJ King was walking towards the bowling crease, but he's been replaced by Mutasami. So I would swap CJ King around and bowl him from the Park Drive end. The duck pond end hasn't been his end tonight. So I know some bowlers don't like switching around, but I would try it with him and just see whether it works or not.
I would still let Swanepoel bowl out his 10th
Definitely.
over. Mutasami now goes to Moore. 5 men in the circle. Lofted down the ground. Safest place to hit at St George's Park. 4 runs. Good strike that by Moore.
Mutasami is mad at himself. You see him kicking the ground. Thought, I can just have a little warm-up ball. Edinburgh won't do much. Just bowls a nice little full floaty one. And Edinburgh smashes it for 4.
Delicately tickled round the corner. We'll take the single. Mutasami, I don't think, has had the best of evenings with ball in hand. You know, you needed him to be tighter, and he's going at about 5 runs and over, which has been the required rate all along. You just needed somebody to bowl in partnership with Swanepoel to just dry up the runs, tighten the screws completely.
10 overs for 25 or 30 would have been ideal.
Oh, perfect.
But you can still turn it around. There's
Oh,
still
yeah.
5 wickets to be taken here.
57 runs still required for victory. 64 balls left. Fortunately now, for the Warriors, they've got a new batsman at the crease. And he's not exactly going to start striping it around from ball number 1. So he's going to eat up deliveries.
So this is what you have to do now if you're a Warriors bowler, is make
Dot
sure
balls.
you bowl as many dot balls as you can to Nyaku. And conversely, he's got to try and get off strike as quickly as possible and not put pressure on Moore.
Oh, there's no run there for Nyaku. Pressure's building. Now this is where Nyaku, maybe in desperation, not experienced, will end up playing. Oh, it's a valiant attempt at stopping the single. Good try. But Nyaku off the mark.
Might not be a bad single because he retains the strike now. Start of the new over.
Yeah, possibly not a bad one to give away. 168 for 5. 10 overs remain. 60 balls. 56 runs required.
Well, they are going to hold Swanepoel back for his last over, which is an interesting decision. Probably not a bad one, just in case.
When you consider in context of the whole innings, there's still 10 overs remaining. That's a lot of cricket.
Is
It's a half a T20 game.
Duckworth Lewis pass score 168. What's the score? 168. So it's anybody's game. It's anybody's game from here.
I think it's slightly swaying in favour of World Sports Betting Western Province for the simple reason that only 5 down. They've got a man in that's been there for a long time. And the main bowlers for Warriors have run out of overs. Play and a miss. That's all you want.
Yeah, you've got to keep taking wickets now. That's the only way you sort of dominate this game from here. Run rate required is still under 6. Stop the boundaries, put pressure on the new batter.
Pressure on King. He's been quite expensive. 5 overs and all for 34. Another dot ball. Thank you very much. And that crescendo of Warriors fielders geeing each other on just gets louder, almost competing with the band.
The difference is those 2 deliveries now. If it was a set batter, it might have been 4, might have been 1. All of a sudden, 2 dot balls. Oh, goal, that was out.
Oh, that would have been run out by the proverbial mile. Brilliant fielding once again from Gretzky. All in one movement, swooping down, picking up, throwing, body at a different angle. What's that? Oh, lands on his shoulder, run out by a mile. Could have carried on running straight to the change room.
It's almost like he knew he had to run. He couldn't afford to have another dot ball. It's almost straight at the fielder.
Oh, this is where those fielders have got to stop that single being taken. Struck on the pad, maybe a little bit high. Outside the line possibly. Arno Jacobs with the leg by signal. More importantly, Nyaku back on strike.
Yeah, just an update. Dragons 242 for 9. So seems like the Titans are going to win with a bonus point. South Africa losing by 50 runs. David Miller getting 100 of 67 balls.
Brilliant.
In vain.
Miller time. Good looking shot. No reward for Nyaku. Now that David Miller, he just keeps producing the goods. At his age, he's still ranked amongst the fittest and the best of them. But disappointment for the South Africans. You see the advantage in Pakistan, batting first on those sort of pitches.
Yeah.
That South African squad also missing a lot of bowlers. King again. Yorker on the drive. Nyaku on the drive, straight to Bretsky. So all in all, not a bad over.
So
Just the 2 runs off it. Now, look at that required rate. Every dot ball now becomes vital. It's a runner ball now.
So it shows you how quickly it changes. It was actually exactly the point I was going to make. And also the change of ends seemed to have been better for CJ King. But he's got to follow it up with another couple of good overs. It's no use just doing it once and letting it go. Got to build the pressure.
We had a producer years ago, and pressure makes diamonds.
Or breaks you.
Mutasami, Tunyak, it's Moore on strike. $170 for 5.
There's an appeal.
Appeal for caught behind. Didn't look too convincing.
Nah.
But the play and miss from Moore, you just wonder, why is Moore going into his shell at this stage of the game? He's got to be looking to keep that scoreboard ticking over. These dot balls are going to become a problem. That required rate, now 6.3. It changes virtually every delivery that's not scored off. Oh, right through Duplessis. That'll run away for 4. That's the last thing the Warriors wanted. Give away 4 buyers.
It's the second one he's missed tonight, which is 8 runs. In the context of a low-scoring game like this, 8 runs is a lot.
Yeah, and you think of that missed chance of Varane. It was a good effort to get a glove to it, but even still, it still goes down as a chance. Moore will get the single wide of that short mid-wicket.
Now, from the Warriors' point of view, you just got to try and restrict the boundaries now to a minimum. Don't really need to be boundaries, but we know they're going to be dot balls. It's been that sort of surface.
Overall tonight, the percentage of the total scored in boundaries has been surprisingly low. Nyaku will get the single. 175 for 5, 176 for 5 rather. 48 or 48, run a ball. But the main thing in favour of Province, Moore is still there.
So imagine that 4 buys didn't happen. Another over of just 2 runs. Now all of a sudden you've scored 6. It's kept up with the rate. It goes to 6.4. All of a sudden you're thinking differently. It's not that big a difference, but in your mind as a batter, it does become a big difference.
You know, and when you look at overall both innings, the percentage number of boundaries is surprisingly low. So you don't want to be gifting buys like that.
Yeah.
Good dot ball from CJ King.
If you don't take wickets, they shouldn't defend these runs. So you expect that the Warriors need to take at least 3-4 wickets from here to have a chance of winning the game.
Yeah, create enough pressure that the batsman now has to take the risk and gets himself out. King again. Oh, sweet looking shot from Nyaku.
Because the Titans would have gone now to 16 points, level with
The Knights.
the Knights, who are only playing on Friday now. They were due to play today, but the Dolphins and the Knights are only playing on Friday in Durban.
Oh, what a wonderful climax to the
Yeah.
one-day competition. Yo. Oh, that has been picked up so sweetly. Is this a catch? No, it just eludes Herman and goes for 6. What an important shot was that. The long side of St. George's Park. and it's gone all the way for 6. Sweetly timed.
Once again, you think back to the catch Eddie Moore took at the end. That goes for 6. All of a sudden, the total's 230. He catches it. This one doesn't get caught. Goes for 6. It's a 12-run swing in 2 balls.
Yeah. CJ King not having the best of evenings. Didn't do much with the bat, just 1 run, and now is proving rather expensive in the Dafabet Warriors bowling lineup. King again, to Nyaku. Aimless shy at the stumps. Now, what if that had hit the stumps and deflected away for 4? Yeah, there was no chance of a run out. So just a little bit of common sense required as the pressure mounts.
Oh, you feel for the youngster here. It's part of that learning curve, and we know how mother cricket can be. She's not always your friend.
Oh, that learning curve can be very ugly.
But you just got to keep at it. 1 or 2 balls again, 1 or 2 wickets changes it. Doesn't matter what's happened. There's nothing you can control about that. You can only control what you do the next ball that you bowl.
The most important thing is the very next ball, irrespective of what happened the previous delivery. It's a stage of the game. Every ball is important. No run. So, King finishes the over with 3 dot balls, unfortunately for him, giving away that huge 6 to the long side there at St George's Park. 182 for 5, 43 overs gone.
It's once again, it's so marginal. That gets caught, all of a sudden it becomes a good over. Now you feel you've bowled a bad over. There've been 5 dot balls and 1 great shot.
Yeah. As you say, the game of cricket can be either your friend or your foe very quickly.
It's mostly your foe. The good days are few and far between.
Yeah, they always say on a good day you got to cash in to make up for a majority of bad days. Mujid Sami, important over this now. Very important. 2 more. That's fine, just the single. Get Nyaku on strike.
Ideal would be now 5 dot balls and maybe a wicket. Just to create a little bit of pressure.
And to the new batsman, even though he has hit a tremendous 6, slow bowler now, Nyaku's going to have to make the pace on the ball. Almost plays all around it. Close. And this is where Mujid Sami, this could be valuable bowling to the new batsman.
Lovely shot.
A lot less flight, quicker through the air. Good fielding by Bretsky.
Some good shots.
It's not Bretsky.
Tashile.
Short mid wicket. Tashile. Swung over mid wicket. There is a man out there, and they'll restrict it to just a single. That's very good cricket. Great outfielding. And the rest of the field appreciate that great effort in cutting what should have been an amble through for 2 down to just the single. So every run counts now.
It's good batting.
1 run. That's all Moore's doing, rotating the strike, keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
This is a big delivery. It's been a good over.
Huge.
Three singles. The boundary now ruins it. A dot ball. Just
Brilliant
balls the
over.
pressure. Yeah.
Well, 6.3, the required rate at the moment. And it's going to climb. You watch that dot ball. That required rate. Now, 36 balls left, 39 to win, and all of a sudden, just because of that 1 dot ball, the required rate now, 6.5 runs to the over. There's the pressure. That's what's going to bring the rash shot. That will bring the wickets. It's time for me to say goodbye. Thank you for being with us the whole of this match, and you and Kelly Dion take us through to an exciting finish.
It certainly will be. Thank you, Craig. Safe travels.
Yeah, bowls in Cape Town.
Enjoy. Good luck. Alfie Matoa also changing ends, coming to the Park Drive end. 8 overs for 40 so far, and 2 vital overs he's got left.
We also have Bears Swanepoel when he bowls his last over is going to be key.
Could be the second last over or even earlier if needed. Probably won't leave him till the last over, but we will see. Time will tell.
If you're leaving him to the last, it'll be too late. Warriors really do need a wicket. It's not going to be, they're not going to be restricting them just by reducing the wickets.
At the moment they've got 5 fielders in the ring. Probably don't need 5 in. Can you put your fine leg back? There's a bit of indecision. He says yes. Go back.
That's Patrick Krugel.
Eddie Moore, 76 not out. Just the one.
It's not the worst thing in the world to bowl to batsmen. Importantly, you've probably got your brains trust with the ball next to him. With Bears Swanepoel to the left of Alfred Matoa, and then the experienced Cinnamon to Sammy to the right. I'm sure they'll have plenty of words of encouragement.
Eddie Moore says no, just settle for one.
Preferably the Warriors just have to keep those down. They've been soaked in the field this afternoon, this evening.
Both teams have been pretty good in the field, to be honest. Some great catches taken.
There has been an actual treat. Some very athletic, very enthusiastic.
It's all going to come down to these last 5 overs now.
It's definitely not a pitch that's easy to hit boundaries on. So it's going to be key for them to at least, not ensure that these singles are too easy to get.
A couple of dot balls here will be ideal for the Warriors. Yaku looking to the leg side. He's thinking boundary. He's going to use his feet.
So it's gone straight up. It's gone straight up.
Man under it. Robin Ivan, he takes it. That's the wicket.
That's exactly what the Warriors needed, and that was an unnecessarily big shot from Gqeberha. Really unnecessary in that moment in time.
He knew it was going to happen. He was looking for the boundary.
And you saw it coming. He was dancing on the wickets. Ball got a bit right underneath it, but it went straight up in the air, and Robbenheimer simply had to settle himself.
Slower ball, deceive them. And they're easy to miss, those ones.
Especially given the brightness of the lights that's in George's as they are now.
Is there belief in the Warriors camp? They should be. They're still in this game. All of a sudden, Duckworth Lewis Stern pass score has changed. The man walking in, he can certainly bat. Carl Simmons, he was good with the ball again. Now he needs to play a role with the bat. 2 left-handers in as well.
He hasn't got very long to settle himself. You think that Western Promise would want to finish the game sooner rather than later, not let the Warriors get a sniff in. They've still got Bears Swanepoel's ball all over.
This match has certainly ebbed and flowed.
Definitely has. It shows you don't need a flat pitch and big hitting boundary, easy hitting boundary. boundaries to see a high quality management, some high quality batting, bowling, and fielding.
Yeah, there are different challenges. On a flat wicket like that, it tests your hitting ability and the shapes and so forth. Where here, it tests your batting skills and your batting nous.
We've also seen some excellent tactics from both sides in terms of their field placements, some more interesting fields of variations of your standard rather than people becoming a little lazy or conservative. We've seen more slips. I think Western Province kept their slip in for their bowlers for almost the entire innings.
It's not out. Pitched way outside leg.
Still a dot ball, which is in itself important.
Every dot ball now will make that required rate jump up.
And for as long as you can keep Simmons, for example, on strike and any more off strike, will certainly make the Warriors crowd incredibly happy.
Last ball, been a successful over. There's a chance! Oh, he's missed it. It's not a bad single though.
Yeah, it's just means that Carl Simmons has retained the strike. And with Eddie Moore sitting on 78 not out, I mean this isn't something that worked out terribly well for them the last time they did it. Kenyaka ended up going out, so they've essentially just done the same thing. Don't know if it'll have the same results as we see. Looks like Robenheimer is coming back for an over.
Good decision. Two left-handers in the bat now. Turning the ball away from them. Big leg side boundary.
Is he changing his mind? No, it is Robenheimer. Very easy. Looked like slight indecision just for a moment because he was taking an Imran Zahir length practice runner down towards Patrick Kruger. But it is Robenheimer's ball.
If he gets a wicket, he might have an Imran Tahir-like celebration.
Yes, especially if he gets a Eddie Moore out there and he's not facing at the moment.
Either one of these two will do.
Any wicket will do, frankly. Well balls. Keeping it nice and tight.
Somebody's birthday, apparently.
It doesn't have to be anybody's birthday.
Oh, they just like the song.
They'll go through the whole playlist.
Such a bad delivery.
That's unfortunate. Good delivery, that's definitely not what you want. It's too much width on it.
Two straight, two full. It's basically a free hit. Just had to get back on it, Simmons, and that's exactly what he did.
Even if it was just like a little scratch. Materially well played, but got the treatment it deserved, which was there for. He's got to make up for it now.
And that's the
how you
wicket.
do it. That must be the first time I've ever done a positive curse. That was a wonderful response from Robenheimer. I can't say that I expected that.
It's a pity he conceded the 4 runs, but the wicket's important. Left-handed Simmons gone, and all of a sudden there's a wag in the tail of the Warriors.
That's nicely bowled. Normally the opposite happens to what you say when you're on commentary. I can't say that that was the best possible response to a comment there. It's reply would be a good one that I could have. And I think this is Josh Gqeberha coming out to bat.
It is, yes.
Now you can bat. He's one of the both one of the leading wicket takers and leading run scorers for his club side in Claremont and Cape Town in the Western Province Premier League. Also one of the stronger leagues in the country, in my opinion.
Lots of advice there from the man in with him, Eddie Moore, but it's a different pressure.
Very different pressure. I mean, this is not going to be something he's going to be used to. Also, if you've ever seen, I don't know if you've ever played at the Claremont Cricket Club before, it's the most beautiful club ground I've seen, but it's tiny.
Okay.
It's nothing. It's minute compared to it's actually in Constantia.
Okay.
But it's not going to be like batting at home.
Well, he has got the shorter, smaller leg side boundary. I'm not sure the advice was for him to play big shots. It looked like Eddie Moore said to him, just try and work it around, get me on strike.
It's not, I mean, it's completely contrary to how pitches get replaced towards the end. They do tend to turn, so PD would take more wickets, but they aren't always as iffy to bat on. If you're going to try and pepper your short boundary, it often doesn't work here. I mean, one of the lowest totals I've seen a team bowled out for was on, I think, the third from last strip or the second from last strip on the right, which is first class game. Eagles 28.
Oh, that's another
It's
wicket.
on a hat trick.
2 in 2 balls. Robin Iver strikes back.
What an inspired bowling change that was.
You can see how much it means for the Warriors too. They're excited.
And how questionable was that single that Eddie Moore took for in the last over?
Well, Simmons took it last ball.
Simmons took the last ball, took the single. How questionable, how meaningful was it? Because now they've lost 2 wickets in 2.
Eddie Moore standing on the other side thinking, what is happening here? Can I just have someone to stay with me for a few overs?
Well, it could have been a mere question of not taking that run and giving Simmons a strike. Now you're sitting 8 down and you can't do anything about it because you're stuck at the other end. This is the second time in a row.
You know Dane Patterson is going to come in and play shots. He doesn't know any other way. He's in on a hat trick.
He's on a hat trick.
He's got to survive that first and then think about scoring runs.
What an inspired bowling change that was from the Warriors and Matthew Brzeski. And after conceding the early boundary, some 2 excellent deliveries as well. Exactly what new low order batsmen don't want to face. And there's those.
It's actually Mutasami that's captain, but they do chat to each other quite a lot.
That would be my mistake there because Matthew Brzeski was
He's normally
captain.
Yeah.
Yes, normally captain.
But I think because he was away, they decided to go with Mutasami.
Because
Hat trick ball, and he keeps it out.
But in any event, the Warriors' brains trust because the 2 of them and Bears Wonderful have been talking.
And every now and then, Bayes Nordia also gives an
Bears
idea.
Nordia, yeah.
Last ball of a successful over. Dot ball. What an over. What an over.
4 from it at 2 wickets. So now the question is is it going to be so going to continue? He is. No, not going to give in and bring Bears back.
No, he'll bowl, Alfie will bowl over 47. Bayes will bowl 49 if required. And surely you've got to give Robenheimer another over. And then if he bowls well enough, give him the last over or Mutasami.
Makes it very difficult to ignore now when you take 2 wickets and 2 balls and you open the game right up.
Yeah. Since you've got the left-hander still in, I would be inclined to give him another over. But now, how does Eddie Moore play it from here?
Does he trust his, his partner.
Probably no.
Does he try and hit boundaries in this pitch? It's tricky.
All the fielders are set on the ring now. Happy to give Moore a single. And he bowls a floaty ball that goes for 4.
You see, that was exactly what he didn't want. All Mato has to do, all the bowler has to do is keep it tight because he's going to need the boundaries. If he doesn't trust, he's not going to trust the catch.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming Lawrence isn't batting much of a batter because if he's coming in after Patterson.
See, for me it's a good option, the slower ball, but you still got to bowl it. That was an absolute, call them nude balls because there's nothing on it.
That's the problem is with the slow balls, that's how most people learn how to bowl it. And like, Alfie's not youngster. A lot of guys struggle to learn how to land it properly. You can usually, there's no use having it as part of your arsenal and using it at the death if you can't be relied upon to bowl it and you're in injury conditions. Then a miss.
See, also this is the kind of surface you actually have to bowl it into the surface to get the variation. If you just float it, it will get hit.
The surface itself takes a lot of pace off the ball.
4 balls.
It's usually where the well-directed short ball that he was bowling earlier was working. Oh, that's better.
Oh,
No, just
referee.
That's very, very close. Not the worst idea though. If you can execute it, that one was just obviously outside the line. If you can get it just inside the wide line.
He's trying to make him hit to the longest side again, which is not a bad thing.
And obviously he looks like he has to hit. I don't think he was going to trust him. Is he going to run? He's going to trust him with 1 ball, no, the 2 ball. Oh, he's giving him 3 balls now.
He's got to find his length now, Alfie.
It's giving him a window.
Yeah, 6 off the over, so it's been a good over in that sense for Western Province. 83 not out anymore. It's been a great innings.
Not sure what Eddie is going to say to Dane, but Dane has every chance he might not listen.
Yeah.
It's an instinctive thing batting forward, a lower order batsman or tail-enders. So there you can see the Warriors goof their bears. Matthew, Sammy, Matura having a discussion. They've got 3 balls at their number 10. Eddie Moore on the other side having carried his bat for 46 and a half overs on 83.
I like this field, mid-off up. Still having long on back for Patterson. It's going to be not that easy for him to rotate. And that's out! Slow ball! Eddie Moore's reaction says it all. He's giving himself room, gets bowled leg stump. And the Warriors are 1 wicket away from victory.
That was an excellent delivery. Perfectly executed serve. This time he got it right. Wasn't the nude ball with nothing on it. And that's the danger in it. Like this, it would be really ironic if it comes down to Eddie Moore and Western Province being denied because of when they chose to run. They could easily have simply not turned down that signal, and you could still be facing.
No, he's not going to be able to score all the runs. You have to have a little bit of support from the other end.
But do you give them? No, the thing is, but do you give them 3 balls with the half the over?
You're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place here because you know it's not easy hitting boundaries, but you've got to take most of the strike and try and hit boundaries.
He knows exactly how difficult it is. But I think he made a rod for his own back as well with some of the or his partners did with some of the choices they made to take a single of the last ball with Markle and Simmons. When preferably you should have your informed batsman, the man who's seeing it like as well as anybody has all night on strike.
Oh, he's
4 wickets have fallen because of this.
Jody Lawrence has got an opportunity to make a name for himself with the bat. 25 runs to win, 20 balls left. Got to get it straight. Doesn't have to be necessarily full like Yorker length. Try and find that top of off stump length to the tail ender. Bring in LBW and bold.
Tight, straight balls to your fields. That's nicely done. One ball lifts this over. Almost certainly won't run.
Nah, it'll be silly if you
If
do.
they did, it would probably
Unless it's 3.
unless it's 3. But
No,
we
actually
haven't
two.
seen
I mean,
it.
two or 4. You're only going to deal in even numbers.
But yeah, a 2. It could also be a matter of a suicidal run if they try that. So I don't know if the chance is worth taking.
I think they might go full and straight here. All the fielders have now gone back. Happy to give him a single. Don't want to come too straight. Sliding onto off stump is the ideal line. It's the end of a good over for Matoa, despite going for 4 on the first ball. Finishes with 2 for 50.
So,
Important wickets.
so we've got 3 overs left, 25 runs to win. When he was on 83 not out, he will be on strike 2. We bring back a Swanepoel.
No, you bring back CJ King.
CJ King. Interesting choice.
It is. Scared to go to spin. I think it might have been brave
It probably
to go for a spin. I think if you gave Enimura a choice, he would probably say he would like to face King because he's going to give him a little bit more pace to work with.
especially with maybe the ball having a bit more moisture coming onto the bat a bit more.
Yeah, look, we try and be as impartial as possible in these matches. You'd want the Warriors to win because it keeps the door open for them going forward, but you also want to see Swanepoel potentially taking 5 wickets.
Yeah, you do. That's the thing. Taking those figures are special. 9 overs, 4 for 9. It's not something you see all the time. Conversely, this innings from Eddie Moore has also been.
There we go.
Very special. So
Sanity has prevailed. We've gone to Robbenheimer. I think this is the right choice.
it's obviously he's not going to die wondering Mr. Sammy. So yes, he's also in his ear. Definitely looks like a group captaincy by the Warriors. It is a brave call from a pretty young team.
I think it's the right. It might work against you.
It might work out, but you know what? They're never going to ask themselves.
No.
They're not going to lose sleep over this.
Swanepoel's definitely bowling the 49th over if needed. So how can, first of all, Robbenheimer prevent Moore from getting boundaries? And then more importantly, can he get him off strike? No, he won't take the runs. He'll deal in even numbers here.
If you can keep the line nice and tight, that was just like he got the other batsman I was meaning. He's obviously seeing it better, but he needs to be very disciplined.
No, this is
Very
good.
big risk to go for the reverse.
Pressure's building
Yes, he's getting to.
on Eddie Moore.
I think it's getting to him a bit. It's a very risky shot.
There it is. He's got the boundary, the one he's been looking for.
He executed that one beautifully. He's going to need more where that came from. Game's by no means over yet. High risk, high reward. Obviously got set up to play that one nice and early. And got over the head of the fielder. He's up in the circle.
I wonder whether you could bring the normal sweep guy in from the leg side and put someone out there. It's almost like it's easier for Eddie Moore to play the reverse sweep than the conventional sweep.
Yeah, he seems to favour it, but then also this is, I think, this is probably the shortest of the boundaries to sweep to.
It's easy sitting here. I just think with the longer boundary there, try and make him go to that longer boundary. You have got a man at short 45 on the leg side too, in case there's a top edge from a conventional sweep.
Yeah. I haven't actually seen him play one.
Bringing long on, up. Interesting. It's not a bad option either.
It's because obviously, I mean, if the chances of him, missing, there's always a chance of him double stepping, missing, being stumped.
You've got to go wide outside off now.
Yeah.
Now you can't bowl straight. You've got to maybe think that Moore's going to come down the wicket and try and hit you straight.
Don't even worry about a wide. Just make sure that if he's looking to go straight, that you get slided right past him.
Should only be one. Should be one. Oh, there's a mix-up. It's the end of the game.
Oh my goodness.
That's it. The Warriors have won.
That's a sensational finish.
What a great comeback. Eddie Moore's devastated. You can understand it. But the Warriors have kept their playoff hopes alive.
That was an incredible comeback from the Warriors. You have to give them credit for keeping their
nerve.
Keeping their nerve, especially with the fielding there. They kept their nerve. They were the team that kept their nerve, and the other team lost it. And you do feel for Eddie Moore, who carried his bat for 87.
Yeah. Surely, Bayer Swanepoel has to be man of the match. 4 for 9, set the tone, got the early wickets, put them on the back foot. Eddie Moore played a lone hand, 87 not out. He's going to be so disappointed. There's never two there.
No. In fact, they never even needed to take that run. They needed. That's another failure. They need to be smarter in their decision making, because that is the 5th wicket that has fallen as a result of the poor decision of when to run.
Well, that's probably a summary of their season. It hasn't been their season in white ball cricket. As I said, the Warriors now, they need to win on Sunday against the Lions. They're going to be on equal points with the Titans, depending what happens on Friday, whether the Knights stay on 16 or they win against the Dolphins. So, all to play for.
Very much so. It's going to be a very exciting finish to the season. Unfortunately for Western Province, their mathematical chance, I think, is over.
Yeah.
They're finished. The Titans have the benefit of having picked up bonus points on a literal road, on the literal road they've been playing on. But this was a very plucky performance from the young Warriors team.
It certainly was, and this is the moment where it finished. Oh, you can only stand and watch from the other end and see the bails being broken, and the end of the game.
And you can see the inexperience of Lawrence, enthusiasm for just like Thompson turns around immediately. He's halfway down the pitch before he even sees Moore saying no. Probably didn't even hear him.
19-run win at the end of the day for the home side. They are ecstatic. The partnership between Moore and Farina was excellent. Unfortunately, after that, there was no support from the rest of the batting lineup from the World Sports Betting Western Province team. And Eddie Moore is going to finish on 88 not out. It's going to be bittersweet. Great knock, but he would have liked to have firstly got 100 and secondly and most importantly won the game.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been especially sweet for him to be able to do this in front of his family and friends who are obviously local to the area, and a ground where Eddie has made a lot of runs. A great performance by him, and it's just a pity that the wickets fell at the wrong time. Certain decisions could have been made better, but that's the way it was. And the Warriors took advantage of that. I mean, they got given, once a window opened, they took the whole thing.
Yeah.
They didn't let up.
Wonder which pitch they're going to play on Sunday, whether it's the middle one that's being blown So, or the same one. It'll be interesting. We will see on Sunday. But at least they've given themselves that opportunity, which is so important. Win by 19 runs. Doesn't matter. Win is a win. Whether it's 1 run, 100 runs. Well, 100 runs would have been a bonus point win.
Obviously, a bonus point win would have been fantastic. But
Of course.
this really does. It's really important for what is a very young team. And most people do forget how very young this Warriors side is.
AD Carter working on the pitch already, just watering there. The cover being brought out.
Yeah, the match unheralded AD Carter. I never think he gets the credit that he deserves.
Well, in my books he does. This is probably the pitch that's the most improved in the country. A summary of this match. The Dafabet Warriors batting first after winning the toss. Herman 57 with the Sami 47, just missing out on 50, as did Matthew Bretzke. And Kenyaku came into the bowling attack when Mapungwana was injured, picked up 4 wickets. And it looked for all money like Western Province, World Sports Betting. Western Province was chasing down the total until Farina was out. Edinburgh finishing on 88 not out. Bedingham started immensely well. But for me, the man of the moment, Bayer Swanepoel, 4 for 9. It's not a misprint. What a bowling performance. And Alfred Matoa and Robin Iber both picking up 2 wickets each towards the end of the game and ensuring that the Warriors win this game by 19 runs. Thank you for joining us. It's been a wonderful match, and we look forward to seeing you here on Sunday for hopefully another exciting edition of the CSA One Day Cup. Happy? Done?
That was so great.
Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you.